About the war, incredible and unreal it looks right now, because these are numbers that the world is still digesting. The fog of war means that there is not much proof, not much visual or material corroboration of these claims, but in the fog of war, such claims are par for the course between both countries, and they're all extravagant. Ukraine, for instance, claims that it has shot down 44 Russian planes. It claims that it has Russia claims that 90 Ukrainian jets have been shot down. Ukraine claims that 44 Russian helicopters have been shot down. Russia, on the other hand, claims that 748 Ukrainian tanks have been destroyed. Ukraine claims 945 armored vehicles of Russia have been destroyed. Russia, on the other hand, claims 76 Ukrainian rocket launchers have been damaged or destroyed in airstrikes. Ukraine, on the other hand, claims that 10,000 Russian soldiers have been killed. Russia claims that 532 military vehicles belonging to the Ukrainian ground forces have been destroyed. Ukraine claims 269 Russian tanks have been destroyed. Russia claims 274 Ukrainian artillery units have been smashed to pieces. Ukraine claims that 45 Russian multi-rocket launch systems and their units have been smashed to pieces. Russia claims 2,100 military outposts and infrastructure elements of the Ukrainian forces have also been destroyed in the strikes so far. It's day 11 of Russia's military operation in Ukraine, but Putin has his eyes set apparently on capturing the 4 nuclear power facilities of Ukraine. Ukraine claims that Russian troops have captured 2 Ukrainian nuclear power facilities and are advancing towards the 3rd one. According to President Zelensky, the Russians have already captured Chernobyl, which is defunct. It's inactive. There's no power generation there, but it is staffed and maintained and considered a sensitive strategic site. But the biggest gain for Russia has been Zaporizhia in southeastern Ukraine, which happens to be Europe's largest nuclear power generation facility. According to Russian media, Kiev has been actively exploring the possibility of uranium mining and enrichment, and that the United States could have possibly supplied Ukraine with weapons-grade plutonium, which is a sensational, otherworldly claim to make at such a sensitive time as this. It's taken the nuclear heat between the countries already to fever pitch. According to the source in Moscow, Kyiv representatives have initiated dialogue with foreign companies on providing assistance to Ukraine in creating its own uranium enrichment enterprises. Remember, all of this is big because Ukraine is a non-nuclear weapons state.
Ось так виглядає руський мір.
Okay. I want to show you how many nuclear facilities Ukraine currently has and which ones have already fallen into Russian hands or are currently under threat. Remember, Ukraine basically has 4 active nuclear power facilities and with a total of 15 reactors between them. Now, Chernobyl is inactive, but it is staffed and maintained, so it has people actually working there. That's already been taken over by the Russians. Zaporizhia is the biggest gain for Putin. That's in southeastern Ukraine, close to the east. This is where the Russians had shelled a few days ago. There was a cat and mouse, claim, counterclaim. They have it, we have it. But for all practical purposes, the Russians have taken over the Zaporizhia power plant, which contains 6 reactors. It's Europe's biggest. Then you've got the Yuzhno-Ukrainsk, which is the South Ukraine nuclear power plant, which has two reactors here. The Russians are apparently approaching. They've already besieged the Mykolaiv city, which is very close to this power plant. So basically, they could control that very soon. So these are the 3 facilities where they are. Let's show you that Ukraine, where the other facilities are. So Zaporizhia is in Russian hands. South Ukraine will soon be in Russian hands. Khmelnytsky and Rivne are the 2 other nuclear power facilities which are not in Russian hands just yet. But if Putin is actually looking to take over all the nuclear facilities here, then it is possible that his troops and his forces might try and encircle those 2 plants. They are in the western part of Ukraine, which is relatively calmer and relatively unscathed in the war so far. So there are 15 nuclear reactors at 4 different sites. 1 has already been taken over, the 2nd will be in Russian hands very soon, and 2 continue to be vulnerable. Now, day 11 of Russia's brazen attacks on several cities of Ukraine, but until now it's been only strong words from the West and from NATO. And I can tell you from all the voices we've been hearing on the ground, a sense of betrayal by NATO is setting into the Ukrainian mind. Take a look at this. Nearly 2 weeks into Putin's invasion of Ukraine, a sense of betrayal has set in among leaders and the people of this besieged country. A sense of betrayal that the West and the NATO have hung this country out to dry. Until now, it's only been strong words from the West, the promise of arms and sanctions to squeeze Russia. But beyond that, nothing else when it's perhaps needed the most. And that has raised huge questions. Is Ukraine paying a price for placing too much trust in the West?
Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East.
Ukraine was sold dreams of a place in NATO and membership in the European Union. Both appear a long way off at this time. In the meantime, Russia has invaded using these two issues as the immediate provocation. Should the US have acted earlier, sent peacekeeping forces into Ukraine to preempt Russia? That was hardly ever going to happen, especially so soon after the Afghanistan debacle.
Betrayal from the West, because we were promised the security assurances when we gave up our weapon in 1994, because Ukraine was a nuclear weapon power and we voluntarily gave that up, and instead the United Kingdom and the United States were promising that they will assure our security in case someone tries to attack us. Now we are under attack literally from air and we're getting nothing.
But Ukraine had still lived in some hope. From his bunker in Kiev, President Zelensky has urged NATO to set up a no-fly zone over Ukraine. The US-led NATO has rejected the demand, leaving Ukraine once again to fend for itself against the Russian Air Force that has just showed itself on the outskirts of Kyiv.
We believe that NATO member states have created themselves a narrative that the closure of the airspace in Ukraine would provoke direct aggression from Russia against NATO. It's self-induced hypnosis of those who are weak and lack confidence, even though they can possess arms stronger than ours.
The NATO, quite evidently, is unwilling to be dragged into a war in Eastern Europe, using the excuse that it's a defensive alliance. But the same NATO had no qualms in having boots on the ground in the Middle East. In Europe, obviously, it's a different ballgame. NATO does not want to risk escalation of a war by joining it.
We are not part of this conflict, and we have a responsibility to ensure it does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine, because that would be even more devastating and more dangerous.
We living in a new reality. It's a third world war. And if NATO or other countries from Asia Pacific will not stop the Putin, in next few years, everybody will under the threat of Russian army, Russian aggression, and Russian nuclear weapon.
NATO airplanes need to fly the whole territory of Ukraine to be under the threat, and definitely it is still a question that it can be that efficient as we would like to have it. But we know that these talks are not closed, that in many NATO countries they are still discussing technical possibilities of what can be done to protect Ukrainian sky, and that's what we really need.
So where does this leave Ukraine? Does it mean Putin's war machine will trample all over the country? And will the West continue to watch it from the sidelines? How long before a sense of betrayal becomes a sense of anger and action within Ukraine against the West? With Gaurav Sawant in Kyiv and Geeta Mohan in Lviv, Ukraine, Bureau Report, India Today. And we've got fresh breaking news coming in from the Hostomel airport just north of Kyiv. This is Hostomel, which is an area just north of Kyiv. Fire reported in many Hostomel buildings after a possible Russian airstrike in the city. Remember, this is the same suburb of Kyiv where the world's largest aircraft was destroyed a few days ago in Russian shelling. The AN-225 was destroyed at the Hostomel airport just a couple of days ago. And now pictures from the town itself of the remnants of an airstrike in the city of Hostomel. Hostomel is a city that is famous for its Antonov airport, which is a logistics hub as well as a place for a lot of military and aviation testing. These images from the town that surrounds the airbase, a possible Russian airstrike has taken place in Hostomel as well. This is the same town where Russian shelling had destroyed the world's largest aircraft, the Antonov AN-225 Mriya, a few days ago. Images that had gone viral after a Russian state correspondent had broadcast live from that site, showing the huge amount of destruction there. And now this is a few kilometers outside the airbase in Hostomel town itself, where another airstrike appears to have taken place in the city. No information just yet on casualties. Hostomel also becoming one of the places that is being attacked now by Russia. Hostomel is very close to Kyiv. It's just north of the city. It's considered, in fact, it's considered one of the suburb. It's just about 23 kilometers away. It's less than an hour in terms of driving distance from Kyiv. So the attacks are actually coming closer. So the sites being attacked by the air include Irpin, which is 25 kilometers away, Hostomel now, which is 23 kilometers away, and these are all, remember, part of the larger Kyiv metropolitan area, or the oblast, as they're called in Ukraine and in Russia. The larger metropolitan area, for the purposes of administration, they called the oblasts. And both of these places, Irpin, which was struck by Su-25 jets yesterday, and Hostomel today, both suburbs of Kyiv that are being attacked from the air right now. Ukraine was home to a giant called the Antonov AN-225. This is just to remind our viewers about the aircraft, the huge giant AN-225 aircraft, the only one that was ever built to be able to fly. It was nicknamed Mriya, which means dream in Ukrainian. It was the only aircraft of its kind. It was destroyed in this same city of Hostomel, just north of Kiev. Just as a reminder, watch this report.
One of the first attacks by Russia on Ukraine was on an airbase near Kyiv. On 24th February, these choppers were seen over Hostomel airfield, located alongside the Antonov airport, close to the capital city. Now, 9 days on, the aftermath of the attack is revealed. The only AN-225 in the world is totally destroyed, along with military equipment and houses south of the airport. A Russian state TV report from Hostomel airport shows the real damage to AN-225.
Обстреливали аэродром. Вот, посмотрите, попали в ангар, что от него осталось. Он сожженный, за моей спиной сожженная украинская техника, которую они побросали здесь и также.
Ukraine was the home for the giant with wings known as Antonov AN-225, nicknamed Mriya, designed during the Soviet Union era. Built to carry spacecraft, Antonov AN-225 has always been known for its size and marvelous freight-carrying capacity. But now the plane is history. Ukraine has lost its Antonov AN-225 cargo plane, the world's largest aircraft, to the war. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now remember, Russia yesterday declared a ceasefire in two parts of eastern Ukraine, the cities of Mariupol and Volnovakha. The cities in the Donetsk region are cities where there won't be any active hostilities for a while to allow a humanitarian corridor to be established. Is that really working though? The Ukrainians say that there can be no trusting the Russians. Here's our report from the ground. After relentless missile attacks on Ukrainian cities, attempts to capture nuclear power facilities, and the loss of countless lives, President Putin declares a limited ceasefire, a brief breather near the separatist eastern part of Ukraine, the Donetsk region. Firing, bombings were suspended in Mariupol and Volnovakha to allow civilians to leave. The ceasefire was declared from 11:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time, only to facilitate a region that has a large Russian population. The Russian Defense Ministry claims that safe passage was agreed upon, with Ukraine doing 2 rounds of talks. But the Russian move has been met with skepticism.
Well, we'll see if they keep up their words. We can't really trust the Russians in any sense. But I do hope that the families with children, particularly from Mariupol and Volnovakha, would be able to leave. They have been living without electricity, without any heat for more than a week. The conditions over there are just terrible. So I do hope that they would be safe to leave. But that's not near close to the solution to the war as we are seeing it.
Maybe this would mean that also other humanitarian corridors would be created, but for the time being, the Ukrainian side, we don't have any confirmation from the Ukrainian side.
The ceasefire in Donetsk is seen as mere eyewash, because there's no such relief for the rest of Ukraine, where Russia's relentless assault continues, and a humanitarian catastrophe continues to unfold. With Gaurav Sawant in Kyiv and Geeta Mohan in Lviv, Bureau Report, India Today. Russian invasion of Ukraine enters day 11, and the scenes of escalated destruction in many places apart from Kyiv are being witnessed. US President Joe Biden has called his Ukrainian counterpart to discuss ongoing efforts to impose even more economic costs on Russia. Biden dialed Zelensky yesterday to speed up US military, humanitarian and economic assistance to Ukraine. The White House says that the pair also discussed talks between Russia and Ukraine during the more than 30-minute early call Sunday in Ukraine. In a tweet, Zelensky said that the agenda for his call with Biden included security, financial support for Ukraine, and the continuation of sanctions against Russia. Meanwhile, Zelensky also requested US assistance over either fighter jets or a no-fly zone, which NATO has so far refused to comply with. Zelensky described the urgent need for more military support and humanitarian aid, as well as for a worldwide ban on the purchase of Russian oil. Many lawmakers subsequently expressed their support for Zelensky's request on social media, despite critics warning that a no-fly zone or further military assistance could lead to a direct conflict between Russia and NATO. And these are the 5 images on day 11 of this conflict. We'll have a report live from you from one of the places where the most intense fighting is taking place in just a few minutes from now. India Today's Rajesh Pawar is headed to Irpin. We'll also have a ground report for you from Hostomel, from Kharkiv, from Chernihiv, as well as the second nuclear facility that Russia could soon be capturing. Unending reports coming up from the war zone on the other side.
Hello and welcome to our special show, Inspiring Growth. And on our show today, we are going to feature a leading technology brand, Vivo.
Vivo is a consumer-centric brand. We keep on, understanding how technology is evolving. We keep on understanding, how Indian consumers are evolving.
Inspiring growth at these times only on India Today television.
You can hear more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We are being told to leave.
Is basically impossible. So a lot of people have to look for shelter in other places. And the humanitarian situation, of course, also in these parts of Ukraine is also deteriorating. And about this, I'm joined now by a guest, Mirella Hudayb. She's a spokeswoman of the International Red Cross. And I want to ask her first about the humanitarian situation in Mariupol, because yesterday the Red Cross was trying to facilitate the humanitarian corridor. That failed. How urgent is the situation in Mariupol and in Volnovakha? How would you describe it?
Good morning, Stephanie. Well, the humanitarian situation across the country, including Mariupol, is very dire. We see big movements, displacement of people fleeing to safer areas. Some of them are still stuck in shelters that are packed, without electricity, without water, without any food. When we go and distribute in some of the shelters in Mariupol and elsewhere, people are so happy to see someone who's helping them. So, I could describe the situation as catastrophic.
Yesterday, this humanitarian corridor failed. Why?
Well, this is this safe passage for civilians is a guarantee under international humanitarian law. The ICRC welcomes any initiative to offer respite to civilians fleeing the conflict or wanting to leave areas where the hostilities are very big. So, the parties of the conflict are in negotiations now.
Both parties blame each other for this failure, right? Ukraine said there was simply no ceasefire, the Russians were still shelling, and Russia blames Ukraine for blocking civilians leaving the city.
Well, in all cases, whether these so-called humanitarian corridors or safe passages are agreed upon, and the ICRC welcomes them and is willing to facilitate movement of civilians who wish to do so. But in any case, under international humanitarian law, civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected. In that case,
the spokesman of the People's Republic in Donetsk has said this morning that it will happen today. Is that true? Will it happen today?
We hope so. Our teams are ready. They've been ready since yesterday. Once an agreement based on strictly humanitarian terms is reached between the two parties, we're ready to move to accompany those who wish to flee the areas.
Quickly about civilian casualties. President Putin says there are no civilian casualties. What are you seeing? What is the Red Cross seeing here on the ground?
Well, the situation is difficult for everywhere in Ukraine, in the east, but also in the west. As I said, the humanitarian conditions are very difficult. People are struggling on various levels. Most of them are in shelters or on the road, and we call on all parties to protect civilians under international humanitarian law.
Okay, let's bring in Natasha Butler, who's following developments from Lviv. Hello there, Natasha. What more are you hearing about possible humanitarian corridors being set up?
Well, what we know is those humanitarian corridors were supposed to be set up on Saturday in and around the town of Mariupol on the Sea of Azov. But because of continued fighting, they were unable to be implemented. Now, both Ukraine and Russia have blamed each other for the fact that a temporary ceasefire was failed to be put in place, allowing people then to use those corridors to be evacuated or for vital aid to get in. And now we understand there are some efforts to look at whether or not those corridors could be set up, but we don't have much detail about those at this stage. But what we do know is, of course, the humanitarian situation on the ground is absolutely dire in some places in Mariupol. The mayor of that city said a couple of days ago that Russian shelling means that his city was being absolutely destroyed. He has spoken about people being cut off from vital necessities, water, electricity, heating. It is extremely cold. It's hard to imagine how people are managing to survive in those conditions. They are huddled in basements. They are frightened. They can't go out because of this constant bombardment, and they don't have enough food or medicine. That is why these corridors are so important, such a key priority. But for the time being, they simply do not exist, and people are effectively trapped in places like Mariupol, but also in the northeast. The second largest city in Ukraine, Kyiv, has also come under intense shelling. It's another city in which people are saying that they are running out of food and medicine.
Okay, and Natasha, another element are negotiations, which are scheduled for tomorrow between Kiev and Moscow. What more do you know about those talks?
Well, what we know is that talks are expected to take place between Russian and Ukrainian negotiators. On Monday would be the third round of talks between the two sides. The last round of talks was on Thursday when negotiators met on the Belarusian-Ukrainian border. Now, during those talks, there were no major breakthroughs in terms of perhaps trying to find ways to end this conflict, but the two sides had agreed on implementing these humanitarian corridors. But as I've said, so far, it seems that both sides have been unable to put those corridors in place. You'd imagine that how to get people out, how to put those corridors in place, that is going to be a priority of those talks, at least for the Ukrainian side as they go into those talks on Monday. But hopes for any other form of breakthrough are extremely low. We heard from Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. He spoke after a meeting with Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, on Saturday on the Polish-Ukrainian border. He said, look, it is important that talks continue. It is important to have diplomacy, but his hopes are very low for any breakthroughs. And we already know that the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, has said in the past, look, in order to move forward with any real diplomacy, Russia has to withdraw its troops. In his words, you cannot have talks when someone is holding a gun to your head.
Yes, plenty of moving parts from a humanitarian and diplomatic perspective. Thank you for that update, Natasha Butler, live for us in Lviv. Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Moldova for talks as the former Soviet state faces a surge of refugees from Ukraine. Blinken is expected to provide reassurances and American support to one of Europe's poorest countries. On Saturday, he was in Poland, where hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have crossed the border. The UN predicts the number of people fleeing the war could reach 1.5 million in a matter of hours. Zainab Azravi reports from Midyka border, crossing on the Polish side of the Ukrainian border.
Україна зараз потребує, щоб Європа та світ закрив небо над Україною. Будь ласка, зробіть це негайно. Ми цього
Close the skies over Ukraine now, she says, to stop Russian bombs falling on their cities.
Please close the sky for Ukraine. Help us. We are alone.
A desperate plea from the Ukrainian people. Something that U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, on his visit to Poland, made clear will not happen. A 45-minute meeting with Ukraine's foreign minister at the border, a public show of support at his country's darkest hour.
The entire world stands with Ukraine, just as I am standing here in Ukraine with my friend, my colleague, Dmytro Kuleba, the foreign minister of Ukraine.
If they continue to provide us with necessary weapons, the price will be lower. This will save many lives in Ukraine, many houses, many children will be born, many sufferings will be avoided.
Despite the symbolic visit, direct American military help, something that could risk triggering a global conflict, stops at the Polish border. Volunteers say the anxiety, uncertainty, frustration, and sadness of refugees at the often chaotic Midyka border crossing must be seen to be understood. Having skipped it on his tour, Blinken, they say, may struggle to comprehend the level of help Ukraine needs.
I mean, professing solidarity is one thing, and acting and actually doing something is another thing. I can say a lot of words too, but it doesn't mean anything if I don't do anything with my hands. I am not present here. I don't see it with my eyes.
Millions more could soon be making their way on the refugee trail.
Short of direct military intervention by anyone, it will continue to be a growing challenge for Ukrainian forces to stop the Russian advance, let alone push it back. What we have been seeing here at the Midyka border crossing is more and more medics and volunteer fighters with military gear, with medical supplies, coming to this border crossing, crossing into Ukraine, and then making their way to the front line.
Ukrainians know they are isolated and largely alone in this fight, waiting for help from the outside world. Fighter jets, attack aircraft, air defense systems, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning their country, the kind of help they need to stop Russia overrunning the that is not coming. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Medica border crossing, eastern Poland.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, why the Iran nuclear talks could face new challenges in the wake of Russia's war on Ukraine.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
In much of Europe, it's cold and quiet at the moment. There's a lot of cloud around, you might think. Much of it is low, making the skies rather dismal, and temperatures are low because nothing's really moving underneath this rather large area of high pressure. So you've got Warsaw at 2, Kiev at 2, Sarajevo only 1 degree. These are a bit below where they should be. There is some action out in the Atlantic or down in Spain across to the Balkans. This is where the stormy weather, I suppose, is. But the wind's picking up in Eastern Europe and temperatures will come up, and it'll also, I think, induce a few light snow showers. There's persistent snow and persistent rain, though, further south. First of all, in the southeast of Spain, that was rain near Alicante. It carries on through Monday as well and spreads into North Africa with temperatures on the low side for Algeria, Morocco and Tunisia. And snow persists in Sarajevo, at least until Tuesday. And the sun should be a bit more dominant during Wednesday. Still a cold day. And because that cold and stormy stuff is so close to North Africa, it's inducing quite a spin-up in Algeria and in Libya. That means sandstorms, and combined with that, the sandstorms in the south, you'll see rain starting to form, a significant time stretching from Libya into Egypt on Tuesday.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways. Talk to Al Jazeera. We ask,
do you believe that the threat of an invasion of Ukraine is currently the biggest threat to international peace and security?
We listen.
We are focusing so much on the humanitarian crisis that we forget the long-term development.
We meet with global newsmakers and talk about the stories that matter on Al Jazeera.
Here are some of the media stories.
A critical look at the global news media
Spread of misinformation.
on Al Jazeera.
Government shut off access to social media.
Hello, you're watching Al Jazeera. I'm Emily Angwin. A reminder of our top stories this hour. The Red Cross has called the humanitarian situation in the Ukrainian city of Mariupol dire and catastrophic. A corridor was set up on Saturday to allow civilians to evacuate, but it quickly fell apart. There are reports it may be re-established on Sunday. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Moldova for talks as the country faces a surge of people fleeing Ukraine. Blinken is expected to provide support for its efforts to receive and assist refugees. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has spoken to US President Joe Biden by phone. They discussed security, financial support and sanctions on Moscow. It comes as the fighting intensifies in several cities across Ukraine. Jonah Hull filed this report from Lviv.
This is blogger Nikita Dementov. He lives in the eastern city of Kharkiv, and he's explaining to his followers how their donations are being spent to help civilians on the front line. Across Ukraine, along shifting front lines from the north to the east and to the south, civilians are under attack. When they emerge from basements and shelters, as here in the town of Irpin close to Kiev, it is often to a landscape they can neither recognize nor comprehend. Homes destroyed, hospitals overwhelmed, heating, water and electricity cut off, and with limited avenues of escape. That's why safe passage is so important now. Humanitarian corridors out of Volnovakha and the port city of Mariupol in the south failed on Saturday because of continued Russian attacks. Negotiations are said to be ongoing. Ukraine's resistance has done much to slow Russia's ground advance. so heavier firepower is being unleashed from the air. Yet the Ukrainian government's urgent calls for a no-fly zone have gone unanswered, which explains this angry warning by President Volodymyr Zelensky to the NATO alliance.
All the people who die from this day forward will also die because of you, because of your weakness and because of your lack of unity.
NATO is not willing to shoot down Russian aircraft and risk being drawn into a wider war with Russia, so Ukraine must act alone for as long as its air defences last. This is cockpit video from a Russian helicopter gunship. And this is the sort of response Ukraine's army is able to deliver. One helicopter gunship down. And in the north, a Russian warplane is downed, its wreckage smouldering among suburban homes. For those who do make it out of besieged and bombarded parts of the country, it is to Lviv that many come, for now a place of safety behind the lines. Irina and her boys have fled Kyiv, leaving husband Ruslan behind to fight. It is a feature of war that some are inspired to act with great courage. In this case, a 7-year-old Dima, comforting his mum.
We are scared. The children are terrified and they don't know why they need to leave their home. I don't understand why I need to run away and leave my husband behind. We left him alone to protect our city.
Moscow says it is not attacking civilian targets. The claims to the contrary are fake news, that the destruction in city centres and residential areas across the country is the work instead of Ukrainian forces and saboteurs. Try telling that to the people here. Try saying it to the people under occupation in the south of the country, in places like Kherson and Berdyansk, and on the route of Russia's advance in Zaporizhia. All three places saw large protests on Saturday against the presence of Russian troops. And try telling Irina and her children that Russian forces are liberating Ukraine, as they claim, from Nazis and nationalists, as they make their way into a bomb shelter, even here, where they'd hoped to escape the war. Jonah Hull, Al Jazeera, Lviv.
Visa and MasterCard say they're suspending all operations in Russia effective immediately. It means any credit card issued in the country can no longer be used and cards issued elsewhere won't work in Russia. The block applies worldwide. They are the latest companies to halt business in Russia since its invasion of Ukraine. Economist Mohammed Hada says the decision by Visa and MasterCard will have a devastating effect on many sectors of society.
However, this damage is not going to be only for the clients or the card carriers. There will be a damage for the company as well, for the Visa and other credit card companies. If this step is taken, is really in effect now, that means we are talking about the sum of 210 million card holders in Russia, and the latest statistics show that around 850,000 cards issued every month. If we're talking about this average of $800, so we're talking about 126 billion of bills will not be settled, and who's going to be responsible for that? If you're talking about big sectors, for example, of course, some of the sectors like energy sector, like gas, like petrol, these are not included in the sanctions. So there will be a movement, there will be a damage, for the financial institutions or for companies who have accounts for individual. Definitely, there will be a really devastating effect on them, and it may cripple a lot of businesses.
And the US president has welcomed that decision by Visa and MasterCard. During a phone call with Ukraine's President, Joe Biden highlighted the actions taken by the US to raise the cost on Moscow for its aggression on Kiev. Gabriel Elizondo filed this report from Washington, D.C.
Well, the call apparently happened in the evening Saturday night here, Washington time. The call lasted a little over 30 minutes, according to a readout from the White House. A readout is essentially a summary of the call that the White House releases after a president talks to another foreign leader. According to that readout, and it was short, it was only about a paragraph or so, the two leaders talked about security for Ukraine and continued security support on behalf of the U.S. to Ukraine. Also talked about sanctions, the continuing ramping up of sanctions that Biden apparently told Zelensky. He said this would continue to go on and continue to be a point of that the White House would continue to focus on. What was not discussed, or at least what was not mentioned in the readout from the White House, were two things. Any sort of calls for Biden talking about transferring of military aircraft to Ukraine. That's something that's been talked about a bit, but there was no discussion of that between the two leaders, according to the readout. And also the no-fly zone that Zelensky and others have been pushing for, that both NATO and the White House have been reluctant to, and flat out said they would not participate in. There was no indication that this call that was discussed either. Bottom line, though, this is one of several calls that have happened over the past week or so between President Biden and Zelensky. So it just shows how important the White House is taking this and how closely the President of the United States is watching events on the ground there.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has warned any attempt by NATO to establish a no-fly zone over Ukraine will be seen as an act of war. Mohammed Val has more on what Putin had to say.
As Russia's war machine rages across Ukraine, the verbal offensive coming from Moscow is no less powerful. President Putin issued a clear warning to Western powers, saying any attempt to create a no-fly zone over Ukraine would be considered a direct military involvement in the conflict against Russia.
Now we are hearing that a no-fly zone must be established over the territory of Ukraine. It is impossible to do so over the territory of Ukraine itself. It is possible only from the territory of some neighboring countries. But any move in this direction will be viewed by us as a participation in the armed conflict.
Putin made it clear he wants Ukraine to have a neutral status in the power balance between NATO and Russia. This, he says, requires a demilitarized Ukraine, because its Western backers are intending to supply it with nuclear weapons if not stopped.
They will arm those systems, and from that second on, from that very second, Russia's fate will be very different. Because then our strategic enemy won't even need intercontinental ballistic missiles. They will have us at gunpoint right here. How can we overlook that?
Putin said everything is going according to plan in Ukraine, and his army will achieve all of its objectives. His foreign minister Sergei Lavrov had some harsh words for the Ukrainian president.
If Zelensky's so unhappy with NATO not interfering, then that means he's hoping to resolve this conflict by involving NATO. It means he's not hearing statements from European capitals saying they won't get involved. It means he wants to provoke a conflict between NATO and Russia.
Perhaps the most challenging issue for Russia right now is the economic measures the West is imposing. In this regard, President Putin says Western sanctions are akin to a declaration of war on his country. Foreign Minister Lavrov has warned of consequences and singled out the UK in particular. He says Moscow's response to the sanctions will without doubt hurt British interests in Russia, because, in his words, the UK has chosen to move towards a direct confrontation with his country. Mohammed Val, Al Jazeera.
With tension simmering between Russia and the West, Putin has met Israel's Prime Minister Naftali Bennett in Moscow. He's the first foreign leader to visit Putin since Russian forces invaded Ukraine last week. Harry Fawcett is in West Jerusalem and filed this update.
It's happened on the Jewish Sabbath, a time when you wouldn't expect a religiously observant prime minister such as Naftali Bennett to travel, but there is a provision in the religion to do so if human life is at stake, which is clearly the case here. What we're hearing from the Prime Minister's office in Israel is that the two men spoke for 3 hours in the Kremlin, that they, of course, spoke about the conflict in Ukraine, that they spoke about the Israeli and Jewish citizens in that country at risk, but also that they spoke about the situation in Syria, where, of course, Russia is heavily involved and where Israel often carries out airstrikes against Iranian targets, and also about the Iran nuclear deal too. So a fairly wide range of subjects over the course of 3 hours. The Prime Minister's office also telling us that this was done in coordination with the United States and also with Germany and France.
The Russian offensive in Ukraine could pose a challenge for efforts to restore the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is demanding a guarantee that sanctions imposed on Russia won't affect its trade with Iran. Lavrov says under the 2015 deal, Russia and China were allowed to help Iran with its civilian nuclear program. And he says Russian investments shouldn't be obstructed. Our diplomatic editor James Bays is in Vienna. He says Lavrov's comments are worrying diplomats involved in the negotiations.
Talks have been going on now for 11 months, the idea to re-establish the Iran nuclear deal. It was President Trump that pulled out of it in 2016. He put tough sanctions on Iran. Iran then responded by pushing ahead with their nuclear program, getting much more sophisticated centrifuges and increasing greatly their knowledge of how potentially to build a nuclear bomb. But in recent weeks there has been progress. The talks have been continuing here in the last few days. They've gone on late into the night. The European envoys left Vienna in the last 24 hours to go and consult with their capitals, with many believing a deal was very close. And that's why the comments of the Russian foreign minister are worrying for all involved in this process. He's now asking for guarantees that the sanctions that have been put on Russia are not going to affect Russia's trade and relations with Iran. It's a real spanner in the works at the 11th hour in these negotiations.
Hello, you're watching Al Jazeera. These are the stories we're following this hour. The Red Cross has called the humanitarian situation in the Ukrainian city of Mariupol dire and catastrophic. A corridor was set up on Saturday to allow civilians to evacuate, but it quickly fell apart. They will attempt to re-establish this route in the coming hours. Step Vassin is in the central Ukrainian city of Vinnytsia, where many people have fled from the capital, Kiev.
I can say the situation is very nervous, very edgy at the moment, with the Russian forces closing in on Kiev from the north, but also circling the city, or trying at least. There's a lot of concern here that there are advanced troops here infiltrating among the population, so there's a lot of security, as you can imagine, a lot of nervousness here.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Moldova for talks as the country faces a surge of people fleeing Ukraine. Blinken is expected to provide support for its efforts to receive and assist refugees. More than 1.3 million people have fled Ukraine since Russia's invasion began. And Russian President Vladimir Putin is warning any country that tries to impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine would be taking part in a military conflict. Meanwhile, Visa and MasterCard say they're suspending all operations in Russia effective immediately. It means any credit card issued in the country can no longer be used, and cards issued elsewhere won't work in Russia. The block applies worldwide. The Russian offensive in Ukraine could pose a challenge for efforts to restore the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is demanding a guarantee that sanctions imposed on Russia won't affect its trade with Iran. Lavrov says under the 2015 deal, Russia and China were allowed to help Iran with its civilian nuclear program. He says Russian investments shouldn't be obstructed. Those are the headlines. I'm Emily Angwin. The news continues here after Talk to Al Jazeera.
Did you know you can watch Al Jazeera English streaming live on our YouTube channel? Plus thousands of our programs, award-winning documentaries, and in-depth news reports. Subscribe to youtube.com/Al Jazeera English.
Is that going to be
It's a nation that rose from the world's oldest desert, where vast red dunes in southern Africa meet the Atlantic Ocean. Namibia has a long history of struggling for liberation. The Portuguese first explored it in the 1400s, Germany ruled it in the late 1800s, and South Africa seized it during World War I under a League of Nations mandate. The Republic of Namibia gained independence in 1990 after more than 20 years of war. According to the World Bank, progress towards reaching inequality has been slow, and Namibia remains one of the world's most unequal countries. Yet that could change given the recent discovery of an estimated 1 billion barrels of oil off its coast. But could oil prove more of a curse than a blessing? We will find out as Namibia's president, Hage Geingob, talks to Al Jazeera.
President Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, thank you very much for talking to Al Jazeera. Namibia recently struck oil off the coast of the country, something that's expected to bring billions in investments and is sort of a game changer, according to many people. How excited are you?
The discovery of oil, the green hydrogen issues are now making Namibia to be on the top shelf of the world. I was in Brussels. I had to see everybody, nearly every leader, you know, the king, the prime minister, that. So that's what Namibia is now, it seems. So discovering of oil, discovering of concept of green hydrogen are things we must be kind of careful about. Not to get excited, not to think now manna is now on earth. It will take a long time first to sell. It's true, it may help us to develop our country, but oil has been a curse in many countries. So since we are the last ones to get it, and since we are talking with those who are involved, as I've done, as equals, we hope that we are going to have a win-win situation from that.
Your predecessor, President Mahamba, was quoted a while ago saying, oil is the only thing we lack in this country. You've got all the other minerals, diamond, gold, copper, and cattle, so many sheep. How will oil specifically help transform the economy of Namibia?
I wouldn't say oil specifically will do that. Firstly, it's not our oil. Money is going to go out to those who discovered it. We'll have our royalties and so on. So it will not be a big thing. We had gold, as we are saying. We have diamonds. We don't see a big difference. It still goes outside in a raw form. Its value is added outside, jobs created outside, technology transferred. So we hope that we have good friends we have, that there must be some kind of value addition in the country. That's the only way you can say there will be more jobs created, and then the money will be paid, salaries, and that way money will stay in the country. But before that, we cannot celebrate.
Tell us about the process of, first of all, the search for oil, and then how you settled on Total and Shell.
Let me tell you what I like about what happened. I am saying that we are the third wave of African leaders. First wave of African leaders were those extraordinary people, Kwame Nkrumah, Mzee Kenyatta. Those were extraordinary personalities who had kind of, we look at them as gods. They told us to wake up to free ourselves. Now, second wave of African leaders were caught up in a Cold War confusion, and therefore were having coups, military coups, one-party states, and so on. Not our own ideology or our own views. Third wave leaders are coming through constitutional means. Elections are the requirement. Whether elections are perfect or not, no election is perfect. But we come through elections. Processes, systems, and institutions. And I will be told, yeah, but there were coups and so on, right? It isn't. Yes, there were reversals. But when that happens, who is the one who is taking action? It's the Africans, it's the AU, it's the ECOWAS, it's SADC. So that's why I say we are in charge, we're going to be in charge of our own destiny by deciding and correcting our mistakes, but we are a third wave African leaders who have to go through processes, systems, and institutions, and term limits also for those who are elected directly. Now, to tell you the truth, there are some people, when they come to invest, who like to see the president. And I tell them, don't see the president, you must see the ministers. It's a process, a system, it's an institution. And I will tell you, I didn't know about even Qatar's involvement in oil search. I was told when they discovered the oil. Of course, we are a little bit wary about it because we had that kind of experience in the past. We were excited there's going to be oil and so on, and there was nothing. So we were a little bit cool, only to be told properly that there is oil. So don't get excited. I told them, don't get excited, cool it, and let's see how we're going to discuss with those who discovered oil, what will be the benefits that will accrue to Namibians from that discovery.
Now, Namibia will join a long list of African countries that are oil producing very soon.
So therefore, no big deal.
Indeed, but again, in some of these countries, oil has not been helping much. It's been a curse, as some would like to put it. What are you doing to ensure that Namibia doesn't fall into the trap of those countries where oil has been a curse?
Yeah, we'll do what we are doing with other minerals. First, transparency and accountability spells harmony. That's my article. So as I said, the proof is that it didn't go through the top, the process. It started from below, where the ministers, experts actually in charge, then ministers. So it was not politicians deciding. Problem is when the politician will decide, it's discussed there between the investor and the politician alone, then you may have some problems. We're looking at processes, systems, and institutions. And that's going to govern it. That's going to see that there are processes, there are systems to be followed, governance systems, and then institutions, courts, and so on.
Namibia is a country with a population of a little over 2.5 million people. What is the biggest challenge facing your country today?
Biggest challenge facing Namibia is that youth, now we were oppressed by apartheid and education was not taken seriously. So we normally believe
not taken seriously or denied.
By the
people
colonial,
were denied.
By the colonial, they were denied.
Yes.
They were denied. Yes. So therefore, we hammered on education, that kids must go to school, nobody must be out of school. So that kind of affirmative action we took creates a problem. Lack of classrooms and also crowded classrooms and so on. So that's education. But then we have now people are graduating, young people, now employment. And when you have young people who have knowledge and who will be bored, you are sitting on a time bomb. So that's one thing. That's why we are thinking that we have to look into different ways of doing things. Like the green hydrogen issue that is now on top. It's not an immediate issue. It will be about 20 years or so on. But already you are seeing scholarships being given to our students to study the field. You will see that we are setting up institutions already to have people to discuss this hydrogen thing, but it's a long-term thing. Now, oil will be the same thing too. We are going to discuss with those who found the oil, how do they want to see we can benefit from it. And lucky enough, since I'm sitting in this country, having brothers like them involved makes it easier to discuss as equals and as friends. And that will help us. Also to gain from them, from their own experience. We're talking as brothers.
Indeed. Mr. President, Namibians were not only denied education by the colonialists, first the Germans and then later on the apartheid regime of South Africa. They were also denied land. Most of the land is in the hands of the white minority in Namibia. You've been carrying out a number of activities, including the land reforms, trying to buy back land and give it to the people. It's not working, is it?
Well, firstly, let me tell you how the 5 Western countries came into Namibia's independence process. When Angola and Mozambique got independence, they thought communism is one. But they decided where their kith and kin are, in Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa, they must come in to kind of direct the process so that they can protect their kith and kin. So the issue of constitutional principles that they drafted were not regarding land as land. There is no mention of land in our constitution except chiefs administering the land. It was made to be a property so that the property of persons cannot just be taken away from them under our constitution. So that was done that it is a property, not land. And therefore it becomes a very difficult thing, and under our constitution, just to grab the land. Yeah, we can.
Until today?
Until today.
In the constitution?
Yeah, constitution is our constitution.
Why don't you repeal it? Why don't you?
We spera. You have to go with time. It's true, land per se doesn't make you rich. I have a farm. I had it for 20 years. You can sit there and starve also on that farm. We try to buy land to resettle our people. We spend a lot of money. But if you don't train them how to use that land, it doesn't help. So the idea is to utilize the land. Or let me also ask you, if everybody is in towns, they have jobs, are they going to ask for land? If they are properly employed, they have income. It's a question of income, it's a poverty. So if you can address poverty wholesalely, maybe it will help. But land, some people are using it now as a right that to belong to my country. But how about Windhoek? There's a land of some other people too who are living there. So things have moved on. But definitely we're addressing it in a proper way, where it is fair also to those whites whom we are reconciling with. We said, we made peace. We were at war, by the way. It was a difficult situation. Mm-hmm. So we had to reconcile. Now we are telling them we have political power that we have used, that we are now reconciled at political level. Also, not only land, other businesses, you must also reconcile with us at economic level. So the second phase, we call it, our former President Nyoma coined it to say second phase of our struggle. That is that of really economic emancipation.
But it's untenable, isn't it, Mr. President, when 90% of the population do not have access to land?
You see, land doesn't solve immediately problems. President Mugabe grabbed the land, and as it's a solution, today land is being returned to some of the whites. So grabbing it alone is not going to also solve the problem. So we have to do it in a way that there must be a win-win situation one day to maintain peace also. You have situations where people are going to come when their kids and kin are being attacked. You saw right now what is happening. I was in Brussels. NATO people were meeting that they didn't invite me or consult me. Russians were maybe having their meetings there, they didn't consult me. But today, we are being urged to condemn and so on, while ignoring us as nobodies, because we are small people. But because we fight their wars, now we want us to have a say. Why didn't they consult me? That's my point. So that's how things work in this world. So we have to do it our own way, what is going to be good for us.
But some would say, I've been speaking to some Namibians who say it's not a question of not having access to land. It is a question of, are you the right person? Because most of the political elite have got huge commercial farms. So is it a matter of access rather than, the situation as you're explaining it?
I was born on a white man's farm. I could have grabbed that farm. Would you be happy with that? I bought a farm where I was born to call it my home. I could have grabbed the land. I could have instigated people to grab the land. But would we have had peace we have today? So I bought a land where I was born so that I can say I have actually, it is a home. Because I'm from Senda, people who are from the north say, I'm going home to north. So I was saying, Hake, where do you belong? That's why I had to say, let me go and buy the farm where I was born, in the area. That's what I did. So I didn't buy that farm to farm, to make profit. I said it will be my home where I am from. That's why I bought it. And I had to buy it. I should have taken it, isn't it? But to maintain peace, I bought so that we can be fair to everybody. But if people don't also join us, those who are sitting on it, as I said, young people are not going to be like me, to have that patience. Because we know wars are not good things, we have experience. They don't have it, so they may like to experiment. So therefore it will be a different story. That's why I say do it while we are still there.
Your government had decided to buy land off the white farmers, but it's been very difficult of late to get white farmers who are willing to sell their land.
No, that's not the issue. It's what you do after the farm. The law says if you want to sell a land, they must first make a first offer to the government. And government gets a first offer, they will look at the farm, whether it's suitable for the settlement or not. And then if you can release it, that's the time they can sell it. Of course, they were trying to have some other ways to street also. But the issue is education in that field, farming. We were settling people at the farms without training them, and they were failing while the land was there. So we were trying to review that process.
Let's talk about Namibia as a country endowed with resources. It's where the desert meets the sea, and its breathtaking beauty and tourism and all the wildlife. How is tourism coming along? The last I knew was 1 million visitors. Any increase in the number of tourists recently?
It was 1.7, but with this enemy that came to visit us also, it went down. It's picking up now again. I'm told somebody was just reporting to me.
What enemy is that?
Yeah, it is uninvited COVID-19.
Yes.
That's an uninvited enemy, which changed when we were trying to plan. I think this way, I call them independent intervening variable.
Russia to study and now works in the music industry. She's also incredibly anxious about what's happening.
Horrible emotions right now. It's shame, it's grief, and it's anger and powerlessness.
This arts and cultural centre in Bloomsbury in central London has long maintained its independence from the Russian government, and now even more so. The centre's director, Elena Sudakova, says they've long supported opposition voices in Russia, and now they're rethinking their events programme to show solidarity with Ukraine.
Being a Russian speaker doesn't equate to supporting Putin's war. And there are very many different Russian communities here in London, and all of them come from different backgrounds and have very different opinions and different points of view, but I think we all stand united against this war. It's a very dark times for us. We condemn Russian military aggression and we stand with Ukraine, and this war should not have happened in the 21st century.
The most recent exhibition explored Russian queer identity, and the curator says Russians living abroad must continue to use their freedoms as a platform for activism.
It's impossible to talk about anything right now except for the war. There are a lot of voices in Russia most Russians are now opposing the war, and it is important, for us to amplify those voices.
So as more groups continue to distance themselves from the actions of Vladimir Putin, Russian Londoners are ensuring by their actions and words they stand with Ukraine.
Aisha Baksh, BBC News.
Just a handful of families in the UK affected by the conflict in Ukraine. This is where we say goodbye to Ben. You're off to read the news for Sophie.
I am, coming up at 9 o'clock on BBC One. But let's pause and have a look at the weather this morning. And Matt has a lovely scene for us. Good morning to you, Matt.
Good morning to both. Yeah, it's important we all stop, take a breath, take it all in every so often, and look at this. What a start to the day in the west of Scotland. Frost on the ground, though. It has been very cold across parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland and the far north of England. These are the temperatures in the last half hour, down to -6 still in parts of northern Scotland, -5 across parts of Northern Ireland. So you'll notice largely frost-free across much of central southeastern England. That's because we've got more in the way of cloud here. The cloud got a bit more well broken than yesterday, but it is producing the odd isolated shower. Most though will stay dry. Better chance of some sunshine across parts of Lincolnshire, Yorkshire, East Anglia and southeast compared with yesterday. A little bit more clouds towards the southwest and quite a breeze blowing down through the English Channel and out towards the Hebrides, and that will make it feel a little bit cooler in these areas. But under the sunshine, lighter winds, especially across Scotland. Really pleasant afternoon on the way after that frosty start. Temperatures up to around 10 or 11 Celsius later on. Now into tonight though, as soon as we've lost the sunshine, going to turn cold quite quickly once again. There'll be further clouds just coming and going across some southernmost counties, so the frost a bit more hit and miss, but overall a widely frosty night to come to take us into Monday. Temperatures again down to around -5, -6 for some. Greater chance of a frost in the south. But as we go into the new week, it looks like it's going to start at least on a dry note. Breezier in the west on Monday, a little bit more cloud here and there, but most will see some sunny spells. Turns milder through the week, a little bit of rain later in the west. That's how it's looking. Back to you, Nina.
Clinging on to those sunny spells. Thank you, Matt.
Take care.
It's 7 minutes now to 9, and as we've just been hearing, an evacuation is expected to start in the key ports of Mariupol, home to more than 450,000 people. That begins the evacuation from 10 o'clock our time this morning. Now, hopefully that will allow residents to escape safely via an agreed route. A ceasefire was scheduled to start at 8 o'clock. But it's unclear at the moment. The BBC cannot verify whether or not that has started successfully, because that was also promised yesterday and it didn't materialise as shelling continued. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization has also confirmed 6 incidents of attacks on healthcare facilities in Ukraine, although the details of where and when they happened haven't yet been revealed. Let's speak this morning to Simon Smith, a former UK ambassador to Ukraine, who joins us from London. Good morning to you. Can you just explain to us how would a ceasefire theoretically work?
Well, these sort of local and limited ceasefires in this sort of situation are not rare. They're a bit surprising sometimes because they require military parties who have been slinging weapons at each other actually to talk to each other and sort out how it's going to work. And of course, what you really need in this situation is a lot of trust, and you need communication between the warring parties to be good, so that they're in touch with each other to make sure it happens effectively. And I think one of the real difficulties here is going to be the fact that the whole of Putin's war has been based on a mountain of lies and dishonesty, and it must be extraordinarily difficult for the Ukrainian forces to address the question, just how much trust do we have in the local Russian commanders, to see if this is really going to work. But as I say, it's not unprecedented. It can sometimes be surprising how well troops communicate with each other when they've agreed on a limited action of this kind.
So it's impossible at the moment, isn't it, to know whether or not the violation of the ceasefire yesterday, which of course compromised the escape for hundreds of thousands of fleeing people, we don't know whether it was deliberate or not.
Well, again, as I say, I think in the minds of the Ukrainian armed forces, there's going to be a lot of memories of the way in which Russia's war on Ukraine has been conducted. They'll have memories of 2014. At an earlier phase of Putin's war on Russia, they'll remember Ilovaisk in August 2014, when there was a local agreement to allow Ukrainian forces withdraw, that the Russians simply violated and massacred the Ukrainian forces there. And that's very much sort of cemented in the memory of the Ukrainian armed forces. So there is a lot of reason for deep mistrust of what's going on here. But as I say, it's not unprecedented that even in that sort of situation, that there can be a solid agreement which actually allows significant parts of the civilian population of Mariupol to get out of harm's way.
So it is possible. And we were just hearing from Tobias Elwood then that he believes a no-fly zone is integral. It feels a bit like the stakes are high either way, doesn't it? If one isn't implemented, will history come to regret it?
Well, I think that this is a very serious decision that's on the plate of policymakers here. And it is a serious question. They have to contemplate to say, what are the consequences of an escalation of this situation? Are there still other things that we can do that are going to be more effective? And essentially, I think the decision makers need to have a whole menu of ideas on a very broad front. One thing that I'm slightly disturbed, or not disturbed, but I'd like to see a bit more of is more explicit focus on what can still be done to ensure that people in Russia really get the message on what's going on here. We've seen really deplorable efforts by Putin's administration to conceal the truth from its own population, and yet we're still seeing the evidence that significant numbers of Russians, we've heard some on your program, albeit not living in Russia, but significant numbers of Russians see what's happening. They're disgusted at what Putin is doing in their name. And there are some immensely courageous people in Russia who are risking their livelihoods, risking their lives even, to say this. And it remains fundamentally important for us to sustain efforts to get the truth to as many Russian people as possible of the catastrophic damage that Putin is doing to Russia and its people by continuing his aggression on Ukraine. So I really do think we need a very broad front. The no-fly zone, it still needs to be in consideration, but I think we need a really broad front of measures, the general outcome of which has got to be to continue to raise the cost to Russia of what it's doing right across the board, whether that's economically, whether it's military, whether it's in the information effort.
Simon Smith, former UK ambassador, with some insight there to the latest crisis in Ukraine. That is it this morning from breakfast. We'll be back tomorrow from 6. Just a reminder that ceasefire in Mariupol was due to start an hour ago. No confirmation as yet as to whether that's happened. Refugees being encouraged in an hour or so potentially to escape through those humanitarian corridors. Coverage continues across the BBC. Breakfast will be back with you tomorrow from 6. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is BBC News, broadcasting in the UK and around the world. I'm Victoria Derbyshire. Your top stories. Russian artillery continues to pound cities and towns in Ukraine as the invading forces seek to capture more ground. The besieged city of Mariupol will attempt another evacuation of civilians after a similar plan was abandoned yesterday due to continuing fighting. The UN says 1.5 million people may have fled Ukraine by the end of today.
And I'm Kasia Madeira at the Medica border crossing. It is expected that 1 million people will have fled to Poland alone.
MasterCard and Visa joined those businesses withdrawing their services from Russia. And solidarity in the streets and at football grounds. Thousands continue to show support for the people of Ukraine. Hello and welcome to BBC News. Russian troops have continued their offensive against Ukrainian towns and cities, with heavy bombardment reported in Irpin, which is northwest of the capital Kiev. Cities in the south, including Mariupol and Kharkiv in the northeast, are also being attacked. Visa and MasterCard have become the latest Western firms to suspend their services in Russia. Dan Johnson has the latest.
The pummeling of the Ukrainian people shows no sign of relenting. It's getting closer to Kiev and it's causing more casualties as well as forcing more people on the move. It's also sparking more resistance. Ordinary Ukrainians of all ages are getting ready to fight.
I'm a student. I'm 21, so that's the legal age for buying your first gun or rifle here. It's unfortunate to see how many students, instead of going to classes, are going to stand in queues to get arms.
It's our country. I can step back, you know. Never. They will die for sure. Everyone, every Russian will die here. We will burn them, all of them.
Ukrainian forces say this shows their level of resistance, shooting down a Russian helicopter. And the country's president has given another defiant rallying speech with a message to his own people living under occupation.
You have to go on the offensive. It is necessary to fight if there is an opportunity. It is necessary to go out and drive this evil out of our cities, from our land.
There have been protests around the world, but also in Russia. With more companies pulling out of the country, life is getting harder. Visa and MasterCard have announced they're suspending their payment services, so doing business will get even tougher. And speaking in their language, Ukraine's president had something to say directly to the Russian people, in whose name Vladimir Putin is waging this war.
I know that many of you came to believe that Ukraine allegedly hates you, allegedly will attack, allegedly will destroy. Liars. Liars talk about it every day on the Russian television. It's their job to lie to you every day, but that shouldn't be your fate.
Russian promises of a temporary ceasefire weren't kept yesterday, which meant this evacuation centre stood largely empty, with Ukrainians unable to escape from Mariupol, which has been under siege for the last 10 days. That's why the calls keep coming for NATO to impose a no-fly zone, including from Ukraine's former president.
The Russian is completely bombing with the air bomb, with the missiles, the civilian people, and you see all these people are suffering from that. And this is completely unacceptable. And when we are asking the no-flying zone, this is exactly for these people. And with this situation, we need to protect them.
The US and other NATO countries have so far resisted that, fearful of all-out war with Russia. But the Secretary of State was in Poland yesterday and stepped across onto Ukrainian soil to show solidarity.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've seen an extraordinary surge of support from around the world against Russia's aggression, against Russia's war of choice, against what is happening every single day, every single minute in Ukraine to civilians throughout the country as a result of this aggression.
Ukraine will win this war anyway, because this is the people's war for their land, and we defend the right cause. The question is the price of our victory.
And that price will be paid by the Ukrainian people, by the families split up and scattered in fear for their lives. Dan Johnson, BBC News.
President Biden has welcomed the decision by Visa and MasterCard to suspend their services in Russia. MasterCard said it would no longer support cards issued by Russian banks, while cards issued outside the country wouldn't work within Russia. Visa said it would cease all transactions in Russia in the coming days. Here's our reporter Lee Milner.
So this is an interesting move by Visa and MasterCard. Essentially, what will happen is any cards in Russia, issued in Russia, won't work abroad. And any foreign issued cards won't work inside Russia either. The aim, to make life a lot harder. It's as simple as that. Now, you may be wondering, what if, say, you live in Russia and you have a Russian-issued MasterCard or Visa? Will it work? Well, Russia's major banks, including its largest lender, Sberbank, and the Russia Central Bank, has said that all bank cards will continue to work. They've been quick to reassure customers they'll be able to withdraw money, make payments, make transfers, because they say all payments in Russia are made through a national system. Now, we know that Russia has been been taking steps to increase the independence of its financial system for years, particularly after ties with the West deteriorated over the country's annexation of Crimea in 2014. The reason this has happened, in Alfred Kelly's words, he's the boss of Visa, is that the company felt compelled to act following Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. Meanwhile, MasterCard has used words like shocking and devastating to describe what's happened there. The decision has been welcomed by President Biden. We've just been told that in the last couple of minutes. But remember, this will have been a really difficult decision for them, seeing as though they have nearly 200 colleagues there and they've operated in Russia for more than 25 years.
The World Health Organization says it's confirmed several attacks on healthcare facilities in Ukraine, causing multiple deaths and injuries. Additional reports are being investigated. Writing on Twitter, the head of the organisation says such attacks are in breach of medical neutrality and are violations of international humanitarian law. Let's talk to Dr. Yano Habit, who is the head of the World Health Organization's offices in Ukraine, but is talking to us now from Barcelona. Thank you for speaking to us. What more detail can you tell our audience around the world about what facilities have been attacked?
Thank you. And what we have seen now is 6 confirmed attacks. These are either hospitals or some of them are ambulances. These are the healthcare workers who are in the front line really supporting the response. And what is important currently is exactly to respect the humanitarian law, as well to ensure safe corridors, because the health needs of people are increasing daily and every hour. And it's very, very important to ensure that there is a safe passage of trauma and surgery goods, antitoxins for tetanus, for example, or other essential medical devices to the hospitals, to the ambulances and everywhere. So we are also validating additional attacks. And it's very, very important in the current environment to ensure that the surveillance systems are in place.
So hospitals and ambulances are being targeted, you say, and so are, I mean, presumably health workers, medics, professionals, health professionals are being killed and injured.
Currently, what we see is there are some targets, and then we are monitoring the situation. What is very important, the healthcare currently is very different. The healthcare workers are afraid to go to the ambulance, to the site sometimes, because the hostilities as this military offensive is progressing. At the same time, many healthcare workers are now working in the bomb shelters. Babies are delivered there. Situation is quite devastating, and we need to think that it's already the health system that is relatively stretched from going through the COVID outbreak. We just are coming out of the COVID wave. So there are multiple health challenges. So the support to the health sector is needed. And this is what we do also in the field. I see the tetanus antitoxins that arrived yesterday to Kiev. We have trucks arriving to Lviv now every second day. And these are moving, the goods are moving, trauma kits in particularly, because there is a lot of trauma and surgery needs in these days to frontline, to Zaporozhye, Kharkiv, to Odessa. So this is what we do in the field, while also monitoring those attacks to the health.
Right. But do you need safe routes, presumably you do, to get those medical supplies into places like Kharkiv and the capital and in the south?
This is exactly what we need. And the situation is changing over days. I'm talking also to our partners like the UK government that has also ensured that some deliveries to the Kiev, as we have done in the past days. But access is becoming more and more difficult, and that's why the corridors are very needed. Let's think even the truck drivers, they are also afraid about their lives. So we need to ensure safe paths to the front line that we can save people.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Thank you, Dr. Yano Habit, who is head of the World Health Organization's office in Ukraine, talking to us from Barcelona. Right, we're going to go to the west of Ukraine now, to Lviv, where Yalda Hakim is broadcasting. Good morning from us, Yalda.
Good morning, Victoria.
What stories are you hearing from people?
Well, Victoria, I've come to the train station today, and really this is now a hub for people coming and going. You see tens of thousands of people have passed through the doors of this train station now. It's been as busy as ever as people flee the fighting in the north, the east and the south of the country and make their way to the relative safety of Lviv. Lviv hasn't yet been hit by any Russian bombs or shellings, and so people are finding this to be a bit of a sanctuary as they try and figure out what to do next in their lives. I've been seeing the elderly here looking quite confused, many elderly women weeping at the train station because as they arrive, they don't know where they're going to go next. They don't know where they'll end up. They have small suitcases, just a few things that they have carried, and they've made their way away from the fighting here to Lviv and trying to figure out where they should go. I saw a young man just rush up to an elderly woman and ask her if she was okay, and she wasn't. She was visibly very upset. She was weeping. He gave her a warm cup of tea, some biscuits, and then I saw he took her bags and drove her away somewhere. So people are trying to do what they can to help each other, but it's incredibly desperate.
I'm told that you have someone that you are going to talk to now at Yalda. I don't know if that's accurate, but please go ahead.
Sure, thank you, Victoria. I do. I've got with me Dr. Sasha Dovjik, who is a volunteer here. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Dovjik, here on the programme. You are actually from the UK, but you're originally from East Ukraine. You live in the UK, but you've come back to help out in Lviv. Just tell me what you're doing here.
That's right. In my normal life, I'm a special projects curator at the Ukrainian Institute London. A few weeks before the escalation, I had a feeling that I should go home and wait and see what happens, because I was not ready to observe the situation from afar. Now I'm based in Lviv and I'm helping the internally displaced people here, and I'm also greeting journalists like yourself and trying to help them navigate the city, which has become, as you say, a sanctuary for refugees and the internally displaced.
And what sort of things are people telling you? Because from what I can see, I mean, there is a sense of organisation because there are buses, but there's also chaos and a lot of heartache.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sure. But from what I see, there is an extraordinary effort at the grassroots level to organize and to bring people to safety. There are centers, logistic centers that are coordinating the movement of people. There are also individuals who are reaching out to their friends and trying to bring people from the railway station to private accommodation and then to the border and help them cross the border. There are people meeting them on the other side of the Polish border and bringing them to their homes. So there is an extraordinary feeling of help, solidarity and support that we are experiencing here in Lviv.
Yeah, and you must also be hearing horrific stories of what they've actually fled from.
Sure. I don't need to talk to people here to know. My cousin and my aunt are currently in a bomb shelter in Zaporizhia. This is the region where the nuclear station is placed, which you probably have heard about. Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, which was shelled a few days ago by the Russian army. They are in a bomb shelter and they have been based there for a couple of days. They still have food and water supplies, but obviously the situation is very fragile. I'm currently meeting 8 people from Zaporizhia, my best friend, her 2 kids, her brothers and sisters who are also fleeing and trying to find safety here in Lviv.
Okay, Dr. Sasha Dovjik, thank you so much for joining us. So, as we're hearing there, people are trying to do what they can, coming from different parts of the country, coming from outside of the country, to return here to Ukraine to help those who are internally displaced and those who are becoming refugees and leaving this country.
Thank you, Yalda, for the moment. I know we'll talk more a little later. In terms of the numbers of refugees, the United Nations says 1.5 million people may have fled Ukraine by the end of today. Of those, more than 920,000 have crossed the border into Poland, which is where our correspondent Kasia is in Medyka on the Poland-Ukraine border. Hello, Kasia, how is it today? How many people have you seen coming across today?
Among all the uncertainty in Ukraine itself, one thing is constant. The people keep coming. Thousands of people continue to come Every few minutes, there's a group of people that have made it across the border just a few moments away from us, and these people are finally crossing into Poland. And we've heard what is happening on the other side of that border. When these people finally get here, they just look overwhelmed. They need space. They need time to come to terms with what they've experienced. They also need to think about what they do next. If you think about it, just to Poland alone, nearly 1 million people have come into one country. That is more than the population of this country's second largest city, coming into one country in the space of just over a week. So the infrastructure to help these people that has been ongoing is immense. Hundreds upon hundreds of volunteers day by day coming to border crossings like this, to Medyka, the largest border crossing between Poland and Ukraine, just to set up help, immediate help for the people whose journeys have been long. We've got everything here for the many, many children that are coming across: nappies, milk formula, children's food, toys, lots and lots of toys that have been donated by people within the local area because they understand the immense journey that these people that have just crossed the border have had. Now, given this overwhelming number of people who have been displaced in a short space of time, given how they have been on the move and how they're all coming here, organisationally, you can see there's a system that buses come and they take these people onto the next leg of their journey. So this bus has just packed up a lot of people, a destination a little bit further away from the border, a larger town where reception centres have been set up. And it's not just the buses as well, lots of people just coming with signs where they say Poznań 3 osoby. That means that this guy has come here on his own. He's going to take 3 people, 3 osoby, to Poznań, a town further into Poland. And that's how this country is gearing itself up. People are being advised, if you want to take in a refugee family, what you should do, the kind of things that they need, the support that they need. The government here welcoming all the nationalities that are fleeing from Ukraine to come into Poland. And then they're being driven from places like this, from the actual border itself, to reception areas further into Poland, and then being dispersed across the country, and then being given the opportunity to go to other countries. Lots and lots of people from across the EU also coming to places like this to offer transport, to offer somewhere to stay. The other story that we've been seeing are people who are going back across the border. So the Ukrainian Border Patrol has been updating their figures, and they are saying that they're seeing a large amount of people going back into Ukraine, the people that have left family there. The workers that have come to Poland to work are now going back into Ukraine to get their children. It is a fluid situation. It is a very dynamic situation. But this country, along with the rest of the EU countries, are saying everybody is welcome, because there is a huge understanding of what the people that have just arrived have experienced. They've left everything. They've left family members. They've left their homes. Nobody wants to leave. Nobody wanted this to happen. And here they are now, packing up what they can carry, bringing it here and trying to work out the next thing that will take, where they're going to go. Large Ukrainian national community in Poland, they have been instrumental in bringing people back with them, in housing them, but also it's the local community groups, just the volunteers and people opening up their homes in order to ensure that the people that have arrived have somewhere to go. And one thing that is absolutely certain is that the figures will continue to rise as the situation remains so uncertain in Ukraine itself. We know that people will continue to come into this country, into the neighbouring countries, looking for refuge, looking for safety, and just looking for rest.
Thank you very much, Kasia. Thank you. Kasia, who has been there all week in different points, actually, on that very long border between Ukraine and Poland. Interesting statistic. In Syria, it took 3 months for...
Femtech is an increasingly successful business model. The sector, focused on women's health, is forecast to hit the €50 billion mark in the next 5 years. That's 3 times the size it was in 2020.
Ida Tin invented the app Clue, used to monitor women's menstrual cycles. She played a major role in coining the word femtech, a term meant to appeal to male investors too. Ida Tin is also one of the few women to have her own Wikipedia article, and it even has a photo. She is fortunate because less than a quarter of all biographies on Wikipedia are on women. But the women are rarely seen, as fewer than 20% of the articles include photos. The organization Whose Knowledge isn't satisfied with this. They're advocating for women to be better represented on Wikipedia, including with photos. In the past years, over 15,000 images have been uploaded as part of the campaign Visible Wiki Women. And that's an important step, according to Anasuya Sengupta, a co-founder of Whose Knowledge.
For over 15 years, Indian author Anasuya Sengupta has been helping the online encyclopedia grow. And she also works for Wikimedia, the charity that runs Wikipedia. But she's a harsh critic too, and demands for efforts to be made to close the gender gap on Wikipedia.
What is known as the gender gap is essentially 2 things. One, that there's a content gap around issues related to women, gender non-conforming, non-binary folks on Wikipedia. And secondly, that there's a contributor gap. So for instance, only 1 in 10 editors is estimated to self-identify as female or non-binary.
These 2 factors play a significant role in the fact that Wikipedia content stems largely from men in North America and Europe. But why are women less active on Wikipedia? There are various reasons. A considerable one is time. Women simply have less time to sit at the computer because the division of labor prevailing in many patriarchal or once patriarchal societies is also present in the digital world. And there's another reason.
Wikipedia works like any enlightenment-driven encyclopedia does. It expects to have reliable sources like books or journal articles or well-known newspapers, but all of these things are predicated on publishing's own gender gap.
And so, the existing gender gap is replicated in the digital world.
One example of this is Canadian physicist Donna Strickland, winner of the 2018 Nobel Prize in Physics. At the time, she did not yet have a Wikipedia article, even despite having forged a 30-year career in science. And Donna Strickland is a white North American, which improves her odds of being visible, according to Anasuya Sengupta.
There's also intersectional gender gaps, not just women being underrepresented, but of course, Black and brown women, women from the global South, Indigenous women. So multiple marginalizations take place through the gender gap.
And these disadvantages in terms of perception, equal opportunities, and representation aren't limited to humans. We're even passing it all on to artificial intelligence, which replicates humans' inequalities. For instance, when it comes to image recognition systems controlled by algorithms.
Experiments have shown that cloud services offered by Microsoft and IBM are great at recognizing white men, but struggle the most with Black women. So the discrimination is twofold, both racial and gender-based. A test carried out using Google's image recognition software on photos of U.S. members of Congress showed that photos of female politicians were assigned physical characteristics 3 times as often as their male colleagues. The 2 top labels for men were businessperson and official, while photos of women were usually labeled chin or smile. And the difficulties don't stop there. Smart speakers like Amazon Echo, Google Assistant, or Apple's Siri are trained using voice recordings spanning high women's voices and deep male ones. But since fewer women's voices are used to train these speaking AI assistants, they have a harder time understanding female voices. Another problem is that these devices are set to speak with a woman's voice by default.
What's in the news today?
California begins issuing state IDs with a third gender
Colorado
option.
becomes 5th state to allow third gender on licenses.
A 2019 UNESCO report shows that this can have real-life consequences.
Alexa, turn off the lights.
Okay.
Giving orders to a seemingly female assistant could perpetuate the cliché that it's easier to tell a woman what to do than a man. But there's help in sight, like the gender-neutral voice assistant Kyiv from Denmark.
Hi, I'm Kyiv, the world's first genderless voice assistant.
What a great idea. Why do digital voice assistants have to be men or women anyway? They're just machines. And we should look at the digital world through a more diverse lens, whether it comes to design, programming, or content. Take the dating app Bumble, developed by a woman and meant for all genders. Its founder, Whitney Wolfe Herd, wanted online dating to be safer for women. And on Bumble, they always have to make the first move. Her idea made Whitney Wolfe Herd the youngest female self-made billionaire in the world in 2021. This shows that the digital gender gap is narrowing. But especially in the regions that have been hardest hit by gender inequality, things really need to speed up. What's your take on it? Where do you see the greatest need for improvement? Shoot us a message on YouTube or at dw.com. Take care and see you next time.
Virginity is still a strong social construct in Africa. Girls and women are harmed by traditional practices like female genital mutilation or testing for virginity.
When they say lay on your back, open your legs, when they put the fingers into you, this is not right. It did not feel right to me.
The 77%. Next on DW.
Imagine how many portions of lunch are thrown out in the world right now.
Climate change is only half the story.
This is my plastic waste from just 1 week.
How much worse can it really get? We still have time to act.
I'm going all in.
This success. Hit subscribe for more videos like this.
Stay informed. Live and on demand. Podcasts and language courses. Video and audio. Anytime, anywhere. The DW Media Center.
Hello and welcome to a new edition of the 77%, the show for Africa's youth. My name is Wanjiko Mora and I'm delighted to be your host. Now, in celebration of Women's Day on 8th March, I am presenting this show from the Women's Museum right here in Bonn, Germany. And I'll show you around in a bit, but first, we ask why virginity testing is still so popular.
Something, for instance, that we don't know instantly is whether this humanitarian corridor, this second attempt at a corridor, applies only to Mariupol, the large besieged port city on the Black Sea coast, or whether it is also to include Volnovakha, the town to the southeast, just north of Mariupol. On Saturday, attempts were made to open humanitarian corridors from both places. They failed. With both sides blaming the other. The Ukrainians say Russian attacks continued. The Russians say Ukrainian forces failed to allow people to leave those cities.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, meanwhile, is urging his people to take to the streets and continue to fight against Russia's invasion. He's pleaded with the West for more aid and continues to push for a no-fly zone. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Moldova for talks as the country faces a surge of refugees from Ukraine.
The last thing anyone needed or anyone wanted was a war, especially one that was totally unnecessary, totally unprovoked, and I'm afraid premeditated. And so the consequences, as you point out, go beyond Ukraine. They go beyond even Ukraine's neighbors. They are, in effect, global, because this is having an impact on everything that we actually need to be doing and should be doing. And like you, we want to see it brought to the swiftest possible conclusion.
And Visa and MasterCard say they're suspending all operations in Russia. It means any credit card issued in the country can no longer be used, and cards issued elsewhere won't work in Russia. They're the latest companies to halt business in Moscow since its invasion of Ukraine. Those are the headlines. I'm Emily Angwin. The news continues here on Al Jazeera after My Nigeria. Stay with us.
Are China and the U.S. sleepwalking their way to war? In the struggle over Ukraine, here's the test for President Joe Biden.
What Putin is really trying to do is rewrite the security architecture of Europe.
If you're President of the United States, you've seriously got to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Your weekly take on U.S. politics and society.
That's the bottom line.
My Nigeria is full of hustle and bustle. My Nigeria is aggressive. My Nigeria says yes to every no. Hello? Okay, I'm on my way. My name is Kate Henshaw. I am an actress. I have been in the film industry, tagged Nollywood, for over 21 years. I have decided now to run for office in my state, Cross River State, for a seat in the House of Representatives, representing Calabar South, Akpabuyo, and Bakassi Federal Constituency. 4, 6, 3, 4, 8. It's only me. Oh, wow. Okay. How are you? To you, who will I do it to? Ooh. It's with confidence I enter here. Okay, well, let's go. I'm preparing for the closing ceremony of the African Film Festival, which happens every year in Tinapa for 1 week. Filmmakers across the globe come together for workshops, training, talking about distribution. So the closing ceremony is tonight at the Cultural Center in Calabar, so I'm getting ready. I don't like eyebrows that look painted on. You look like a witch. As an actor, I've always been in the forefront fighting for different causes that I feel I'm passionate about. I feel that with who I am, my status and my name, I should be able to speak out, and I really care about people, and I want to serve. I want to show that there's a way to do things, that people can actually trust public servants and that they will deliver on the promises that they promise. Why is he stopping me? Okay, can we go straight? Looking forward to it. My first red carpet event in 3 months or so, because I started this race, this journey into politics. I've not had time for anything entertainment. Don't leave home without this touch of powder.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 4th edition of the Africa International Film Festival, right here in the nation's paradise, Calabar, Cross River State.
People are really intrigued. They want to know why am I going to politics? I'm not taking it lightly. It's not been easy on me, both spiritually, physically, mentally. I've lost weight. I'm not eating right because I'm thinking a lot, you know, if this is going to work. But I've sort of made up my mind, like, whether it works or not, I'm in it, you know, I'm going to stay the course. Okay, we're going to stop by the petrol station. I need to fill up my tank. Then we have to go to the bank before we go to the office. I have some appointment. I think the first appointment is for 12 or so. Is that the driver?
In the office, there in the office. Why didn't you call?
He was here earlier. Ask him why he drove off without letting me know.
Okay, wait there in the office. Wait there in the office.
Okay, let's roll, people. You have the key? Okay, I'm gone. Petrol. Calabar was one of the ports for slave trade. And the name Henshaw is from our slave masters. You know, you're given your master's name. And I've always been asked questions. You're Kate Henshaw. Where are you from? Are you British? Are you American? I'm like, no, I'm Nigerian. Kate Henshaw? I'm like, yes, but I'm Ofyong Kate Henshaw. Ofyong is my native name, my Cross-Riverian name, and it means the moon. Sammy, good morning. Is my office open? My main strategy is, well, one thing I would say is they know about me because I'm from this state, but they don't know me politically. But, I mean, I know about people. I know that you give people the basics and they'll be just happy. But then you need to go ahead and do more, make their lives comfortable, the children, leave behind a legacy. So that is my strategy, telling them that I'm trustworthy, I have integrity, and I really do care about doing the right thing. Oh, it is. Oh, no. Sorry, my phone has been on silent since. You too. On Friday, some in Akpabuyo, I met with some ward chairmen that have delegates. I'm even meeting, there's somebody coming with some delegates here today for Calabar South. I have a list of all the delegates because I know fake people are around. They can be fronting as delegates when they are not.
This is the stamp one from...
Yeah,
and this
from National.
This is handwritten?
No. This is authentic.
All the names you have there are the name I have.
Yeah, I know. This is authentic. So I have my own list as well.
100%. I can only bring you 15. My 15, which I know I control.
Who are the 15?
From here.
11, 12. Okay.
Those are the people
I need a photocopy, front and back of each of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I've not forgotten. Oh, Lord.
I am Emmanuel Williamson. I am Ofyong Kate Henshaw, Chief Security Officer. I ensure peace and tranquility wherever we go to. I push most of my men in the midst of the crowd to listen to conversation so that we can ensure that I have information to be able down to protect the aspirant or the candidate. Because you know, during campaign like this, an opponent might try to do something or might send some people to come in and try to see how they can drill their opponent.
I wasn't like this. I had a very large tummy, and I was so fat that I couldn't breathe well. But today, yeah, I'm doing things the right way. You got me now? Yeah. His name is Basi, and is my second in command. He also works with Ofyong Kate Henshaw.
You know, she's a movie star. And see, a lot of people want to snap with her. A lot of people want to come around. A lot of them see her as their mentor. And you don't know who is who, so you need to protect her.
Yeah, it's not easy. No pain, no gain. And me, I need the pain so I can gain.
Come on, count. Who is this one? Running for office has cost me a lot financially in terms of my job. I had to let go of a huge project where I was highly sought for, you know, to play the lead role, and it was for a soap that was going to run for a year. This book was actually a gift from a friend, but I didn't know when I started to, I wanted to actually do a diary of my experiences in the political field, but it's all ingrained here. But now I decided to use this as my expenses book. It's my red book, because I intend to make a book out of this whole process. If really and truly you don't have money, you can't do politics in Nigeria. You cannot.
Amen. Blessings and glory, with of thanksgiving and honor, power and might be unto the Lord forever and ever. Amen.
This gathering is for a lady that I've come to know. She's a politician, and she's also a lawyer, a senior advocate of Nigeria. And today is her mom's 79th birthday. Amen. In this kind of gathering, you know, there might be people who know people who can, you know, speak on your behalf. So it's part of endearing myself to the leaders in the community so that you bond with them. You know, it's not just about talking politics. You also have to be involved in their personal lives as well. It's good that I know her mom and know their friends. You never know where you'll meet someone again. I'm changing into my comfortable trainers because I'm going for the dry run for the Calabar Carnival.
I want to say that it is celebration time.
Calabar has this acronym. It means come and live and be at rest. C-A-L-A-B-A-R. Come and live and be at rest. It's a very beautiful town. It's clean. We pride ourselves in cleanliness and our food and our culture. Morning. Do we still have television in the office? I'm meeting a group of people today from the Bakassi local government area. So as with the tradition, I have to buy drinks and food and take to them when I'm going to speak with them about, you know, it's part of getting to know me. This is the field. The field is meeting the grassroots politicians, them taking tons of money from you, albeit to, I don't know, for their stomach or for their well-being or for something. And then you have different groups springing up. We want to meet you, want to know you, all ends up with money. They all go away with money. Very few people, and I can count them on one hand, have not taken anything from me. I do know what is needed in my community. People need to get what is rightfully theirs. There are a lot of issues, especially in the Bakassi Peninsula. It's now been ceded to Cameroon. So all the people on the Cross River side who had built their home, their life, everything, they lost all that because that part now belongs to Cameroon, and they were now pushed into another area where there are already a settlement of people. So they're sort of like squatting. They don't have their own land, so to speak, and they've lost a lot. Building Bakassi. BRA.
The Bakassi people are still under suffering, and we are really hopeful. We are looking for that savior, both at the State Assembly, at the Federal House, at the Senate, the government, at all positions. We are looking for those people. That's why we are involved. We are looking for those people that will go there and agitate for us and give us results.
The story of Bakassi is no news. It's nothing new. But I want to encourage you not to give up. There are many issues on ground, but the resettlement of a people such as yourselves is paramount. Very, very paramount. And I want to enjoin you that if it's something that has to take the whole of, I don't know, my time with you as a politician, it's something that I'll gladly stand in the forefront and say, yes, I will carry it to the end. So I thank you for this opportunity, and I hope that I can count on your support going forward. Thank you, and God bless you.
Oh, sweetie, sweetie, oh, lovely, lovely, oh, sweetie, sweetie, oh, lovely, lovely, oh, sweetie, sweetie, oh.
She's a popular girl. People loved her, and they loved the part she plays.
Well, she has never played a bad person. She always plays a good person, you know, either a good housewife or a good friend.
The one she's known for is playing the wounded wife.
I'm one of her big fans, you know. When I turn on my TV and I see Kate Henshaw, I don't really care what the title is. I just watch because I know her.
She acts so well, but she's not there anymore, so I miss seeing it.
This is my home. This is my cozy home. This was me. You can see it in 1992. You know, I try to tell people that I used to be a model. That's 95. That's me as well. The innocence in my eyes is all gone. Life happened. So these are my movies of yore. This was my very first movie ever. When the Sun Sets. You can see it's all torn. This was when we used to shoot in VHS. That's me, who was from a Muslim family, who was in love with a Christian Igbo guy. So many. Closed Chapter, Alima, Broken Chord. Oh, this one. We cried all through the movie.
What do you want from me? I don't know. What? He wants to see me this evening.
Oh, good. Oh, that's very good. God bless you.
Sorry. I'm getting a bit emotional. It's taking its toll on me. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. I've had those moments. So every other, when I first started, like a month into it, every night, literally, I'll be crying. There was a time where I said, "Phew, this is too much. I don't think this is for me." But then I thought, I'm not someone who starts something and quits halfway. I want to take it to the end. So when I'm speaking about it, I'm going to be speaking from a position of authority.
She didn't even tell me because I was in Lagos when my cousins started phoning me to say Makamba is going to politics.
That's my name.
That's a pet's name, Makamba.
Initially, when I told her I wanted to go into politics, she refused. She said, "No, no, no." I said, "Okay, pray for me." She's here. She said, "No, she won't pray." I'm like, "Okay, no problem. I'm going ahead." She's a prayer warrior. She lives in the church.
For me, if there's anything I cannot handle, I take it to God in prayer. It's my strength.
My mom is my inspiration. Not because she's here, she knows. Me and her, we always have our run-ins. We argue, we shout on each other. But I draw my strength from her because...
And she knows I'm always right.
Mommy, how?
Yes, now you argue, but at the end you say, no, Mommy.
Oh, so me, I'm never right?
You're right sometimes.
Ah, okay. No problem. But I love her. I love her today. Even though growing up, she used to whip the hell out of me. She knows she's here. She used to beat. My sister, the one who came after a few years, she's her pet. She has spoiled that one, spoiled her. But me, I received the rod, a heavy rod. Yeah, that's why I'm tough too. Don't try rubbish with me. Oh. I don't care how long I've known you, but don't bring it, because I won't take it. Just be yourself with me and we'll be fine. But if you want to bring it, you bring it, and I'll bring mine. American dollars. Count it. I'm going to change it. I want it now because I need to put it in envelopes for the delegates. I just can't wait for tomorrow to be over and done with. No lie, I've never had this much pressure in my life, not even doing a new play or a new movie. It's like being in a tunnel. You know, it's dark, but you can see that glimmer of light there. And you keep walking, you're walking, and just before you step out, you're tired. You just want to sit down. That's how I'm feeling. So I just need that confidence in my spirit and that energy to just stand up and just reach out to the light.
Today is the D-Day, the day we are expecting to have the great news that we are on the winning side, and we got on our side, we'll make it.
I'm going to find a bottle of champagne. I'm going to empty it on my head like at the Grand Prix. Oh, you can see it's all going down. Just across the road there is where my future will be decided by some group of delegates. And I didn't sleep. I was up till about 4:30 a.m. Barely had I slept for an hour. My phone was ringing. We need to meet. The delegates need to meet with you. It's all about giving them money. I won't lie. People pay them for their support, for their votes. I don't have as much money as people who have been in government for 12 years, 16 years, but I have a heart for service, and I hope they see that.
Approved ballot papers issued for the purpose of this election, and they are all here intact.
Honorable Emmanuel Effiong, Honorable Effiong E. Okon, Emmanuel Edeminya, Chief Mrs. Majori, Patrick Okon Achibon. Right Honorable Esen Ayi.
Don't start counting.
1, 2, 11, 12, 33, 34.
Honorable Esen Ayi scored 70, the total number of votes for the three local governments.
Kate Henshaw, 1.
Nigeria is peaceful. My Nigeria is a place where the citizens can truly call it their home. My Nigeria is resilient and it's just full of surprises. That's my Nigeria.
When I think of my Nigeria, I think of potential. When I think of potential, I think of what could be, but is not. I think of young people who literally take their future into their own hands and build something that they can be proud of. Tell me it's impossible, I take it as a challenge. I want to raise my child in a country that works. My name is Benga Sheson, and this is My Nigeria.
My Nigeria on Al Jazeera.
From the front lines, Al Jazeera's correspondents continue to report every angle of the war in Ukraine.
It's a constant stream of people donating whatever they can.
The steely determination to resist and fight back.
We're in the center of the capital in a war that's costing so much.
Journalists. Our cameras were still rolling.
The police are making it very difficult for people to try and protest.
The Russian army has positioned itself in the next town. Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Frank assessments.
For China, it will benefit from the zero COVID strategy if the rest of the world cannot get it together.
Informed opinions.
At all costs, Pakistan needs an Afghanistan that's stable.
Critical debate.
Vladimir Putin claims that NATO constitutes an existential threat to Russia, but it's precisely his actions that's created this insecurity in the region.
In-depth analysis of the day's global headlines. Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Cairo, home to over 2 million stray dogs, many in a terrible state. Al Jazeera World follows those helping to save them and the remarkable journey to rescue Layali.
This dog has come all the way from Egypt after having a rope embedded into its neck,
which takes an unexpected turn.
Very difficult to search for her.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Visa for a Stray Dog on Al Jazeera.
This is Al Jazeera.
You're watching the NewsHour live from our headquarters in Doha with extensive coverage of the war in Ukraine. I'm Darine Abugaida. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. A ceasefire has been declared in the besieged city of Mariupol for a second attempt to move civilians from southeastern Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky appeals to the U.S. for more military equipment, warplanes, and financial support. The UN says more than 1.5 million people have now fled the fighting in Ukraine. We'll report from the border with Poland. Visa and MasterCard suspend operations in Russia, becoming the latest corporations to stop business in the country. Plus, why the Iran nuclear talks could face new challenges in the wake of Russia's war on Ukraine will be live in Vienna.
And I'm Leah Harding with sports. Olympic gold medalist Brittany Griner faces charges of drug smuggling in Russia. And in Thailand, an autopsy is expected for Australian sporting icon Shane Warne, who died on Friday while on holiday.
It's just after 10 GMT, that's 12 p.m. in Mariupol, where there has been a second attempt to move civilians from the besieged Ukrainian city. So a corridor was set up on Saturday to allow civilians to leave the city, but it quickly fell apart after both sides accused each other of violating the temporary ceasefire. The humanitarian corridor will now allow people to leave from Mariupol to the city of Zaporizhzhia, and they'll be able to drive in their own cars or take a bus. Earlier, Russia warned that people will not be allowed to deviate from this particular route. Jonah Hall is joining us now from Lviv in Ukraine. So ceasefire just gone into effect. Jonah, how do we expect it to play out?
Well, we've only got Saturday to go on, haven't we? And Saturday didn't work out very well. When they tried this yesterday, the attempt failed pretty quickly, with both sides blaming the other. The Ukrainians saying the Russians continued shelling, the Russians saying that the Ukrainians deliberately stopped people from leaving these cities, Mariupol and Volnovakha. Now, what we don't know for 100% certain on Sunday is whether this humanitarian corridor repeat attempt includes the city of Volnovakha just to the northeast of Mariupol, or Mariupol only. At the moment, we have information that has been put on Telegram, the social media messaging app by the Donetsk Regional Administration on the Ukrainian side, confirming that Mariupol humanitarian corridors will open, a so-called green corridor, as they describe it, from about now, although some pictures we have seen might potentially be showing buses leaving about half an hour ago, unverified pictures. So around about now, humanitarian corridors said to be opening out of Mariupol on a journey heading towards Zaporizhia, about 150 miles, 226 or so kilometres to the northwest, a journey that could take a very long time indeed if that heavy traffic is allowed to leave Mariupol. And civilians being told, use your cars as well as the buses, do not stray from that route, fill your cars up with as many people as possible. The hope, of course, is that in the next 8 to 10 hours, if it holds, that they can get as many people as possible out of the awful conditions of siege that they've existed in for days inside Mariupol. And we understand those convoys will be under Red Cross protection. And just an hour or so ago on Al Jazeera, the ICRC reminding us of the guarantee under international law that civilians be allowed safe passage out of war-torn areas.
Jonah, while all this is happening, the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Moldova right now, and he's in fact holding a press conference with the Moldovan president. Just tell us why he's in the country and what's on his agenda.
He's on a sort of lightning whistle-stop tour of a number of Ukraine's western neighbours, trying to shore up assistance for fleeing refugees and assure them of continued US assistance. There's understandable jitters across the border from Ukraine about the potential for overspill. In Moldova, a tiny country of 2.6 million people, it was a former Soviet republic, has uniquely the presence of Russian troops in contested territory inside its borders called Transnistria, so a delicate situation to watch there. Antony Blinken in the country offering his assurance to them. Here's what he said a little while ago.
The last thing anyone needed or anyone wanted was a war, especially one that was totally unnecessary, totally unprovoked, and I'm afraid premeditated. And so the consequences, as you point out, go beyond Ukraine. They go beyond even Ukraine's neighbors. They are, in effect, global, because this is having an impact on everything that we actually need to be doing and should be doing. And like you, we want to see it brought to the swiftest possible conclusion.
Just update us as well, Jonah, what you're hearing about fighting in other parts of the country.
Well, it does appear, according to Western intelligence reports, that a combination of logistical and supply problems, mechanical breakdown, problems with troop morale, force morale in the Russian army, a lot of it made up of very young conscripts, some of them not told that they were coming to war. All of that combined has been frustrating, slowing its advance on the ground, as well as Ukrainian resistance, particularly hitting supply lines. This, the assessment of Western intelligence agencies, particularly a report out on Sunday by British military intelligence that notes that Russia, in these circumstances, has tended to respond by switching ever more to targeting heavily populated urban centres with increasingly heavy artillery and airstrikes, an effort, they say, to break down civilian morale. And we've been seeing this kind of thing ongoing in big population centres like Chernihiv to the north, Kharkiv in the east, of course, Mariupol down on the Black Sea coast, and also the sort of dormitory towns, the suburban centres to the north and northwest of the capital, Kiev. And I think the general assessment is that this sort of thing is likely now only to get worse as Russia's forces continue to be frustrated in places on the ground.
All right, thank you so much. Jonah Hull is reporting from Lviv. Well, as you've been hearing, the Red Cross is supporting the evacuation from Mariupol, and it describes conditions there as catastrophic. Listen.
Humanitarian situation across the country, including Mariupol, is very dire. We see big movements, displacement of people fleeing to safer areas. Some of them are still stuck in shelters that are packed, without electricity, without water, without any food. When we go and distribute in some of the shelters in Mariupol and elsewhere, I mean, people are so happy to see someone who's helping them. So, I mean, I could describe the situation as catastrophic. The safe passage for civilians is a guarantee under international humanitarian law. The ICRC welcomes any initiative to offer respite to civilians fleeing the conflict or wanting to leave areas where the hostilities are very big.
Well, Ukraine's president has called on his people to fight back and resist the Russian invasion. It comes after the temporary ceasefire failed on Saturday.
We will not give our country to the invaders. Ukrainian people in every occupied place go on attack, counterattack. You have to struggle, you have to fight. Like in Kherson, Verdansk, you have to go out and chase them out, clear this evil from our land.
President Volodymyr Zelensky also spoke to U.S. President Joe Biden by phone, and they discussed security, financial support, and sanctions on Moscow. Gabriel Elizondo has more on that from Washington, D.C.
Well, the call apparently happened in the evening Saturday night here, Washington time. The call lasted a little over 30 minutes, according to a readout from the White House. A readout is essentially a summary of the call that the White House releases after a president talks to another foreign leader. According to that readout, and it was short, it was only about a paragraph or so, the two leaders talked about security for Ukraine and continued security support on behalf of the U.S. to Ukraine. Also talked about sanctions, the continuing ramping up of sanctions that Biden apparently told Zelensky. He said this would continue to go on and continue to be a point of that the White House would continue to focus on. What was not discussed, or at least what was not mentioned in the readout from the White House, were two things. Any sort of calls for Biden talking about transferring of military aircraft to Ukraine. That's something that's been talked about a bit, but there was no discussion of that between the two leaders, according to the readout. And also the no-fly zone that Zelensky and others have been pushing for, that both NATO and the White House have been reluctant to, and flat out said they would not participate in. There was no indication that this call that was discussed either. Bottom line, though, this is one of several calls that have happened over the past week or so between President Biden and Zelensky. So it just shows how important the White House is taking this and how closely the President of the United States is watching events on the ground there.
Well, Visa and MasterCard say they're suspending all operations in Russia effective immediately. It means any credit card issued in the country can no longer be used, and cards issued elsewhere won't work in Russia. They're the latest companies to hold business in Russia since its invasion of Ukraine. Let's bring in Alistair Milne, who's a professor of financial economy at Loughborough University. He's joining us from Leicestershire. That's over in the UK. Welcome to Al Jazeera, sir. So this is a widely used method of payment. It accounted for 74% of payment transactions in Russia in 2020. So what are the implications of this suspension?
Well, I think this is a fascinating development. It actually shows that private companies, banks, in this case the card associations, they're actually taking their own action. They're not waiting for governments to say, you can do this, you can't do that. They're just drawing back from Russia completely. So, I think this is one of many examples of the private sector sanctioning Russia.
Which sectors will be most affected by this?
Well, I think Visa and MasterCard, they're primarily used for personal spending. So, it's shops and restaurants and travel, that kind of thing. So it's going to further impact on the hospitality and restaurant industry and travel industries in Russia. And it's going to have a big effect on the middle classes who use those services, who are employed by those services. But I don't see a very direct effect on the military machine.
So is this a good step? Because it sounds like a lot of citizens, in fact, and people are going to be affected by this.
I think that's probably the nature of our sanctions. I mean, the military machine in Russia is not very externally dependent. It doesn't need external financing. In the long run, it needs technology from the West, but they've been planning this invasion for 10 years. They've become food secure. They grow more grain than they need, than they eat. They can keep this war going for months, if not years, without sanctions directly affecting it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Russia has been taking steps for many years to increase its sort of independence because of ongoing Western sanctions and, in effect, making its economy, some would even describe it as sanctions-proof. So could they take any other steps to get around this?
Gosh, I always have a different take. It's that the Russian, the people in charge in Russia, Putin and the people close to him, they have no concern for the Russian people any more than they do for the Ukrainian people. They just want to win a fight. And the Russian economy is going to be crippled at the end of this. It won't be as bad as the Ukrainian economy, but the Russian economy is going to be very badly damaged, but they don't care.
What about the damage on the financial institutions themselves? Because one of the latest statistics that I saw, at least, was the Visa and MasterCard's amount of exposure to Russia is roughly around $1.2 billion. So won't it backfire in some way?
Yeah, we have to dig into that. I mean, Visa and MasterCard themselves don't do lending. They facilitate the credit card and the debit card payments. So it'll be the banks that are standing who issue the cards and conduct transactions who are losing business. I'm a bit more optimistic on that side because, I mean, Russia is still a relatively small economy. Even if Russia was to disappear, completely drop out of the global economy, this would be a smaller financial shock than happened in 2008, for example. So, yes, financial regulators will be quite concerned about knock-on effects on institutions around the world. But I'm not sure that's the biggest concern at the moment.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us from the UK.
Thank you.
Now, more than 1 million Ukrainians have fled to neighboring countries to escape the fighting, but others have decided to stay behind to join local units to protect their country. Al Jazeera's Hadad Al-Hamid visited a village in Dnipro region in eastern Ukraine and spoke to one of those units.
On the roads of eastern Ukraine, there are those taking their children to safety, an endless slug of cars trying to reach the closest border. It will take days. And there are those staying behind to defend their country, like these men we met near the village of Mirny. They know the forest well. They usually go hunting here, but now it's time to dig trenches, fill up sandbags, and build bunkers in case the Russian soldiers come their way. They are part of the locally formed territorial defense units. They include seasoned men like Anike, not his real name, who first joined in 2016 to fight the pro-Russian separatists in the east of the country.
You're asking about our mood, if we're ready to defend ourselves after this treacherous invasion of Ukraine. Women, children and the elderly are suffering. Homes are bombed at night. Of course the army is very angry about that. We didn't provoke and we didn't want this war. They came to us and we're ready to answer.
He hopes that the Russians could be slowed down with these handmade spikes. Similar positions are being built a bit all over the Dnipro region, and it's become even more urgent now to have them completed because the region has become the first stop for those fleeing the Russian advance from either the south or the northeast of the country. 200 down. At the village, Ludmila is busy cooking 200 meals. On the menu today, rasonik, a hearty soup that will be put in jars and taken to the checkpoints and trenches, where her husband is also on duty. For some of these women, this war is hitting close to home. Oksana's son-in-law is in the regular army, on a front line. She can't reveal which.
My daughter is keeping busy like me, just to not go crazy. It's our country. We have to protect it. We will leave, but it's hard. What can I do? We are all in the same boat. And what can I say about the soldiers who came to our country to kill us and pretend they didn't know? They have been here for more than 7 days and they still don't know.
Back in the forest, the territorial defense gets ready for the cold night ahead. The Russians are still far away. But this is a war of missiles and rockets that are devastating cities and villages. And here, there are no signs of modern weaponry that could repel the onslaught. For most Ukrainians, the only safe way is to go west and get as far as possible. But Abdelhamid, Al Jazeera in eastern Ukraine.
The Russian President Vladimir Putin has warned that any attempt by NATO to establish a no-fly zone over Ukraine will be seen as an act of war. Mohammed Val has more on what Putin had to say.
As Russia's war machine rages across Ukraine, the verbal offensive coming from Moscow is no less powerful. President Putin issued a clear warning to Western powers, saying any attempt to create a no-fly zone over Ukraine would be considered a direct military involvement in the conflict against Russia.
Now we are hearing that a no-fly zone must be established over the territory of Ukraine. It is impossible to do so over the territory of Ukraine itself. It is possible only from the territory of some neighboring countries. But any move in this direction will be viewed by us as a participation in the armed conflict.
Putin made it clear he wants Ukraine to have a neutral status in the power balance between NATO and Russia. This, he says, requires a demilitarized Ukraine, because its Western backers are intending to supply it with nuclear weapons if not stopped.
They will arm those systems, and from that second on, from that very second, Russia's fate will be very different. Because then our strategic enemy won't even need intercontinental ballistic missiles. They will have us at gunpoint right here. How can we overlook that?
Putin said everything is going according to plan in Ukraine, and his army will achieve all of its objectives. His foreign minister Sergei Lavrov had some harsh words for the Ukrainian president.
If Zelensky's so unhappy with NATO not interfering, then that means he's hoping to resolve this conflict by involving NATO. It means he's not hearing statements from European capitals saying they won't get involved. It means he wants to provoke a conflict between NATO and Russia.
Perhaps the most challenging issue for Russia right now is the economic measures the West is imposing. In this regard, President Putin says Western sanctions are akin to a declaration of war on his country. Foreign Minister Lavrov has warned of consequences and singled out the UK in particular. He says Moscow's response to the sanctions will without doubt hurt British interests in Russia, because, in his words, the UK has chosen to move towards a direct confrontation with his country. Mohammed Val, Al Jazeera.
Well, Kurt Volker is a former U.S. ambassador to NATO. He says it's possible to have a no-fly zone and avoid making the situation worse.
I think it is essential. I think it can be done in a way that does not risk a major escalation between Russia and the West for a variety of reasons. One, it's a humanitarian gesture. It's a humanitarian mission. We're protecting civilian populations. Two, we make it clear that we are not intending to attack Russian ground forces or Russian aircraft. Only return fire if fired upon, escort Russian aircraft out of the zone if they come in, and only fire if they refuse to leave. So we are deliberately trying to limit this. Three, it is limited in scope. We're not doing this over the entirety of Ukraine, only Kiev and Western Ukraine, so you create a secure space for the population. I think on those terms, a no-fly zone can be effective, can make a difference for saving lives, and does not necessarily lead to military escalation. Putin will never affirmatively accept, say, oh, I think a no-fly zone is fine. That'll never happen. What Putin respects is force. If we show that we are present and determined and clear about our rules, he, and more importantly, his military, will understand that. One of the things Putin definitely does not want is to draw the West into the war on the side of Ukraine. He desperately wants to avoid that, as do we. So I think that this is something we can do to support saving Ukrainian lives without escalating the war.
Protests have been held across Europe in support of Ukraine. Thousands of people turned out in major cities to rally against the Russian assault. Sonia Gallego has more from London.
Side by side, holding hands, a show of solidarity in Munich. a human chain across the city protesting against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Nearby, the Russian consulate, its entrance vandalized with red paint. A show of anger against Vladimir Putin, the man who protesters say must face justice for his actions.
I despise war, any kind of war, and I really want to set an example. I think Putin has been courted for far too long. For 20 years, the West has been trying to keep him quiet so that he doesn't get upset, and that simply has to stop now.
In Rome, the mood may have been more festive, but the message to Putin just as critical. Italy may have been one of Russia's closest allies in Europe, with many politicians having previously boasted of strong ties, but now many are seeking to distance themselves. Across Europe, cities that have welcomed Russian money are having to reflect on the effect that it's had on their businesses and politics. Among them, London, a major beneficiary of Russian cash since the end of the Soviet Union. But that has not calmed any criticism of Putin or his allies here. The more missiles raining down on Ukraine, the more solidarity people here are showing towards Ukrainians. And what people here want is for the West to step up and take decisive action against Putin and his assault on Ukraine.
There's going to be a genocide. Why do we wait? They will go in, but only after there's a genocide. How outrageous. We need to do it now.
In The Hague, home of the International Criminal Court, many called for an end to the invasion and blamed Putin himself, not Russians, for the conflict. All the while, Ukraine continues to come under attack. Yet many Europeans are determined to signal their support for the country and to show Ukrainians they are not alone. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
Well, the Russian offensive in Ukraine could pose a challenge for efforts to restore the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is demanding a guarantee that sanctions imposed on Russia won't affect its trade with Iran. Lavrov says under the 2015 deal, Russia and China were allowed to help Iran with its civilian nuclear program. And he says Russian investments shouldn't be obstructed.
The avalanche of aggressive sanctions that started to erupt from the West and hasn't finished yet, in my understanding, requires reflection, first of all, by the lawyers. And we want to receive a very precise response. Guarantees that these sanctions won't by any means affect that mode of trade, economic and investment cooperation with Iran on their nuclear program. We've requested the American colleagues, as they rule here, to give us written guarantees, at least at the level of the Secretary of State, so that the current process, launched by the United States, will not by any means affect our rights for a free and full-fledged trade, economic, military and investment cooperation with Iran.
Let's get reaction from Mohammed Marandi. He's an advisor to the Iran delegation in Vienna. That is where he's joining us from. Thanks for your time with us on Al Jazeera. How do you view the latest comments by the Russian foreign minister?
Well, the Iranians are waiting for verification from the Russians because there were some comments made by other Russian representatives, and it's not quite clear exactly what the Russians mean. If it is linked to the actual implementation of the JCPOAs, especially with regards to the Iranian nuclear program itself, that is relevant because the Russians play a role in resolving the issue. They will be dealing with enriched uranium and other elements of the nuclear program. So we're still waiting for clarification. But at the same time, the negotiations aren't over anyway. We are still waiting also for the Americans to respond to a number of issues that need to be resolved in order for the JCPOA to be revived, because the Iranians expect a full implementation of the JCPOA. And over the last few months that we've had negotiations, they've been dragging their feet, and finally we are getting there, but we're still not there.
Okay, exactly. We'll get on
so
to
we're
that.
Waiting.
Right, we'll get on to where the JCPOA is right now in just a moment. But first, on again on the Russian demands. I mean, can you give us official Iranian reaction to these demands, or tell us perhaps when the Iranians will give an official statement to this?
Well, the Iranians are waiting for clarification, so they don't know exactly what the Russian delegation has from Moscow yet. So whenever that comes, the Iranians will be able to assess that and its relevance to what is going on right now. Again,
all right. Do you think that it'll impact the talks in any way, Mohammad Marandi? Because the State Department, the U.S. State Department, is saying that the new Russia-related sanctions because of the war in Ukraine are unrelated to the JCPOA and should not have any impact on its potential implementation. Do you agree with the U.S. State Department?
Well, again, it depends on what the Russian response is, what their response is to the clarification. The Americans, obviously, they're antagonistic towards Russia because of Ukraine and because of a host of other issues. We see the Americans being very one-sided in Ukraine. The Iranian position on Ukraine has been, it sees NATO as provoking, expanding NATO, supporting Nazis in Eastern NATO, but Iran's against the war as well. So Iran's position on the war in Ukraine is both moral and balanced. But we don't trust statements that come out from Washington, obviously, for a host of different reasons, and as we see in Ukraine itself. So we're still waiting to see what the Russian response is, and we will continue after we get that, but also we're waiting for the American response as well.
Okay, that's what I'd like to get on to next. I mean, just a few days ago, you tweeted this, that it's only natural to be close to the final agreement after 11 months of long and difficult talks. You go on to say nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. So where are you now with the talks after 11 months?
We are pretty close to an agreement, but obviously when negotiations take place, it is normal for the most difficult issues to be resolved last, because obviously they're the most difficult issues. So we do still have those issues remaining, some of them have been resolved. There are also parallel talks that have been taking place which have had progress, such as with the IAEA, but we're still not there. The issue of sanctions, the sanctions that the Americans have imposed for Iran, Iran still expects the United States to remove certain sanctions, and the Americans are dragging their feet. The Iranians believe that the Americans have to comply. It's because this is completely linked to the JCPOA. The problem is that during this whole 11 months, this is what the Americans have been doing. And if 11 months ago the Americans were where we are now, we'd have had this agreement a very, very long time ago. So as we speak, the Iranians are waiting for the American response to certain issues that the Iranians have raised, and none of the issues are new. Iran has, contrary to what some in the Western media say or constantly say, that Iran is raising new demands. Everything that Iran has been saying during these 3 months in Vienna have been consistent. They've repeated them time after time, and all of them are within the framework of the JCPOA. But of course, because of the one-sided media battle, Iran's voice doesn't go very far, usually, in the international community.
Okay, thank you so much, Mohammad Marandi, for speaking to us from Vienna. We're going to stick with Vienna and bring in our diplomatic editor, James Bates, for more on this topic. So, James, the Iranians are saying that they're still waiting for more clarity from Russia when it comes to the statements made by Sergei Lavrov. He's demanding a guarantee that sanctions imposed on Russia won't affect its trade with Iran. Just tell us what you're hearing from your end, being on the ground in Vienna, and perhaps from other diplomats.
I think that everyone is waiting for more information of what Mr. Lavrov actually wants. He wants written guarantees coming from a level at least as high as the US Secretary of State that the sanctions that are now imposed on Iran are not going to get in the way of this deal. But exactly what those guarantees are, exactly what the words are, is what's occupying the minds of the diplomats. They felt they were very close to a deal. In fact, the European members of the negotiating negotiating team, the UK, France and Germany, went back to their capitals because they thought they'd got the basis of a deal and they were going to get the final okay from their capitals. And at one point there was going to be a signing ceremony here in Vienna on this day, Sunday. The comments by Mr. Lavrov really do put a spanner in the works. Russia has been part of these negotiations since the very beginning, since the deal that was done here in 2015. Russia is one of the countries negotiating because it's a permanent member of the UN Security Council. But under the 2015 deal, Russia had a very special role, which is relevant now if they're going to get a new version of the Iran deal through, and that's to take the extra enriched uranium, take it from Iran, and also one of the reactors, the Fordo reactor, turning that to research centre. These were specific things that Russia is supposed to do under the deal. So you can't just bypass Russia. Russia is pretty central to this process. Everyone, I think, have breathed a sigh of relief over the last couple of weeks that the situation in Ukraine hadn't in any way affected what was going on here, and everyone felt it was quite remarkable the diplomacy was continuing here unaffected in Vienna. But in the last 24, perhaps a little bit more than that, hours, Russia's position seems to have changed, and it's putting real doubt on whether they can get a deal through. Probably worth telling you that as I'm here in the place where all the nuclear diplomacy is done in the world, Vienna, this is also the place where energy diplomacy is done, OPEC. And it might be worth remembering that one of the few things Russia's got when it's got these very heavy sanctions on them right now is a very high oil price. That's very good news for Russia when it doesn't really have many other sources of income. Well, if you were going to get an Iran deal, then Iran's oil would go back on the world market. Iran would be able to produce more oil, and that potentially would reduce that price a bit. So that may be part of the calculations from the government of Vladimir Putin.
Okay, James, thank you so much. James Bays is our diplomatic editor reporting for us from Vienna. Well, the United Nations is saying more than 1.5 million refugees have fled Ukraine in the past 10 days since the conflict began. We'll bring in Zain Basravi. He's joining us from at a crossing that's on the Ukraine-Poland border where, Zain, thousands of people have been arriving. Tell us what you're seeing.
That's right. We're here at the Korchova border crossing between Ukraine and Poland. The United Nations confirming today that 1.5 million people have fled the fighting in Ukraine and into Europe. In Poland, the country that's been taking the bulk of the burden so far, we're joined by UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi. Let's get right to it. Mr. Grandi, thank you very much for your time. If you could please give me a sense of what you've been discussing with people. You've been here, you've been briefed. What have people been talking about? What can you tell us?
It's very difficult to even listen to their stories. Days and days of travel in the cold from their bombed cities to seek safety here in Poland. I saw the same 2 days ago in Moldova, in Romania. It's all over, but Poland is taking the brunt of this enormous avalanche of people. 1.5 million, as you said. Just today we reached this terrible figure, and what we also hear is that hundreds of thousands are on the move. So, and this is the prediction of the border guards here, who, by the way, are doing a very good job. They predict that the flow will increase, not decrease, in the next few days and perhaps beyond.
Now, as you said, 1.5 million people have already crossed. It hasn't even been 2 weeks. Your prediction of 4 million, you were saying earlier, might be too small an estimation. And it is a country of more than 40 million people, a country that is currently under siege. What are your long-term predictions for what might happen? How much worse do you think it's going to get? Is there any way to plan for it?
It really depends on the conflict. If bombs continue to rain on cities, people will leave. Yesterday or the day before, I can't even remember, in Moldova, many people told me that they were leaving Odessa, although Odessa is not under attack because the sirens started sounding, and they're so afraid that they leave. So it really depends on that. That's why it's so important. Yes, there's a lot of talk about humanitarian corridors. That's very important. we are, my organization, like others are in Ukraine, will participate in any such operation to bring any relief to anybody who is trapped in the cities. But we need more than that. We need a ceasefire. We need a cessation of hostilities so that people can stop moving, can even go back to their homes, perhaps. But under the circumstances, they're all telling me they're too much afraid.
And is there any coordination or even cooperation possible with Russia at this point?
Of course, especially around the issue of humanitarian corridors. The United Nations and the Red Cross in particular are discussing to all concerned to obtain safe passage. These corridors can only happen if there is no hostility. But we need them desperately because we have people in Mariupol and other places that really need humanitarian assistance. We need to be able to help people that are very vulnerable get out of those cities. So this is vital, urgent. But like I said, then we need to go beyond that. This war has to end. Otherwise, we will not have seen the end of this catastrophic refugee crisis.
Now, as you say, the most vulnerable are still inside the country. We've seen the refugees that have fled. They are here in safety. But the internally displaced people, do we have any figures on them? Do we know anything about how bad the situation is for people that are still inside?
It's difficult. We have teams inside. We have teams even just across the border near here. We are in constant touch with them. They do what they can, be it UNHCR, UNICEF, World Food Programme, the Red Cross, NGOs. We try to use any available safe space to bring assistance to people and to try to estimate what the needs are and how many people are in need. At least 1 million are on the move, but in my opinion, this is a conservative figure. More people are moving westward, and this is also the information that I got here at this border point between Poland and Ukraine. So it's very difficult to have firm estimates without being able to move freely because of the insecurity.
Now, sir, Poland has really stepped up in its effort to help the refugees as they stream across the border into their country. This is not the first time that Poland has dealt with the refugee crisis. It's been what many have called a heroic effort. But we can't forget that there still are several hundred people trapped on the border between Belarus and Poland. Have you had any conversations with people about them? It is a small number in comparison, but certainly still also people that need help.
Well, we had conversations in the past, but in the last few days, of course, we had to concentrate on this massive influx, and so had the Polish authorities, but we'll continue those conversations.
Mr. Grandi, thank you so much for your time and best of luck. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. So as the refugee crisis continues here, the UNHCR, the ICRC, other NGOs continue to bolster their efforts and continue to expand their efforts here on the ground to cope with the ongoing crisis.
All right, Zain, thank you so much. Zain is reporting from the Ukraine-Polish border. Let's get you some comments that the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky just made. He's posted a new video, and he says that Russian forces are now planning to shell the Black Sea port city of Odessa.
Odessa. They are planning to bombard Odessa. The Russians always used to come to Odessa and they felt only warmth, only sincerity in Odessa. And now bombs are coming against Odessa. Artillery, missiles. This is going to be a war crime, a historic crime.
We've also been telling you about the humanitarian corridor that has now come into effect, and it will allow people to leave from Mariupol to the city of Zaporizhzhia. That is where Charles Stratford is now joining us from. He's close to the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhzhia. Charles, tell us the significance of your location, what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're about 30 kilometers south of the city of Zaporizhzhia. That is where this humanitarian convoy is hoping to bring what we understand could be tens of thousands of people that have for days been trapped in the besieged port city of Mariupol. They will be travelling along this road, travelling from the south in that direction. Now, interestingly, when we were here this time, or in this area this time yesterday, there was a lot of heavy shelling. The ceasefire had collapsed. we're hearing some worrying reports, certainly according to the spokesperson for the self-declared Donetsk People's Republic's militia, Edvard Basurin. He's saying that the Ukrainian side are not sticking to the agreement of the ceasefire. So that is a worrying sign. What we do know, though, is that at least 20 buses, we understand at least, have arrived in Mariupol, and the evacuation is being attempted to at least get started. We've seen a number of buses in the city of Zaporizhia as we came through. They were getting ready to go south as well. They were waiting for instructions, carrying humanitarian aid, food and water. We've been speaking to people inside the city. They're describing a city of a horrific situation. They're saying that there is very little water, large areas without electricity. People have had to shelter in bunkers throughout the day and overnight. We spoke to a member of one of the powerful paramilitary groups, Ukrainian paramilitary groups in the city, a similar kind of testimony from him, saying that the city was coming under shelling and tank fire for a number of days now. We know that the Russian forces moved in from the west. We know that the Russian-backed separatists were moving in from the east, and we know how strategically important this city is, because it would basically make a land corridor from the separatist-controlled areas in the east to northern Crimea. And we know that Crimea is attached now to mainland Russia via a bridge. So it is of huge strategic importance. Also, in the last few minutes, a statement has been made by the advisor to the president's office, which is consistent with what we've just heard Zelensky say about what he believes could be a bombardment by the Russians of the town of Odessa. An advisor to the president's office is saying that the Russians are now making a move on the town of Mykolaiv, which is southwest from here in the direction of Odessa. There seems to be an effort by Russian forces now to push up from the southwest, basically in the direction of Dnipro and Zaporizhia. We hear that Russian forces are around about 40 kilometers south from here. But as I say, this time yesterday, this area was very loud indeed. And despite those worrying statements made by Basurin, the spokesperson for the DPR's militia, saying the Ukrainians are not abiding by this agreement, it is quiet here, and we understand that this evacuation has just started.
Okay, thank you so much. Charles Stratford reporting from Zaporizhia, Ukraine. Well, also weighing in on into the crisis is the Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, and he's spoken to Ukraine's president for the third time in 2 days. On Saturday, Bennett made a surprise visit to Moscow to discuss the Ukraine crisis with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. At Ukraine's behest, Israel has offered mediation to resolve the crisis. Let's look at some other news now. And North Korea is saying it's conducted another important test in its development of spy satellites. South Korea had reported the launch as a ballistic missile test, the second in a week. Seoul is bracing for Pyongyang's attempt to launch its reconnaissance satellite system into orbit in the near future. A prominent author from Uganda has been explaining why he fled his home country last month. Kakwenza Rukirabasha says he was tortured after being arrested in December. He's known as an outspoken critic of Uganda's government. Malcolm Webb reports.
Kakwenza Rukirabasha says this is the price he paid for criticising Uganda's ruling family. He says his ordeal began in December when soldiers broke into his house, beat him, tied him and blindfolded.
Flags being put all over this place. Even as you and I speak, this is Kyiv bracing for an imminent air attack. Volunteers are coming forward, as you see in these images. Now, these are gunny bags filled with sand, and they are being stacked up one on top of the other. This is full of sand that's been brought into this area, and one after the other, this place is being stacked up as Kyiv braces. Now, that attack, that aerial attack, whether it's missiles, rockets, or air-to-ground attacks, that can happen anytime. But just look all around me. There are soldiers inside. There is a shelter inside. This is a metro underground, and all over now, sandbags are being put. This just shows that any time that attack could happen, and we are showing you this area as we walk across, because this is the heart of the national capital, Kiev in Ukraine. Now, as you look at Kiev all around you, what do you see? Hedgehogs, barricades, barriers, soldiers, and protection of the national capital. This is all that you see all around you. And a lot of sandbags being brought in, because now it is being said, we've seen what's happening around Kiev. You're looking at what's happening in Kharkiv. They've seen what's happened in Kherson. The shoulders of Kyiv also being targeted. There have been a number of attacks and a series of attacks that have taken place in Irpin, not far from where we are. Attacks have taken place in Chernihiv. Attacks have also been taking place in Ostomel. Air defense of Kiev is systematically being targeted by the Russians. Now they will move into Kiev. So all you notice all around is efforts to protect Kiev from that imminent Russian air attack, air and missile attack. People actually have been asked now, those who are not a part of the effort to protect Kyiv, to move to safer areas, and a large number of people are moving to safer areas. They're going to the suburbs because it is hoped that suburbs will be safe. They're also moving to villages around, living with perfect strangers and yet contributing to the war effort, whether it's making camouflage nets, or it's preparing Molotov cocktails, or preparing bandages, or driving vehicles. They need a lot of drivers to drive vehicles for ambulances and to carry resources and supplies to the soldiers, because frontline now is no longer in Donbass or in Odessa or in the Sea of Azov. The front lines now are on the outskirts of Kiev. So all efforts being made right now, Pooja, is to protect the national capital, and every individual is a part of that effort to protect, as they say, their motherland and their honor. This is now a fight for the self-respect in face of this very imminent and big Russian attack that's expected anytime if talks do not succeed. Pooja.
Gaurav, because you've been there from day 1 to day 11 today, and you've been, I can see, driving across different cities to actually assess the situation. Which city do you think at this point is still the worst? Is it Kharkiv? And this is while Kyiv, the capital city, is awaiting possibly an imminent airstrike, as you're telling us.
Kharkiv is very badly impacted. In fact, even this morning, there were airstrikes and missile strikes. There were reports of airstrikes and missile strikes in Kharkiv. But, the way the Russians are moving forward, they're very systematically taking down defenses. Kyiv Gas put out a report a short while back saying they will not be able to provide gas because gas supply has been disrupted to multiple areas in Kharkiv, in Irpin, in Ostomel, and 2 other places. And they're saying because of this full-scale Russian invasion, they will not be able to restore gas. The Ukrainians are also saying that there is a systematic effort to capture their nuclear power plants. Chernobyl may have been symbolic, but Zaporozhye is a real attack. The Russian forces are less than 100 miles from the other nuclear power plant in Kyiv that we're being told. This is an indication that the Russians also want to control energy supply. It is extremely cold. In the morning it was -4. It was snowing early this morning here. Now, if it's biting cold and there is no energy, there is no power, there is no water, like it's the case in Mariupol, how long will a city or a country be able to withstand the Russian onslaught? So it's a very systematic offensive that the Russians have mounted. When will this attack on Kyiv happen is anybody's guess, or probably the Russian commanders and Ukrainian commanders know. But on ground, they're bracing for it and saying the way these preparations are on, they're saying it could happen anytime in the next 24 to 48 hours, Pooja.
Gaurav, it is, incredible the manner in which 11 days Ukraine claims it has managed to put on, as they are calling it, a resistance. But what precisely is about the 64-kilometer military convoy that you've also reported about? That long kilometer convoy that has been heading toward the capital city. You've watched Kyiv change over these past 11 days. But that appears to be imminent. Can you also shed focus on how that is going to take place? What is the plan of action by Russia? Because that appears to be probably the final assault that Russia would want to claim on.
The Russians are trying, and they're trying hard, but the resistance continues. In fact, those soldiers who are going to the front lines even now, there are two very prominent sites they come to. One is this signboard that says, "I love Ukraine." They come here. There is another very significant, and let's see if we can just walk across there in a moment, Pooja. There is a memorial here of the fallen soldier, and we'll try and show you that memorial of the fallen soldier. They pay their respects to the memorial of the fallen soldier here before they go to the front lines, because they're saying, you have kept our country safe so far. We salute you, and we hope to walk in your footsteps and keep this country safe. I had a chance to interact with some of those soldiers who came here, paid their respects at this memorial of the fallen martyrs. And then they proceeded to the front lines. So the resistance is there. The resistance is very apparent and not just restricted to the armed forces. Their will to resist is tremendous. But how long with that will, but without the weapons, can they sustain it, remains the big challenge, Pooja.
The hour is uncertain, and as Kuldeep Kumar also said, that it appears it's fine for now, but we don't know till when. Gaurav, if you find it safe, and if I may request you, what about the barricades that have been put around you? Are there more barricades beyond the underground subway where you were standing as you were showing? If you can show us a bit of the situation around you, because it appears normal, but of course even the citizens know there is nothing normal in Ukraine right now.
These hedgehogs, you know, the factories that otherwise manufacture other things are now manufacturing any steel plant, any welding plant, any iron, any industry that's engaged with any iron works. They have stopped everything. All that they're manufacturing are these hedgehogs, these barriers, and these are extremely crucial. This is iron. It's a cross, this is a barrier. Their aim is to block the advance of the Russian tanks and the Russian armored personnel carriers. But it's not just these hedgehogs. And just look around. I mean, all over this place in multiple layers. This is layer 1. Then those concrete boulders there. You see those concrete boulders here, and you see concertina wire has also been brought in. Every day this level of security actually increases another grade. Like, look, this barbed wire, this concertina wire has also been brought in. This is actually the last line of defense. Yesterday we were reporting from the first line of defense, which is on the outskirts of Kiev, where they have their ATGMs and their SAM systems, the anti-tank guided missiles and the surface-to-air missiles and everything which is aimed to stop the Russian tanks at the entry of Kiev. And that actually extends to quite a bit of a distance. We were at one such point. This, in a way, is the last line of defense, because if they come here, reaching the presidential palace it won't be very difficult. But even that last-ditch effort will even be made here. And again, this is in multiple layers. One layer of these iron blocks, then those concrete boulders, then the sandbags, then tires filled with sand, and then the next layer, and each protected by soldiers guarding these defenses, because no defense is worth anything if it's not, that obstacle is not manned to stop the advance of the Russians. Similarly, on top of some of these buildings, I'm not pointing in that direction specifically, but on top of some of these buildings, when the Russians will move in with their tanks, they will have attack helicopters protecting their ground convoy, and they may even have fighter jets protecting that advance. So it's a very systematic military operation that is mounted. The counter to that is also, at least as of now, as far as the Ukrainians tell us, equally effective in terms of steps they are taking. So their effort is to take down the aircraft, take down the helicopters, and just yesterday they've released pictures of a Su-27 being shot down by a surface-to-air missile and the air defense system operational, and of course using ATGMs to bring down tanks. The Ukrainian Defense Ministry claims in the past 10 days, today's day 11 of the war, in the past 10 days, they have brought down 88 fighter jets, attack helicopters and transport helicopters. And this, they say, is a huge loss for the Russian army. The Russian armed forces say that they have brought down more than 90 fighter jets, including many on ground. That's an air raid siren going up once again, which means an air attack is imminent. That's an air raid siren going up here in Kiev, and this is the heart of Kiev. So if an air raid siren is going up here, it could point to perhaps an incoming hostile. It could be an aircraft that's coming in. It could be, a missile coming in. We do not know. But the air raid siren is just going off here in Kiev. But look at the soldier. He's still standing proud. He is not moving. You don't mind. You're not scared of the air raid siren. Okay? Strong, not scared of the air raid siren. The people are not scared of the air raid siren either. You're not scared of the air raid sirens, I notice. But they are moving down towards the bunker, at least for protection. Air raid siren going off right in the heart of Kyiv. Is this an indication that something could happen? We'll head down to the bunker just briefly, as is the norm. Come, let me take you down. So the moment an air raid siren comes up, you're supposed to head to the nearest bunker. We are heading down for some time. We will be reporting from here for a bit till the time there's more clarity on what the siren is. More often than not, this is just an incoming siren. Blares for some time, people move to safer areas, stick around there for a couple of hours, and then they come back once again. Yesterday, of course, when this air raid siren went up, for close to 4-5 hours, in some areas, people had to remain indoors. But for the moment, I will toss back to you, Pooja. We'll reconnect in just a moment, because now the indication is that we should move in deeper and we lose signal once we go inside there. So for the moment, it's over to you. I'll join you in just a moment or two.
Please stay safe, and thank you for getting us this ground report. Remember, it is because of this ground reportage by Gaurav Sawant that country is watching and trusting India today. We are getting you verified information and at great risk, as Gaurav is saying. But he's just going down the bunker for now, while the air raid siren has been announced. That has been happening consistently for days now.
I have travelled through the two biggest election-bound states in the last 40 days. I'm back to the studio with all the insights from ground zero. So join me March 10th, 6 a.m. onwards, only on India Today, India's election destination.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air. And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
welcome to our special show, Inspiring Growth. Over the last couple of decades, the Indian economy has seen a significant transformation which has led to change and progress in a number of sectors. The information and communication technology sector is one such sector. On our show today, we are going to feature a leading technology brand, Vivo. Vivo entered India in 2014 as Vivo Mobile India Private Limited, and since then it has established itself as one of the leading smartphone brands in India's competitive market and has now announced the export of smartphones from 2022.
From a new entrant in 2014 to one of the top 3 smartphone brands in India, Vivo Mobile India Private Limited is a name that is trusted by over 100 million proud owners in India. Since its entry in 2014, Vivo has witnessed a steady run in the Indian smartphone market. Vivo has held a substantial 25% market share in 2021, maintaining its stronghold in mainline retail as per GfK data. For the company, it is all about inspiring joy by creating authentic, uplifting moments for their customers, retailers, shareholders, and employees. Providing employment opportunities to more than 1.4 lakh Indians and having created socio-economic impact on 1.6 million Indian lives, Vivo India is aiming to boost its already robust manufacturing facilities to scale up production to 60 million smartphone units annually by 2022. Vivo India Impact Report from the year 2021 outlines the significant progress the brand has made to support the government's Make in India initiative to contribute to the economy, including improving its employees, customers, and fostering communities. Known for its innovative offerings and customer centricity, Vivo India will now export Made in India smartphones beginning this year. The company plans to invest Rs 3,500 crores of the proposed Rs 7,500 crores by 2023. Increasing production capacity, increasing local sourcing, generating employment to numerous Indians, and giving technologically advanced smartphones to millions of Indians. Vivo India is on a steady path of inspiring growth.
With its enviable lineup of smartphones that boast of robust framework and excellent camera features, Vivo is also boosting the Indian economy by expanding manufacturing capacity and creating employment. To learn more about Vivo's journey and its vision for the Indian market, we decided to meet Paigam Danish, Director Business Strategy, Vivo India, at Vivo's manufacturing facility at Greater Noida. Thank you, Mr. Danish, for speaking with us.
Thanks, Anisha, for having me on the show.
So, Mr. Danish, Vivo launched in India in 2014. What would you say have been the important milestones for the company during these 7 years?
Yeah, so Anisha, in the past 7 years, we remain committed to Indian market, Indian consumers. We remain, consumer-oriented brand. And that is the reason why we were able to launch, multiple, technologically innovative products, be it X series, V series, or the, recently launched Series T. Mm-hmm. And to add on onto it, we have a, wide sales.
Be seen with caution. The situation is very hard to, everything is very hard to verify, but the best guess at the moment is that this was never meant to be a huge convoy, but that these cars are stuck on the road, and that this is rather a traffic jam that cannot be resolved than an attacking convoy.
DW's Matthias Bullinger in Kiev for us. Matthias, thank you. British military intelligence sources say Russian forces are now deliberately targeting areas populated by civilians, a response to the Ukrainian resistance, which is slowing Russia's advance. In spite of these increasingly brutal tactics, volunteers, including many from outside Ukraine, are signing up to join Ukraine's army. Men between the ages of 18 and 60 have to stay in the country, so they're available for conscription.
These men are determined to fight for their country, even in the face of Russian firepower and without support from NATO. Here in Kyiv, they're waiting to sign up for the Ukrainian armed forces, resolved to do their part for the war effort. It's my duty. I want to be useful. I want to help. I want to protect. I want to fight back. I want my family to return to Ukraine as soon as possible, and I will do my best. Other volunteers are stocking up for the battle ahead and optimistic about victory.
We know why we defend our country, and our guys that are actually standing there and fighting Russian military forces, they know what they are doing. Those guys, they don't. We know what we are doing, and that's why we will win.
It's that determination that's helped inspire volunteers from much further afield to join the fight.
Ukrainian military, Zelensky, everything's been inspiring. Even like the countries surrounding, everybody's just like, it's like galvanised everybody. I've got no illusions, I've got no romantic ideas of war or like I'm going to be some hero or make a difference or any of this, but it's what I do.
I mean, you could die here.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Get wounded, which would be worse.
With heavy fighting already reaching the city of Irpin, just outside Kyiv, it looks likely the volunteers' bravery will soon be put to the test.
And despite all those volunteers, the Ukrainian military remains outnumbered. But more and more reports show that Russia's invasion has slowed or even stopped in recent days. Russian soldiers have moved into Ukraine's northeast and south, although it's not clear how much territory they actually control. Columns are getting close to the capital, Kiev, and as we heard earlier, the city of Mariupol on the Black Sea has been under siege for days. With us now from London is Ed Arnold. He's a European security expert with the Royal United Services Institute, a defence think tank. Ed, thank you for joining DW this morning. We're now a week and a half into the war in Ukraine. Militarily, how is Russia doing?
So yes, we're on day 11 thus far, and the Russian military have performed very poorly, and I think it's a very poor plan executed also poorly. Their movement is very constrained. It's been very slow. In some ways, it's been very complex. And as you've just highlighted in your piece, the logistics problems of supplying frontline troops is hampering efforts across the country to continue their advance. The invasion started on the northeast and south, and we're seeing a lot better performance to the south, but in the northeast and north stalled. And actually, in some places, the Ukrainian forces are putting in quite small scale at the moment, very sophisticated counterattacks, which is causing Russian advancement serious problems.
How are the Ukrainians doing it? I mean, as we've just said, they're outnumbered. Are its soldiers, they're still holding their own? How are they doing that?
Yes, I mean, this is a case of the Russians performing very poorly, but the Ukrainians performing exemplary, and that's both the Ukrainian professional military, but also civil society. The Ukrainians' will to fight has proved decisive in the initial phases over the weekend up until around Monday, and then as we've moved into phase 2, they are adapting. The air force is still intact but depleted, and like I said, they've put a quite remarkable counterattack in around Kharkiv and also to the west of Kiev, which is meaning that the Russian encirclement of Kiev is taking a lot longer in terms of the time, and actually ground forces are starting to target the convoy to the north of Kiev because it's static and very vulnerable.
Now, there's been so much conjecture about a no-fly zone, impassioned pleas for and against. If we say agree with those saying no to the no-fly zone, that it will only lead to escalation, then what else should the West be doing to support Ukraine right now?
Yes, that's right. And I think it's important to note that there are a variety of technical measures. You know, a no-fly zone is not just a blanket no-fly zone. There's a grade in between. But essentially what it would mean at this moment in time is the active suppression of air defense assets, both in Belarus and Russia, and actually, you know, hunting and destroying Russian aircraft within that area, which the risks of escalation are very high. Just this week, we've seen, unfortunately, a Romanian MiG-21 go down in the Black Sea due to mechanical issues, not actually due to enemy fire, and also the search and rescue helicopter that went to retrieve the pilot also went down due to bad weather. So it's a case where it's illustrative of how these things can actually be misinterpreted on the ground in the fog of war. So everyone is worried about escalation. At the moment, NATO and other Western countries are continuing the supply of lethal aid, continuing intelligence sharing, and possibly even supporting Ukrainian targeting and intelligence and decision support on the ground, which is not inconsiderable support that NATO nations are providing.
Now, Ukraine says it's killed more than 11,000 soldiers. Now, that's obviously a number that is impossible to verify at this stage. Russia only admitting to losing several hundred. What could that mean?
Yes, I mean, it's very difficult to provide accurate numbers, and the Russians have only put out an official figure in the last couple of days, which does seem very low, but still, in terms of only 11 days into our operation, are actually quite high. I mean, if we take roughly the middle number of the Russian report to the Ukrainian report, that's around 5,000. I mean, for context, that is more than the Americans lost in the combat operations in Iraq, and that's only in 11 days as opposed to 7 years. So it is considerable. The other thing with the Russians' military is the Pentagon now assessed that 95% of their combat power that was amassed around Ukraine for this operation has now been committed to the country. So they don't have a reserve, which should really run at about 30%. It's actually now at 5%. So very quickly, I think the Russian plan of a whole of country strategy is unraveling, and they just might not have the numbers to achieve the military objectives that they might have set themselves.
Ed Arnold from Britain's Royal United Services Institute, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's take a look now at some other developments in the conflict. Credit card giants MasterCard and Visa say they're suspending operations in Russia, dealing the latest blow to the increasingly isolated country's embattled financial system. The move follows crushing economic sanctions imposed by the West in response to President Putin's war on Ukraine. Russia's largest airline, state-owned Aeroflot, says it will halt all international flights except to Belarus from the 8th of March. This comes after Russia's aviation agency warned that Russian planes leased from foreign companies could be impounded under international sanctions. 33 countries have already banned Russian aircraft from their airspace. Several Western media organisations say they're suspending reporting in Russia, with many journalists leaving the country. The decision comes after the Kremlin passed legislation cracking down on independent reporting. Under the new law, journalists can face up to 15 years in prison for describing Putin's attack on Ukraine as an invasion or war. Meanwhile, Israel appears to be emerging as a diplomatic dark horse. On Saturday, Prime Minister Naftali Bennett became the first world leader to meet with Vladimir Putin since the invasion began. The surprise meeting was followed by talks with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Bennett then travelled on to Germany, the second time this week that the two leaders met after Scholz visited Jerusalem on Wednesday to discuss a diplomatic solution to the crisis. Bennett has offered to act as a mediator, with Israel maintaining good relations with both Russia and Ukraine. Well, for more, let's bring in DW political correspondent Benjamin Alvarez-Gruber. Benjamin, what do we know about the meeting between Chancellor Scholz and Israel's Naftali Bennett?
It was a 90 minutes talk that they had. We don't have more details of how these talks between Israel's prime minister and the Russian president Vladimir Putin went, but both of them underlined the commitment and said that they will do anything that they can, so everything in their strength to end the war in Ukraine as soon as possible.
Why did Bennett take the initiative to mediate in this conflict?
Israel is in a quite interesting position because they have warm and very good relations both to Kiev and also to Moscow. But there are two interests here, contrasting interests when we look at Israel. On one side, of course, it wants to belong to the Western alliance, want to show itself close to the US. But on the other side, there's a known security risk as well, as it has a military cooperation with Russia in Syria. So that's why many see Israel, and Zelensky also asked Israel to try to be a mediator and try to find common ground between Russia and Ukraine. And of course, both leaders, so Israel's Prime Minister Bennett and Olaf Scholz, will be closely following the third round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine that is expected to take place on Monday.
Benjamin Alvarez-Gruber, thanks very much. Well, Turkey's President Erdogan has held a phone call with Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin. The Turkish leader was expected to urge Putin to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine. Turkey also has close relations with both Moscow and Kiev, but recently moved to limit the passage of Russian warships into the Black Sea. Under the Montreux Convention, Ankara can block ships from passing through its straits during wartime, but can't prevent them from returning to their home ports. DW's Dorian Jones is in Istanbul for us. Dorian, what do you know about that call between President Erdogan and Putin?
Well, the call has finished, but there's been no readout of what actually happened in those talks. Neither Moscow nor Ankara have released any information as of yet. But Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's spokesman, Ibrahim Kalın, speaking to reporters on Saturday, said that Erdogan in those talks will call for an end to hostilities by Russia, and failing that, at least to heed these growing international calls for a ceasefire to allow humanitarian corridors to be established to these besieged cities all across Ukraine, where then humanitarian aid can be delivered and civilians can exit. And that will be the message from Erdogan, apparently, was delivered to Putin, along with the fact that, according to Kalın, the Turkish position is there can be no resolution to this conflict until there's a cessation of the conflict. And Turkey is trying to position itself as a possible mediator ever since the conflict started. Ankara has been trying to position itself to mediate between both Ukraine and Russia, as President Erdogan has close relations with both those countries' presidents. But as of yet, Putin has rebuffed those efforts by Turkey.
Could these latest developments be seen as Turkey taking a side? I mean, as you say, the NATO country has really close relations with Ukraine and Russia.
Well, that's the question. I mean, this conflict really has put Turkey in a very tight position. It's been walking a tightrope, trying to balance relations with both sides. On the one side, Turkey hasn't imposed sanctions against Russia and has, in fact, rejected them, saying that they are counterproductive. And also, Turkey has not closed its airspace to Russian civil planes, despite most of its Western allies doing that. But at the same time, Turkey has taken a tough stance against Russia. It's closed its Istanbul-Bosphorus waterway to Russian ships. On top of that, it has been supplying a lot of sophisticated weapons to Ukraine, in particular its noteworthy drones, which have impacted Russian military in a very big and significant way. So I think that their expectation is that ultimately Turkey is siding with Ukraine, and I think Turkey's Western allies will be looking at this as a possibility of breaching Turkey's relationship with Russia. And the US Deputy Secretary of State, Wendy Sherman, was in Turkey on Saturday holding talks over Ukraine.
DW's Dorian Jones for us in Istanbul. Thank you. And in other news, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Moldova to pledge American support to the country, which has seen nearly 250,000 refugees from Ukraine pouring in. During his visit, Blinken also said that the United States was working actively on a deal with Poland to supply Ukraine with fighter jets. Tens of thousands of people around the world have been protesting against the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Demonstrations condemning Russia's President Putin took place in cities across the United States, as well as in Paris, London and other European capitals. With no end in sight to the war, the number of refugees keeps climbing. The UN says the total figure of people who've fled Ukraine has now topped 1.5 million. It calls it the fastest growing refugee crisis since World War II. Many of those refugees fleeing would prefer to stay nearby in surrounding countries such as Poland, Slovakia or Romania. But more and more are also looking further west. The border cities of Frankfurt-Oder in Germany and Słubice in Poland already have a very close partnership. Within a few days, people there have put together a large support network for refugees. DW reporter Axel Rovol has more.
Mike Friedrich tries to keep track. So here are food and hygiene items. Clothes stay outside. The office of his nursing office in Frankfurt-Oder on the Polish border looks like the warehouse of a general store. A bag full of baby food has just been handed in. Donations for the people of Ukraine. Cardboard boxes are piling up, and friends everywhere are helping to pack. He and his partner started an appeal for donations immediately after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. They wanted to bring the donated items across Poland to the Ukrainian border in a convoy. Period products for women, lots of diapers for the children. The response for children was really huge because children also suffer the most in war. Boba Preuss Bojdic speaks from his own experience. I come from the former Yugoslavia. I experienced war as a child. My family lost everything. We had nothing. A woman comes who wants to provide donations for her home country. Ukrainian? Ukrainian. She has lost contact with her relatives who live in Kiev, but Tatiana Albrecht cannot sit around doing nothing. People have wishes, and since I have time at the moment, I am collecting everything and donating things that people need. Across the Oder River lies Słubice, the Polish part of the city. Olena Pankiv-Bola is out and about here. She has hardly gotten any sleep for days. She too comes from Ukraine, and now she is organizing housing for fellow compatriots who have fled. She put up 2 women with their children in a hotel. They arrived in the night, and they don't want to show their faces. We were on the road for 48 hours. The bus had to leave the city at full speed, and shells were exploding behind us. And now our men are going to war. When she wants to talk about her family in Ukraine, tears begin to flow. On the German side in Frankfurt an der Oder, the last aid supplies are being stuffed into cars. Originally 6 cars were planned, but now there are 14 trucks and cars filled to bursting, all making their way to the Ukrainian border. I feel good, I feel brave, and I'm excited. Of course, that's a big thing we're doing now. And if everything goes well, on their way back to Germany, they want to take along as many Ukrainian refugees as they can.
Here in Berlin, a Jewish community has welcomed more than 100 refugee children who it helped evacuate from a foster home in Odessa. The children arrived after a bus journey that took them from the Black Sea city through Moldova, Romania, Hungary and the Czech Republic before finally reaching Germany. They'd spent the first several nights after the Russian invasion sheltering in the cellar of their foster home.
Tuvia is now safe in Berlin. But the 5-week-old baby has already experienced tragedy. His mother gave him up to foster care in the hopes he could find safety.
She came to us when the kid was 4 days old. She came with the baby, she gave him to my father, to the rabbi of Odessa, and she turned around and she walked out. She didn't kiss the kid.
Tuvia is one of 105 Jewish children who have been brought to Germany from Odessa. The Jewish community in the Ukrainian city includes several Holocaust survivors who now live in fear of Russian atrocities. A Berlin rabbi agreed to help.
Now in the war, our job changed. We now doing another stuff. We was teaching, now we saving lives. That's our job.
It took them 2 days to reach Berlin, and the 2 buses were given priority clearance to drive into Romania. But with the community separated, those in safety fear for the others who stayed behind.
I'm afraid, yes, because my mother and father stayed in Ukraine in Odessa, and all time something happens there, and I read the news, and all time I call them and ask what happened, if all okay.
Many of the children lack proper documentation and were evacuated from a foster home in Odessa. But with Russian naval forces massed off the coast of the Black Sea city, the Jewish community believes that they can now find safety in Germany.
You're watching DW News. Here's a reminder of the main story coming out of Ukraine. Authorities in the port city of Mariupol have agreed another partial ceasefire with Russian forces and are renewing efforts to evacuate some of the 400,000 civilians trapped there. Evacuation efforts were called off on Saturday after each side accused the other of violating the ceasefire agreement. That's your update this hour. We'll have more on the crisis in Ukraine coming up at the top of the next hour. There's always plenty more news and information on our website as well. That's dw.com. I'm Rebecca Ritters in Berlin. Thanks very much for watching.
The week that shook the world. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a historical turning point.
I am here. We will not quit our resistance. We will defend our country.
Russia's war marks a new reality.
Putin is now isolated.
A look back at the first week of a war that will change the world forever.
Next on DW. Look closely. Listen carefully.
You don't know how those simple things you miss until they're gone.
Feel the magic. Discover the world around you. Subscribe to DW Documentary on YouTube. Are you ready to get a little more extreme? These places in Europe are smashing all the records. Step into a bold adventure. Just don't lose your grip. It's the treasure map for modern globetrotters. Discover some of Europe's record-breaking sites. On Euromax, YouTube, and now also in book form.
віримо в те, що війни не буде потужної проти України і не буде широкої ескалації з боку Російської Федерації.
Обстоятельства требуют от нас решительных и незамедлительных действий. Народные республики Донбасса обратились к России с просьбой о помощи. Мною принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
Сьогодні Росія розпочала вторгнення в Україну. Путін розпочав війну з Україною, з усім демократичним світом.
В эти минуты Россия проводит специальную военную операцию по защите ДНР и ЛНР. О ней рано утром объявил Владимир Путин в обращении к россиянам.
Early this morning, Russian troops invaded Ukraine, a free and sovereign country. And once again, in the center of Europe, innocent women, men and children are dying of fear for their lives. We condemn this barbaric attack and the cynical arguments to justify it. It is President Putin who is bringing war back to Europe. And in these dark hours, the European Union and its people stand by Ukraine and its people.
Я никогда не думала, что такое может быть. Я никогда не думала, что это действительно случится в этой жизни. Мы писали стихи про войну. Я сама режиссер, хореограф, педагог в свое время. Мы учили историю, но никогда не думали, что это будет на нашей земле.
Да, это смотрели, вот буквально полчаса назад вы это смотрели, страшно, я же говорю, очень, на самом деле это страшно. Потому что жалко людей, которые там живут, жалко всех этих солдат, всех очень жалко.
У самого там родственники живут, как бы тоже связи нет никакой, поэтому они тоже переживают, боятся. Я думаю, это все закончится очень быстро, как это началось. Ну, правильно то, что президент принял такое правильное решение. Именно в целях безопасности нашей страны и нашего народа, который находится там на Донбассе. То есть это чисто, вот правильно говорят, оборонительное, а не наступательное действие.
Проснулась, папа подошел, сказал, что началась война. Грубо говоря, но чувство, конечно, не очень, потому что, сами понимаете. Да в целом, наверное, жителям не только России, но и Украины. Хочется, чтобы все были здоровы, живы, чтобы не было войны.
I have only one thing to say from the bottom of my heart. President Putin, stop your troops from attacking the Ukraine. Give peace a chance. Too many people have already died.
Нет войне! Войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне!
Putin's aggression against Ukraine will end up costing Russia dearly, economically and strategically. We will make sure of that.
За попередніми даними, на жаль, ми втратили за сьогодні вже 137 наших героїв, наших громадян. З них 10 офіцерів, Поранено 316.
We woke up in Kiev this morning having spent a night in a bomb raid shelter under our office, something that most people in Kiev had done the same. Everyone, I think, has now seen those pictures of families with little kids on picnic blankets in the metro stations trying to distract their kids from the kind of awfulness of the situation, getting used to the sounds of those sirens. It is a totally new reality for Ukrainians who I don't think expected this ever to come this far. All these months of tensions with Vladimir Putin bringing his troops to the border, most people had convinced themselves that this was a bluff and they just didn't want to believe that he was actually willing to go through with it all.
Да вы что? Не то слово, страшно. Страшно, больно. Вы что? Обидно. Какие разрушения людям. Все наши державы.
Цим ранком ми захищаємо нашу державу наодинці. Як і вчора, найпотужніші сили світу спостерігають здалеку. Чи переконали Росію вчорашні санкції? Ми чуємо у своєму небі і бачимо на своїй землі, що цього недостатньо.
I'm from Kiev. I traveled with my family to Western Ukraine just for vacation when it happened. So we decided yesterday that we want to leave the country because it's not clear what will be happening. I have a lot of my relatives in Kiev who are sitting in the bomb shelters right now because there is a bombing everywhere and people are afraid and scared.
Я поставлю данный проект резолюции на голосование. Прошу голосующих за проект резолюции, содержащийся в документе С-2022-155, поднять руку. Кто против? Кто воздержался? Результаты голосования следующие. 11 голосов за, 1 голос против, 3 воздержалось. Проект резолюции не принимается, поскольку против него проголосовал постоянный член Совета Безопасности.
Colleagues, not surprisingly, Russia exercised its veto power today in an effort to protect Russia's premeditated, unprovoked, unjustified, and unconscionable war in Ukraine.
The resolution has not been adopted only because of the single veto of the permanent member of this council who is perpetrating that conflict. Russia claims that its invasion of Ukraine is in self-defense. This is absurd.
Так.
Какая жесть.
В зале нам удалось спастись, мы были на кухне, повезло, прямое попадание в зал. У жены со старшим сломаны ноги, открытые переломы, младший увели спасатели куда-то, я его сейчас разыскиваю.
The Ukrainian military, their staffs are still working. It's an organized resistance, and that's not good. That's not good at all for the Russian strategic plans to take over Ukraine and rewrite their constitution, rewrite everything, because if there's continued and maybe even successful organized resistance, that will raise the morale of the Ukrainian soldiers and population, and it will be harder for Russia to operate. And actually, if it drags on, it could be a war of attrition that Russia can actually, in the end, lose.
Khmelnytsky and people are nervous. You really sleep on alert. There is a military airbase nearby, military warehouses that have been striked during the past couple of days. A lot of internal displaced people from Kiev and other parts of Ukraine arrive here in Khmelnytsky, about a 3-hour drive to Romania. But again, also people who live here are very much nervous, and they're trying to consider a plan out of Ukraine, as tens of thousands already have left the country.
Let's go.
I decided to go to Poland. I have some friends over there, and then to Turkey, as it's literally almost impossible to find a home and to stay in Kiev. It wasn't possible, and he's very scared.
My message will be very short, that it can happen with you in every home in Europe, because nobody knows what Putin wants and where he will finish.
We will not surrender. We will not capitulate. We will not give up a single inch of our territory. This is not the goal of our fight.
Это была ракета, ударила по ГСМ либо РСМ нефтебазе. То есть, горит вот так с ночи, бахнуло хорошо, то есть освещение было, очень сильно хорошее. С окна, то есть, мне это было, то есть, возле меня жена лежала, теща, они аж сдрыгнулись. Есть шибки у нас с окна повылетали.
Wir erleben eine Zeitenwende. Und das bedeutet, die Welt danach ist nicht mehr dieselbe wie die Welt davor. Wie Sie wissen, haben wir gestern entschieden, dass Deutschland der Ukraine Waffen zur Verteidigung des Landes liefern wird.
For the first time ever, the European Union will finance the purchase and delivery of weapons and other equipment to a country that is under attack.
Уважаемые коллеги, вы видите, что западные страны предпринимают не только недружественные действия в отношении нашей страны в экономической сфере, я имею в виду нелегитимные санкции, о которых все хорошо знают, но высшие должностные лица ведущих стран НАТО допускают и агрессивные высказывания в адрес нашей страны. Поэтому приказываю министру обороны и начальнику генерального штаба перевести силы сдерживания российской армии в особый режим несения боевого дежурства.
It is an attempt to leverage Russia's nuclear arsenal and probably to put pressure on Vladimir Zelensky and the president of Ukraine and the delegation that is, as far as I understand as of now, conducts negotiations with the Russian delegation on the border of Belarus and Ukraine.
I'm also standing with Ukrainian nation in support, but I'm also afraid that this will be just start of something bigger in Europe and in the world.
Ich protestiere gegen diesen Krieg, den Putin angezettelt hat, und bin überwältigt davon, wie viele Leute hier gerade auf der Straße sind und wie viele hier zusammenkommen.
estamos muy preocupados por nuestras familias, amigos, por el país en general, porque nuestro vecino ya ves que no respeta nuestra independencia ni...
Y es muy duro cuando ves a los familiares que están allí, que te están llamando y están llorando, pidiendo ayuda y no podemos hacer absolutamente nada. Y Europa no está ayudando.
Get it for now, but it is very important to talk to your government, to any government that could help us to cover sky independently from NATO, because that could help, that could really change everything. Our military soldiers are good, but without covering the sky, we can't do anything for now.
I mean, so far, Elizabeth, the military alliance of NATO, Western leaders have said there won't be a no-fly zone over Ukraine. They have already made that decision.
Okay, I don't heard about it. Yes, thank you. That's good because it is very important.
No, that they're not going to put a no-fly zone over Ukraine.
I've heard about it, of course, but some countries can cover the sky independently from NATO.
Okay.
You see.
Yeah.
And that could be a decision for that crisis and for that moment.
Sure. What do you think about the fact that you have been forced to leave your home and your life and in your country?
Yes, of course, it's awful. I was doing business. I was traveling Europe a lot. I was making and building my life with my boyfriend and everything, and now we are all separated, and we are separated from our home, from our family. We left our apartment, our home, and we don't know whether we can ever get to it anymore, because it could be bombed, it could be destructed, devastated. And also I'm now living with an understanding that I could never see my grandmas again. I hope that I will, but I live with that thought, and this is devastating for me personally. Yes.
I understand. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I should thank you a lot, because I think that it is of the urgent importance to the world hear us and the world hear how horrible and how devastating is the Putin's war, because it's really Putin's war. It is not about Russia. It is about Putin. We should do something with it, because Ukraine now is defending the whole Europe, and we should do something together with it. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks, Elizabeth. Take care. Now, images of the harsh treatment and difficulties faced by foreign students trying to leave Ukraine have shocked the world, with allegations of racism by Ukrainian border forces and soldiers. Some foreign students have told us they have been asked for documentation from their universities, giving them permission to leave. Let's talk to one of those students who is in the northeastern city of Sumy in Ukraine, medical student Toluwalezi Kolapobello. Tolu, hello, thank you very much for talking to us.
Hi.
For people who... Hi, thank you. Where is Sumy? Because people may not have even heard of it before, but it is quite close to the Russian border, isn't it?
Yes, it's very close. We currently share a border with Russia in Ukraine.
Okay. And I'm guessing you want to leave there?
I want to as soon as possible, because this war between Ukraine and Russia has put threats upon us, serious threats. We can't sleep at night. We are terrified. We are traumatized. I am mentally breaking down at this point, because in a day we've had up to 6 blasts of airstrikes, attacks, fights in the city, gunshots during the day and night, and electricity, power outage, lack of water, and lack of supplies in the city.
Where are you sleeping then?
most times we sleep in the bunker, which is underground, and it's currently 3 degrees and 3 to 2 degrees, shuffling between that period, and it's cold. It even snowed consecutively for 2 days, so you can imagine how cold it is. And we have to sleep in the bunkers, which is quite cold because underground is always colder than above, and people are now falling sick with cold and sickness due to the exposure, and we don't know when we would have the chance to come out, because sometimes during the day there's been like they would sound the alarm in the city and would have to take cover underground. So most times, like sometimes we can spend like more than 6 hours underground in the basement in the dark, which is quite dark and uncomfortable for us. And we are like about 1,500 foreign students here, and we have 6 hostels. So sometimes the bunker is not comfortable for us because some people are falling sick and we all have to squeeze ourselves inside, and then people now begin to transfer sickness and everything. And the lack of water, some people weren't able to bath for 3 days because in their hostels they didn't have water.
Right.
And we had to translocate to another, we had to transport ourselves to another hostel, and which was stuffy and packed.
Yeah. So you said there are 1,000 international students there.
About 1,500.
1,500. So how many approximately are sleeping in your bunker each night?
Each night there can be up to like 300 or more than, because we have like 6 hostels here, so there can be like 300 because some stay in apartments.
Is there any way? I mean, I can't see how you can. Presumably there are no trains. It's too frightening if anybody's got a car to drive. I mean, you're right in the northeast, and really you need to get west, don't you?
Yes, because currently, from the situation on ground, Russian troops have surrounded our borders, right? And then it's been difficult. They even destroyed. There's been like special vehicles, private vehicles rather, were able to transport some students to another city. From there, they continued their journey to the western border. So, but it's been quite difficult because at this point now, people are refusing. Some people, because of the risk of security and safety, taxi drivers have begun to extort money from us. Like taxi that from another city on a normal regular day wouldn't spend up to $100 or highest $100. But then taxi drivers are collecting $2,000 just for 4 people to transport them from our city to another city. And then people are crying. Some people are crying because they can't afford to pay $2,000, and then they are stuck here now looking for ways out because they can't keep waiting for the government. This is day 10 or 11 or 12. I've even lost count of days now, and we are scared. We can hardly sleep at night because we don't know when next airstrike is going to happen or there's going to be a bomb blast near us. We are like traumatized. So we just want to get out as soon as possible. So which is why some people are using the opportunity they have at hand to just leave because they are tired and it's affecting their mental health.
Where in the world are your mum and dad?
They're in Nigeria.
Okay. And have you been able to talk to them?
Yes, I've been able to talk to them. And the time there was power outage for like hours, like let's say 6 to 8, from like 6 p.m. in the night till like the following day around 10 a.m. They were really concerned because they couldn't reach people and network was bad because of I heard that Russian troops attacked the power supply. So network was bad and they couldn't reach us. So they were really worried for most of us as foreign students in this country.
Are there any teachers there? Are there any lecturers there? Is there anybody trying to coordinate some kind of escape plan?
Well, school. We've been complaining to school. We've been talking to school, and all they've been telling us is they are trying their best and they are waiting for green. They are waiting for something about green border or something. But we're like, how are people passing if we are saying you're waiting for a green border or something like that? And we've been telling them that we are tired of staying here. Like, if it's their country, they've experienced war before, so maybe they have an idea of how it is. But this is my first time experiencing war happening, and it's kind of disturbing me because, like, my mental health now, it's not stable as before. And how will I be able to call that they should allow us to go, like they should make a way for us to go, like provide transport for us the way others have been going. Because we are students, we are not working, we don't have source of income that we can say that everyone that can afford the $2,000, but they should look for private vehicles for us as students to transport us to other cities the way the private vehicles have been able to move to other cities. But they still keep telling us that we should wait, we should be patient, and we don't know for how long we are going to stay here. We were challenging them that is it until people can't, like, is it until people start dying that they decide to take action? Because we are not seeing anything in action. We are just hearing from them. They are just telling us that this is what they are doing, but we're not seeing anything. So we don't know.
Tolu, thank you very much for talking to us. Your message has gone out around the world. I don't know if it will make any difference. Obviously, I really hope it does. And we will keep talking to you to see how you're doing, if that's okay with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring you the latest headlines in the next few minutes.
Hello. The fairly sunny conditions most experiencing today are going to continue into the start of the new week. But as we go through the week, we're going to start to see the wind pick up even more. And that, whilst it'll bring in some mild air, will gradually allow some Atlantic weather systems potential for rain, especially across western areas. No rain really today, only 1 or 2 isolated showers potentially from this area cloud towards the south, but it's more well broken than we saw through yesterday, so sunnier spells compared with yesterday. We've quite a breeze blowing through the English Channel, also through the Hebrides. That will make it feel a little bit on the chilly side. Temperatures only around 6 or 7 degrees for some across the south and southeast, whereas further north with lighter winds across Scotland after that frosty start, will feel pleasant through the afternoon. Sunshine boosting things up to around 10 or 11 degrees. Now into this evening and overnight though, sun goes, temperatures drop. There will be a bit of cloud at times in the south, so temperatures may fluctuate here, but further north, under clear skies, you could see temperatures again drop down to around -5 or -6 quite readily for 1 or 2 areas. But a more widespread frost across England and Wales tonight with those clearer skies, and so a cold start to Monday morning. But it will be a crisp and sunny one for the vast majority. Few changes for Monday though. We'll see more of a breeze this time in western areas compared with through the weekend, and we'll see areas of cloud drift their way northwards, so the skies maybe not as blue at times in parts of northern England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, but it'll still be a sunny day of sunny spells, although when the sun's not with you, feeling a little bit chillier. Chillier air coming around this area, high pressure, which just about holds on into Tuesday. But as we go through this week, we're going to try and see Atlantic weather systems push their way in. One gets close on Tuesday. Most places will be dry. There is a chance of some rain later on, Wales, southwest England and Northern Ireland. Still quite a stiff wind for many, but sunny spells continue through much of Scotland and England in particular. And notice the temperatures starting to creep up. As those weather systems push their way in, we see milder air. There could be some rain just push its way northwards and eastwards as we go through Tuesday night into Wednesday. Another weather system approaching with some stronger winds out towards the west, more in the way of rain potentially. But just look, we're starting to drag in milder air as well. So as we go through the middle part of this week, I said that rain potential, particularly in the west. The breeze still a feature as we go through Wednesday and Thursday, but notice the temperatures starting to climb up back into double figures, if not the low teens.
Most people aren't sleeping. They can't sleep. They're sleeping with their phones, or they're doing what we call doom scrolling, seeing what the bad news is.
They're filling the bottles and filling the crates. There is a real sense of feeling that these weapons could soon be needed here.
An air of desperation. There are thousands of people along this platform. Can any train possibly take the number of people who are here?
The Russian invasion of Ukraine on BBC News.
He wants tomorrow's news today. She's broadening her horizons. He's growing his knowledge. They're searching for expert opinions. She's dying for a lively discussion. He's taking stock of the situation. She wants to dive deeper. They just need a conversation starter. Everyone's news all in one place. The Papers, weeknights at 10:30 and 11:30 on the BBC News Channel.
This is BBC News. I'm Yalda Hakim in Ukraine's western city of Lviv. Our top stories. Russian artillery continues to pound cities and towns in Ukraine. Authorities in Kiev warn there is worse to come.
Severe attacks on the civil population, including carpet bombarding of the cities, which are basically happening these days already in some cities, will be taking place, and thousands of new civilian victims will be in Ukraine.
The besieged city of Mariupol will attempt another evacuation of civilians after a similar plan was abandoned yesterday due to continuing fighting. The UN says 1.5 million people have already fled Ukraine. The US offers to help ease the fastest growing refugee crisis since the Second World War.
We're bringing our own technical expertise to bear, including here in the Republic of Moldova. We'll also be bringing resources to bear to help alleviate some of the burden that Moldova and other countries are carrying.
And anti-war protests on the streets of Russia. More than 1,000 people have been detained in 29 cities across the country, according to one monitoring group. Hello and welcome to BBC News, and to our viewers in the UK and around the world, I'm Yalda Hakim. Well, let's bring you up to date on the conflict here in Ukraine. Fighting continues in the north, east and south of the country. The city of Mariupol was supposed to have a ceasefire yesterday. That was breached. There are attempts today to create a humanitarian corridor, but there hasn't been any updates on civilians being able to be evacuated from there. Northeast of Mariupol is Kharkiv, that continues to be shelled and face bombardment. And we're also hearing that civilians are facing shelling and bombardment northwest of Kiev in the city of Irpin. We're also hearing that major international companies like MasterCard and Visa have suspended operations in Russia. Dan Johnson reports.
The pummeling of the Ukrainian people shows no sign of relenting. It's getting closer to Kiev, and it's causing more casualties as well as forcing more people on the move. It's also sparking more resistance. Ordinary Ukrainians of all ages are getting ready to fight.
I'm a student. I'm 21, so that's the legal age for buying your first gun or rifle here. It's unfortunate to see how many students, instead of going to classes, are going to stand in queues to get arms.
It's our country. I can step back, you know. Never, never. They will die for sure. Everyone, every Russian will die here. We will burn them, all of them.
Ukrainian forces say this shows their level of resistance, shooting down a Russian helicopter. And the country's president has given another defiant rallying speech with a message to his own people living under occupation.
You have to go on the offensive. It is necessary to fight if there is an opportunity. It is necessary to go out and drive this evil out of our cities, from our land.
There have been protests around the world, but also in Russia. With more companies pulling out of the country, life is getting harder. Visa and MasterCard have announced they're suspending their payment services, so doing business will get even tougher. And speaking in their language, Ukraine's president had something to say directly to the Russian people, in whose name Vladimir Putin is waging this war.
I know that many of you came to believe that Ukraine allegedly hates you, allegedly will attack, allegedly will destroy. Liars. Liars talk about it every day on the Russian television. It's their job to lie to you every day, but that shouldn't be your fate.
Russian promises of a temporary ceasefire weren't kept yesterday, which meant this evacuation centre stood largely empty, with Ukrainians unable to escape from Mariupol, which has been under siege for the last 10 days. That's why the calls keep coming for NATO to impose a no-fly zone, including from Ukraine's former president.
The Russian is completely bombing with the air bomb, with the missiles, the civilian people, and you see all these people are suffering from that. And this is completely unacceptable. And when we are asking the no-flying zone, this is exactly for these people. And with this situation, we need to protect them.
The US and other NATO countries have so far resisted that, fearful of all-out war with Russia. But the Secretary of State was in Poland yesterday and stepped across onto Ukrainian soil to show solidarity.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've seen an extraordinary surge of support from around the world against Russia's aggression, against Russia's war of choice, against what is happening every single day, every single minute in Ukraine to civilians throughout the country as a result of this aggression.
Ukraine will win this war anyway, because this is the people's war for their land, and we defend the right cause. The question is the price of our victory.
And that price will be paid by the Ukrainian people, by the families split up and scattered in fear for their lives. Dan Johnson, BBC News.
And there really is no illusion that it is the Ukrainian people who will pay that heavy price, as we're hearing there in Dan Johnson's report. They know that their homes and towns and cities continue to be shelled. They also know that it'll be them that'll have to pick up the arms and take on the might of the Russian army. Lviv here in western Ukraine really has become a hub not just for refugees, but also for the resistance. In the last few days, we've been seeing local community here creating camouflage nets, for example, creating Molotov cocktails. Women, children, grandmothers, men have all been taking part in their own way, volunteering, whether it's to assist the internally displaced people settle in their city, or whether it's to assist in the fighting in some way. And that really is something the President, Volodymyr Zelensky, has been calling on his population to do. Sometimes twice a day he addresses the nation, and sometimes he switches between Ukrainian and Russian. He's been addressing the Russian people, telling them not to stay silent, telling them that they need to speak up against the crimes that are being committed here against the Ukrainian people. Have a listen to his latest address.
Ukrainians, we have to still fight for our today. We are fighting to where the border will be between life and slavery, and it's not just our choice. Citizens of the Russian Federation are making the same choice right now, in these days, in these hours, between life and slavery, today, tomorrow, in the next week. That is the time when evil can be still conquered without irreparable loss, when for your position you'll be perhaps fired or put in a police van and not in a gulag. There will be financial losses and not executed by a firing squad. Do not miss that opportunity. Social networks, friends, people you know you don't, your colleagues, your family members have to hear you. We, the Ukrainians, we want peace. Citizens of Russia, for you, this is the fight not just for the peace in Ukraine. It's the fight for your country, for the best that it had, for freedom that you have seen, for the well-being that you have felt. If you keep silent now, later only your poverty will speak for you. And hear the reply of only your repressions. Do not stay silent. Russian military that were captured by our defenders, they spoke. There are hundreds of captured Russian military. Among them are pilots of the planes that bombed our cities, our peaceful people. We heard their testimony. We saw their documents, maps and plans. Not from yesterday. That is not an improvisation. That is war. They prepared this invasion cruelly, cynically, deliberately, in violation of the rules of war.
That was President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking directly to the Russian people there. Well, joining us here now on the program is Vadim Ivchenko. He's a Ukrainian MP. Thank you, sir, for joining us here on the program. We're hearing about the constant bombardment, the shelling of Ukrainian villages, homes, towns. Of course, there was a temporary ceasefire that was supposed to be put in place yesterday that was breached. Just give us an overview and a sense of the scale of the fighting at the moment.
Hello everybody. I'm now near the Kiev. Today we were convoying a food supply to Kiev, the metal construction, anti-tank construction which we put on the road. So we were trying to convoy medicine as well, and back we are convoying the children from Akhmadet and children from the families to the west and to the other countries. Right now the situation is quite stable. You know, some bombs, some missiles is targeting the civilian neighborhood. Yesterday, for example, the bomb was targeting to my friend's house in Bila Tserkva. It is 60 kilometers from Kiev. It's just everything destroyed. I mean, the civilian house and the 20 houses around, and of course a lot of missiles, a lot of bombs near the Kiev. You know, the very hot places. It's Irpin, Bucha, Gostomel. And right now we are working, we are negotiating just to organize the humanitarian corridor for the people who'd like to leave.
But we're also hearing we're also hearing that shelling is continuing in Irpin, which is just outside of Kiev. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yesterday and at night, the cities near the Kiev is bombed. It's Vasilkiv, it's Abukhov, it's Fastov, and other cities is bombed. When the people sleeping, the bomb just shooting on the civilian neighborhoods, and of course as well as the military places. So right now, its situation is quite stable. We heard only the machine guns from all over the city, and you know, a lot of people just leave the Kiev, and a lot of people right now are on the road. It's a lot of traffic on the road, just leaving the Kiev and the Kiev region.
Yeah, so you're saying that in those places that were bombed yesterday, it's stable today, so people are trying to get out now and evacuate. Are they heading west towards places like Lviv and then towards the borders to get out?
You know, the situation is quite difficult to explain, because in the east it is just totally destroyed. Some cities like Kharkiv, Chernigov, and the people try to move to the west. And in the west, its situation is quite difficult as well. It's no places where to live. It's no enough food for them. So a lot of people staying on the queue just to cross the border. That's a real situation. No, it's like if you imagine yourself like a computer game when the people just escape from a lot of cities, and the Kiev is empty from civilian, probably from civilian. I mean, not probably. I mean, not everyone, but a lot of civilians just drive out from Kiev far to the west.
Yeah, we're hearing
a lot of militaries, a lot of troops. Yeah.
The UN. Yeah, the UN is saying that over 1.5 million people have now evacuated and fled the country. But you're also taking photographs of the destruction of civilian deaths. Just tell us what you plan on doing with these photographs, the information that you're collecting.
First, what we are doing. First, we collecting all the photos, all the videos for the future investigation in Gaga. We collecting the information about the using the prohibited missile. We are speaking with the Russians troops. I mean, who are just who are arrested by Ukrainians. we got a lot of information just to start this criminal investigation. That's the first. The second one, you know, the Putin united all the nation, from the student till the pensioner. People take the guns, the machine guns. People ready to defend in the territorial defense. A lot of block posts, a lot of young people, a lot of aged people in Ukraine is ready to defend the independence and the democratic value in Ukraine. That's what the Putin did. It's unite all the Ukrainians.
And just briefly, sir, do you think that do you think that NATO members should reconsider this potential no-fly zone? They've obviously ruled it out. President Zelensky has said that they should reconsider. Do you think that should be the case?
You know, yesterday I have talked with the congressman, one of the congressmen, and I've told him that the America and the other NATO countries should realize the Third World War is already happened. It exists in Ukraine. So, and they are already with us, and they are helping with the anti-aircraft missiles, anti-tank weapons. They are already with us. And the non-fly zone will save a lot of civilians, a lot of Ukrainians, will save a lot of Europeans as well, and will save a lot of atomic power plants objects, infrastructure objects, and a lot of people, as I've said. So this will give us the opportunity just to close this non-fly zone, to make this non-fly zone over the Ukraine, and to how to say, to put it down to the earth, and to somebody called me, sorry, and put it down to the earth when the Ukrainian military troops will fight with the Russian military troops on the earth. That's very important for every piece I've said.
I just want to ask you about humanitarian corridors, because, of course, there was this call yesterday by the Russian Defense Ministry that they would have a humanitarian corridor in Mariupol, in Volnovakha. That didn't actually happen. Can you tell us about those humanitarian corridors today? Because the Ukrainian authorities did say they were going to try again.
As I've heard, today they're going to try organize this humanitarian corridor from some cities. You have said the Volnovakha and Mariupol, and we'll see how it works. It is, of course, we need the humanitarian corridor and other cities as well. Near the Kiev, it's 3 big cities. Probably 1 million people live there. It is a population of the cities, but right now it's quite less. But we need as well people that would like to leave their cities where the Russian troops. We need to organize the humanitarian corridor. It seems to me it should be done, but right now it's quite on the beginning.
Okay, Vadim Ivchenko, Ukrainian MP, thank you so much for your time here on the program.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're just going to bring you some latest lines from the Kremlin and Vladimir Putin. We're hearing that Vladimir Putin has told Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan that Russia is ready for dialogue with Ukraine and foreign partners. Putin has said that the military operation in Ukraine is going according to plan and to schedule. He also said any attempt to draw out the negotiation process will fail, and that he said that the operation in Ukraine will only be halted if Russian demands are met. That he says that he will approach things with the Ukrainians in a constructive approach and take into account the realities on the ground. So that's Vladimir Putin telling Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan that Russia is ready for dialogue as long as Russia's demands are met by Ukraine. And of course, we have seen a very defiant Volodymyr Zelensky, who has said that They will not negotiate with a gun to their head. There's been several rounds of negotiations already between the two sides, but they haven't had any kind of successful outcome so far, 11 days into this conflict. There was also talk of humanitarian corridors that were promised, but as we've seen in places like Mariupol, those humanitarian corridors were breached, and civilians say that they were being shelled and fired at. Well, one such person who fled the conflict in the south, in Odessa, is Yelena. I met her earlier at Lviv train station. She was arriving alongside tens of thousands of people who have been fleeing. Just have a listen to what she had to say to me.
They told me like you should left, so I should listen to what my parents say. So yes, I left.
That must have been incredibly difficult to do.
It was difficult days, but I think like all these people now who is living, they had the same choices, because here's many like young people and like older people who also trying to like keep like their own like themselves, because now when you have your health like in this situation and like you still like with your hands, with your legs, yes, and in a nice mind, let's what you can ask for more like right now. It's nothing more than that.
Do you know where you'll go?
Yes, like now I will try to cross the border with Poland, and I will try to go to Warsaw. And then maybe I will try to find like a bus or car to go to the Netherlands.
Do you think you'll come back to Ukraine ever?
It's dependent by situation, you know, because nobody's know even right now what will be going on, like even in the next 2 days. Like we don't know anything about the future. But I hope yes.
That was Yelena, who had fled Odessa in the south and made her way to the west here in Lviv. She'd come on her own, and she's trying to leave this country. Well, as we've been reporting, tens of thousands of people have been fleeing the fighting and trying to get out of the country. The UN now says 1.5 million people, or over 1.5 million people, have left Ukraine using the various different borders. And they say that it's the fastest moving refugee crisis since the Second World War. That was a statement made by Filippo Grandi, the High Commissioner for Refugees. Let's hear more from my colleague Kasia Madeira, who's on the Poland-Ukraine border.
Amongst so much uncertainty and so much destruction that has happened in Ukraine just across the border from me, one thing is constant: the flow of people coming through. These people have just crossed over the border from Ukraine. Their journeys to get here have been long. They've been uncertain. We've been seeing the scenes back in Lviv of what has been happening as the people have been crossing into trains, crossing through with their cars, leaving their cars running out of fuel, crossing by foot, like all of these people that have just literally crossed the border here into Poland. Their first time to have an opportunity to just get something warm to drink, their first time to get something to eat. This whole community, this whole centre has popped up and is very transient. We've been here all week. Things change, tents pop up, tents go. But what is constant also, along with the flow of people coming across the border, is the support that Poland is offering to those people who have fled. Volunteers in their hundreds, bringing off, dropping off things that all the children may need, the piles of nappies, the milk formula, the food for the children who are exhausted and they're overwhelmed. And what is really, really touching is just the little moments of generosity, how people just bring people that have fled the border into their homes, opening their homes. But this is the absolute first moment these people have crossed into this country, and there is a sense of calmness and there is a sense of just exhaustion given what they have been through. There is organisation. We see all the time people coming up explaining, we've got a person who is travelling to Krakow, we can take 4 or 5 people. We've got a person who is driving on to another town. mum who can take a family of, and then gives the amount. And this is continuous. This is absolutely continuous. We've got people who have bought bits of paper explaining, we'll take such and such, we'll take you on, we'll provide you transport, things for free. And this is happening all the time, every day, day in, day out on this border as the people come across. And yes, it is cold here. It is snowing every now and again. Bear in mind the people that have just come across, they have spent days getting to the border, but this is the next leg of their journey. So here we have this queue of people waiting to get on a bus. A bus will then take them to the next part of their stage of their journey, to temporary reception areas. It's where Antony Blinken came to see one of these reception areas, how it was organised, how people got to rest, and then they move on. Across the whole of Poland, people are opening up their doors, websites offering advice of what to do if you want to take a refugee family in. Large Ukrainian community in Poland, they're all coming together, bringing these people to their homes. Again, another bus coming up. Every few minutes, a bus will come up, will load these people on, will move them further away, because ultimately we know that more and more people continue to cross this border. Already over 900,000 people have come into Poland. That is higher than the population of Poland's second largest city, Kraków, coming into this country in such a short space of time. They all need help, they all need attention, they all need rest.
That was my colleague Kasia Madera on the Poland-Ukraine border, talking about the flood of refugees. Of course, Poland and Ukraine share a 150-kilometre border. It's incredibly long, and therefore that's why we're seeing such a huge avalanche of people trying to make their way into Poland. But Poland isn't the only country that people are trying to get to. There are 5 borders in total in the west and south of Ukraine where people are trying to make their way. Rob Cameron has the latest from Slovakia.
10,000 people a day crossing into Slovakia from Ukraine. 10,000 journeys, 10,000 stories, each similar, each unique, each terrifying in their own way. Svetlana is an English teacher from the town of Korosten who fled with her 7-year-old son Ilya and their cat.
Staying without your house, without your clothes, because we went out just with nothing. Like, we were hoping that we can come back at least someday, but I don't know, as far as watching those news, I'm losing my hope, actually.
For now, she's heading to the Polish city of Wrocław to stay with friends. Central and Eastern Europe is home to a huge Ukrainian diaspora. In homes across the region this evening, people will be making up spare beds for their kin. And those who have no one in Warsaw, Bratislava or Prague will be put up by an army of willing volunteers.
But not all of these people fleeing the conflict are Ukrainians. Russia's war has scattered thousands of migrant workers and students. Most of them are trying to get home as quickly as possible, but not everyone.
Foreigners from all over the world were studying in Ukraine when the war started, some just months away from completing their degrees.
It's 6 years already. I've been doing my thing. I've been studying late night for exams. I had plans in my life, like I'll do this, I'll write my exam, I'll go to another country. I'll become something in my life. But now it's like, I don't know what to do, really.
Degrees can be finished, of course, but lives lost can't be relived. The Red Army once liberated this part of Europe, and Slovaks haven't forgotten. But now their neighbours are fleeing Russian tanks, not welcoming them. And countries like Slovakia are the ones providing the shelter. Rob Cameron, BBC News, on the Slovak-Ukrainian border.
Let's hear now from the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, who was in Poland yesterday. He's in Moldova today. He's been speaking about the level of support in terms of military support that the United States is looking at offering Ukraine. Have a listen.
With regard to the planes, couple of things. First, just as a general proposition, over the past year, we've provided now more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine, more than in any single previous year. We're in very active conversation with Ukrainian officials, with the government, President Zelensky, Foreign Minister Kuleba, whom I saw yesterday, and others, to get an up-to-the-minute assessment of their needs. And as we get that assessment, we're working on seeing what we and allies and partners can deliver. We're looking actively now at the question of airplanes that Poland may provide to Ukraine, and looking at how we might be able to backfill should Poland decide to produce those, supply those planes.
That was the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking in Moldova. Well, let's hear now from Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister, who has been speaking earlier. She's saying the situation in her country is getting more and more severe.
We see now that another wave of implementation of this terroristic plan of Russian Federation has started. Given the strong resistance our army showed, now the enormous pressure is done against civilian population, especially in those towns and cities and villages which has been now under the control of Russian Federation. The murdering and many things are happening around physical pressure to the citizens. Some of them are being killed. This is what we see. We have more than 2,000 of civilians who has already been affected from direct military attacks from the air, but also through the land military techniques right in the cities of Ukraine, the shelled hospitals, the shelled houses for kindergartens and school, and the ordinary households. This is how the reality looks, but it seems like it does not look like the agenda for the new wave of sanctions to be introduced by the democratic world, Europe, and different groups. We're working with our partners, but the situation is going more and more severe. We understand that it's not far not the end of the war, even especially given our determination and the enormous losses Russian army faces, both in human dimension in terms of soldiers, but also in terms of techniques, is something that does not deter Russia, but only encourage to further aggression.
Can I ask?
And it is also confirmed by intelligence around the world.
Can I ask you about Mariupol? There's very, very little information coming out of there, but we know the citizens there are under very heavy attack. A ceasefire, we understand, is going or is in place right now for the whole day. How much confidence do you have that that will hold, that those people will be able to get out?
I will start by saying that this complicated situation is in many other cities of Ukraine in different parts, like Sumy, Kherson, and Volnovakha, and many other cities around Ukraine, which has been captured by Russian terroristic groups and Russian army. But indeed, Mariupol has been identified as the first point where we will test the agreement which has been reached bilaterally and also supported by the Red Cross organization on establishing the humanitarian corridor, both for providing humanitarian aid to population in the affected regions, but also voluntary evacuation of people. The first wave of this evacuation should have started yesterday. But we basically didn't start it because of the shelling, which was ongoing throughout the territory agreed as a humanitarian corridor, first in Mariupol and then in Volnovakha. And today, hopefully, this agreement will be implemented. We do not do any single step without informing the International Organization of Red Cross and obliging the Red Cross to have the confirmation of the agreement from both sides, from Ukrainian and Russian. We see that the International Red Cross Organization can do much more, but they still feel reluctant, not understanding that the war is happening right in the center of Europe. So we requested the facilitation and maybe observance of this bilateral dialogue to avoid losing time while people are suffering. So we hope that the ICRC will play a better role in that regard. But hopefully today we will manage to make the evacuation based on the agreement reached bilaterally between officials both on Ukrainian and Russian side.
That's Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister speaking about the ongoing conflict and how severe the situation has become. We've just got some developing news for you now. Yesterday, the Israeli Prime Minister was in Moscow meeting with Vladimir Putin. The diplomacy has not stopped, even though there has been a lot of pressure to isolate Russia with all those sanctions that have been imposed, and very tough words coming from NATO and Joe Biden, the US president. And we've been seeing the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, touring the region, showing his unity with other NATO members and also speaking in solidarity with Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president. But just in the last few minutes, we've also been hearing that Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, has been holding talks with Vladimir Putin. The talks are currently taking place, we believe, over the phone. They're having discussions about this ongoing crisis and the ongoing conflict. We also reported in the last few minutes that Vladimir Putin has been speaking with Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and he says that he is interested in discussing a potential ceasefire and end to the fighting and having negotiations with Ukraine. But in the last few moments, we are hearing that Vladimir Putin has been speaking with the French President Emmanuel Macron. And if we do get more information on that, we will be bringing that to you here on the programme. Well, Pope Francis has said that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is producing rivers of blood and tears. Addressing crowds in St. Peter's Square in Rome, he countered Russia's assertions that it is a military operation, saying it's a war leading to death, destruction and misery. He's also asked Russia to allow true humanitarian corridors to evacuate civilians. So that's Pope Francis speaking there in St. Peter's Square in Rome, addressing crowds, saying that this conflict has been producing rivers of blood and tears, and asked for the fighting to stop. Well, the UK Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab has been speaking to the BBC this morning. He was asked whether he thought that the ceasefire and the humanitarian corridor that was potentially supposed to be put in place for a second day, a second attempt in the southern port city of Mariupol, whether that would hold. Just have a listen to what he had to say.
Look, I'm very sceptical about any assurances or commitments that President Putin makes. Of course, we want to do everything we can. We should exhaust all opportunities to try and provide humanitarian relief. But I think you only have to look at his track record in Syria to see that we need to be very careful to test any assurances Vladimir Putin gives.
There have been talks held in Belarus twice now. Do you think it's pointless to keep holding those talks if he's not going to keep to his word?
Well, I think it's always worth keeping the diplomatic door ajar, but I'm sceptical, at least at this stage, that it's likely to yield a reasonable solution to this. We have seen Putin's initial gambit has stuttered. You can see that with the fierce resistance that they've had in Ukraine. You can see it with the impact of sanctions, which I don't think he was expecting, the ruble falling, the stock market falling to record lows, the impact on interest rates in Russia. But I don't think yet that will have created a kind of change of calculus. We need to keep up that pressure, keep supporting President Zelensky and the heroic defence that the people of Ukraine have put up.
Well, that's the UK Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab speaking there. Let's hear now from the UK Chief of the Defence Staff, Admiral Sir Tony Radakin. He, in an interview with the BBC, was asked about this convoy that we've been hearing about and seeing aerial footage of, this column of troops, Russian troops, that have been slowly creeping up towards Kiev. He was asked why it has stalled. Have a listen.
So we don't have a complete picture, but we do know about a series of factors. So one is Russia hasn't operated at this scale since the Second World War, and to do what's called combined arms manoeuvre is incredibly complex and incredibly difficult, and we're seeing Russia failing to do that in a competent fashion. So they were held up north of Kiev, and their forces started to become dislocated. Then you've seen the failure of Russia with just some basics in terms of the maintenance of its kit, and their kit has been failing. And then at the same time, Russia has been attacked by Ukrainian armed forces, and then their rear echelon, some of their logistics have been attacked. And now you're seeing that whole convoy stuck. It continues to be attacked, and that is impacting on morale. There are stories of the troops in those vehicles. They don't want to stay in those vehicles, so they're camping out in the forest. They're stuck there, and Russia has got itself into a mess, not just with that convoy, but in the whole of Ukraine, and we need to keep applying the pressure on Russia.
But those stories of morale, you call them stories. Do we know that that is true or not?
We absolutely do. So we know that there are some of the battalion tactical groups, those that have been leading the fight for Russia, have suffered terrible losses. We know that Russia acknowledges it's lost nearly 500 people. To put that into context, that's nearly 500 soldiers in 1 week, and that is more than the UK lost in Afghanistan over 20 years. Ukraine claims nearly 10,000 casualties. We don't know if that is true, but we do know that some of the lead elements of Russian forces have been decimated by the Ukrainian response.
How worried are you that President Putin could use nuclear weapons?
So I think we've got to be very cautious about President Putin's threats. We are part of the world's largest military alliance. We have our own nuclear deterrent. We've got to maintain a calmness and responsibility so that we don't just react rashly to whatever is the latest, frankly at times, bizarre or ridiculous comment from President Putin. So we are prepared. We are professional armed forces. We will approach this conflict with that level of professionalism and responsibility that you would expect. And we will also be incredibly confident in our ability to face down President Putin.
Would we know if the Russians were preparing to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine? Could they do it without us knowing beforehand?
So I don't want to go into the detail, but if you look at this conflict, we've had a remarkable level of intelligence, and we were saying for months that this is what President Putin was intending to do. And there are some more discrete elements in terms of warning signs if this was going to start to chart a path towards nuclear escalation.
And what about these nuclear plants? We've already seen one, the biggest in Europe, being shelled this week. What is the risk of the others? There are 3 more in Ukraine. What is the risk of those being attacked?
So I think there is a real risk because Russia is struggling with its objectives on the ground in Ukraine. And we've seen from Russia's previous actions in Syria and in Chechnya, where it will turn up the violence, it will lead to more indiscriminate killing and more indiscriminate destruction. And we have to keep applying the pressure to Russia that this is outrageous, and that the sense that because your invasion isn't going very well, that you just become more and more reckless in applying violence is totally unacceptable. And it's especially unacceptable when you start attacking nuclear plants.
The Ukrainians keep calling for a no-fly zone. The West has made it very clear that that is not going to happen. The Ukrainians want fighter planes to be provided. Why do we not provide fighter planes when we do provide anti-tank missiles?
So I think there is a difference with the anti-tank weapons are obviously very defensive. The weapons that we provided have got a range of about 500 metres. So you've got to drive your tank several hundred kilometres before you're within the range of that anti-tank weapon. I think the no-fly zone, we have to be very careful, and the advice that we as senior military professionals are giving our politicians is to avoid doing things that are tactically ineffective, and definitely to avoid doing things that tactically might lead to miscalculation or escalation. The no-fly zone would not help. Most of the shelling is coming from artillery. Most of the the destruction is coming from artillery. It's not coming from Russian aircraft. And then if we were to police a no-fly zone, it means that we'd probably have to take out Russian defence systems, and we would have NATO aircraft in the air alongside Russian aircraft, and then the potential of shooting them down, and then that leads to an escalation.
That was the UK Chief of the Defence Staff, Admiral Sir Tony Radakin, speaking to the BBC about why a no-fly zone would be so risky and dangerous and why NATO members are not considering it, why it's not on the table despite calls by President Volodymyr Zelensky for one. He said that NATO members would have blood on their hands because the Russian shelling and bombings would continue to strike and kill civilians across this country. Well, Sir Keir Starmer, the UK opposition leader, has also been speaking to the BBC. He was asked about Russian oligarchs and whether the UK government would be putting enough pressure on them. Have a listen.
Yes, but I am frustrated because many people, including the Labour Party, have been calling for these measures for a long time. There was a report called the Russia Report in 2020, 2 years ago now, that set out in detail what the problems were with Russian money in the United Kingdom, amongst other influences, political influence. The government's done nothing about that report. It's just sat there. The economic crime bill, the bill that we will be discussing tomorrow, and will pass through tomorrow because we will support it, that's a bill that's been talked about for a number of years, and it was in the Queen's speech last year that it would come through, and here we are. There's sort of I suppose the frustration is this: there's echoes of Afghanistan, which is a government that really only begins to get its act together and respond in the heat of the situation rather than preparing for it beforehand. So but we will support them tomorrow. Our votes will be there for these sanctions, and we will stand united. But are we frustrated that they're going slowly, and they didn't, you know, look at this months ago? But these sanctions could actually be in place by now if the government had a bit of forethought on this. But as I say, I don't want to divide other than to push the government further and faster on this.
The UK opposition party leader, Sir Keir Starmer, speaking to the BBC. Well, we've got some breaking news that's just come in for us. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Russian rockets had completely destroyed the civilian airport of the central western region capital of Vinnytsia on Sunday. So that's today. That's Volodymyr Zelensky saying that Russian rockets had completely destroyed the civilian airport of that central western region, the capital of the region. Earlier, the authorities said that emergency services were working to put out the fires caused by those rocket missiles. So that's an update there from Volodymyr Zelensky, and they've said that Ukrainian authorities are trying to put out a fire because of the rockets that were launched at that airport. Now, I just want to give you a sense of where we are right now. We're in western Ukraine, in Lviv. You heard there from the Ukrainian MP that no part of this country is safe. The conflict is affecting all parts of this country. Constantly we hear air raid sirens go off here, and we're ushered into underground bunkers. And there really is this very strange sense of life overground and life underground. Overground, life seems quite normal in a very strange way, even though the sirens will suddenly go off, and even though in every corner of this city people are having discussions about what's happening in other parts of the country. Lviv has also become a hub for resistance. It's where people are making Molotov cocktails day and night. They're making camouflage nets. Young people, students who have stopped studying at universities to try and help the army in whatever way they can. And of course, because of the tens of thousands of people who have been arriving here in this city, volunteers are also trying to help them with food, water, shelter, whatever support that they can give. I saw people today at the train station taking complete strangers into their cars and into their homes, trying to support the elderly who looked visibly very, very distraught. Of course, Lviv is also a World UNESCO Heritage Site, so many of the churches here, the cobblestone streets, are ancient and very, very old. So you'll see a monument just there behind me that's now been covered in foil and plastic, because there is concern that if Russian missiles strike, if Russian jets fly overhead, that they could destroy this very old city that has existed here. But every day people are coming out into the streets. There's a strange combination of civilians who have lived here, residents who call this place home, and those who are newly arrived, where this city is very new to them. And you see the children here who are confused about what's going on, this new city where they're carrying their worldly possessions, just a suitcase with very, very small amount of things left that they were able to take with them here to Lviv. Some are trying to get out. Others are saying goodbye to the men in their lives because of martial law. They're having to continue to stay and fight here in Lviv. They don't know what will happen next. There's a whole level of uncertainty for those who are going to fight, and also uncertainty for those who come here because they don't know where they're going to go. They arrive and emerge at the train station and they don't know where they should go, where they should expect to get more clothing, more food, more support, and how they'll actually get out of the country. So there's a very strange feeling here because there is normalcy, there is daily life, but there's also a sense and no illusion that this is a country at war. This is a country in turmoil. Now, offering support to Ukraine, there are many capitals and places around the world that are protesting in solidarity, in support with Ukraine. They're coming out onto the streets, trying to show whatever support they can. Stephanie Preston has this report.
With flags in the stands and applause on the pitch. The world's most popular football league, the English Premier League, using Saturday's matches to show support for Ukraine in full view of the watching world. Mixed messages in the Chelsea stands, though. Booing heard here after fans cheered for owner Roman Abramovich, an alleged close ally of President Putin, something their manager stood against.
We need our fans to commit to this minute of applause in the moment we do it for Ukraine, and there is no second opinion about the situation there, and that they have our thoughts and our support, and we should stand together as a club. It's not the moment for other messages.
Off the pitch, the blue and yellow seen all over the world this weekend. Ukraine's colours being held aloft in Paris in just one of 120 protests in France, as anti-war protesters gather to sing the Ukrainian national anthem. Solemn faces with a solemn message: stop Putin now.
The Ukrainian president is some kind of a hero. He is a hero. I think that the Ukrainian people show us an extraordinary example.
It was a scene mirrored across Europe, in Croatia, in Italy, in Latvia, the Netherlands, Britain, Switzerland, Germany, where the Russian consulate was covered in red paint, and Austria.
It is important to set a sign of solidarity and to say it's wrong what's going on here.
As well as over in the United States. A reminder that the feelings about the war being discussed in official chambers and meeting rooms further amplified on the ground in normal cities and streets. In Ukraine, in Kherson, Russian occupation. Residents there holding fierce protests of their own, unaware that as their freedom is taken away in the space of a week, the world stands beside them to demand it back. Stephanie Prentice, BBC News.
And it's Harry Farley. Well, Ukraine is a deeply religious country. We find people here in Lviv going to so many of the churches that exist across the city, praying, hoping for peace, finding solace and comfort in peace. And they're supported by many priests in Russia and across the world. The Russian Orthodox priests have signed an open letter calling for peace and condemning the war. They've described the war as a crime. They've called on Vladimir Putin to prevent and stop the bloodshed and the fighting. Our religious affairs reporter, Harry Farley, reports.
Their countries at war.
But here in Durham, Ukrainians and Russians sit side by side. Today is Forgiveness Sunday in the Orthodox Church calendar. As part of their ritual, they bow, asking each other for forgiveness.
I think it's the job of the Church to speak up against power. My message would be withdraw the troops, stop killing people.
And it's not just here that Orthodox Christians oppose the invasion. In Russia, it's forbidden to call the conflict a war. But I spoke to one priest in Moscow who we're not identifying, who is clear about the reality.
What matters is that people die. Many people lose their lives, and this is a crime.
What would your message be to President Putin?
To stop the war, to stop before it is too late. Although I'm afraid, unfortunately, I think it is too late.
Are you scared about speaking out?
No, I'm afraid because there are some priorities in life. There are situations where it is not possible not to speak the truth, no matter how scary it is.
Religion matters to Vladimir Putin. Before he invaded, he said Ukraine shared a spiritual space with Russia. In Putin's mind, Moscow is not just a great political power, it's a great religious one too. He enjoys support from the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill. But here in Durham and in Moscow, Orthodox priests are speaking out against Putin's war. Harry Farley, BBC News in Durham.
We'll have much more of our ongoing coverage of this conflict from Ukraine and other parts of the world and the region. Stay with us here on BBC News.
Hello, more places seeing the sunshine today, albeit occasionally across the southern half of England and into South Wales. Still some areas of cloud around and a few showers here, but most of the sunshine is across Northern Ireland and Scotland. Plenty of blue sky to come. But even where we've got these areas of cloud across the southern half of England running into South Wales here, it is more broken than it was yesterday, and those areas that were most cloudy and damp yesterday across eastern parts of England are much brighter today. So, cloud, broken, some sunny spells, but at times thick enough to produce the odd shower across East Anglia, southern England, into South Wales, parts of the Midlands. For northern England, Northern Ireland and Scotland, this is where the lion's share of the sunshine is. Now, even where you get some sunshine, it's still feeling fairly chilly in the breeze, but the breeze, this northeasterly wind, is strongest across England and Wales. This is where it's having its most chilling effect. Still a few areas of cloud across southern areas into tonight and quite a stiff breeze, but even here temperatures will fall close to freezing in some spots. The frost is more widespread overnight than last night, and for Scotland and northern England, this is where we'll see the lowest temperatures in the countryside, -5 or a touch lower in the coldest spots. For tomorrow, Wales and England with patchy cloud just lifting a little bit further north, brightening up more so across East Anglia and South East England. Still plenty of sunshine in Northern Ireland and Scotland. This easterly or southeasterly wind is stronger more widely across the UK. For western areas, you could see some gusts up to around 40 miles an hour or so. And again, it is going to feel on the chilly side, but then again, there is some sunshine to compensate. And another frost as Tuesday begins. That should be the end of it as the week goes on, because our weather is changing at the moment, dominated by high pressure close by. But from Tuesday onwards, several areas of low pressure are going to have a go at bringing some wetter and windier conditions our way. Nothing too severe. Looks to be windiest across western areas, gales at times around some coasts, and this is where it'll be wettest too, with a few spells of rain that weaken as they move east. But all the while, though, as these systems get closer, we'll be changing the flow of air more to a south-southwesterly, so it'll be turning milder. So chilly at first this week, those frosty nights, plenty of dry, sunny weather around, then turning wetter, windier, and milder as the week goes on.
Keep downstage.
Here we go.
Okay, stand by, house lights going up. Get up there.
And on that stage.
I ain't seen nothing like this before in my life. I ain't seen nothing like this before in my life.
telling a story in a different way.
It's the ultimate freedom.
It had this beautiful energy and this sense of power. It just transported you.
And that is the point of creativity.
It's something that is made to be shared.
I am nothing if not optimistic.
There's nothing like a happy end.
Take your seat with original performances on BBC4 and iPlayer. This is BBC News. Welcome if you're watching here in the UK or around the globe. I'm Nancy Kachingira. Our top stories. Civilians have been fleeing for their lives under the relentless bombardment just 25 kilometers from the capital.
Severe attacks on the civil population, including carpet bombarding of the cities, which are basically happening these days already in some cities, will be taking place, and thousands of new civilian victims will be in Ukraine.
The besieged city of Mariupol will attempt another evacuation of civilians after a similar plan was abandoned yesterday due to continued fighting. The UN says 1.5 million people have already fled Ukraine. The US offers to help ease the fastest growing refugee crisis since the Second World War.
We're bringing our own technical expertise to bear, including here in the Republic of Moldova. We'll also be bringing resources to bear to help alleviate some of the burden that Moldova and other countries are carrying.
And anti-war protests on the streets of Russia. More than 1,000 people have been detained in 29 cities across the country, according to one monitoring group. Hello and welcome. The Ukrainian authorities say towns northwest of the capital, Kiev, are under relentless bombardment with intense fighting between government and Russian forces. The heaviest fighting is said to be focused on suburbs just 25 kilometers northwest of Kiev. Meanwhile, a new temporary ceasefire to evacuate thousands of civilians in the besieged southern city of Mariupol appears to have collapsed after just hours. This is the second day in a row that it has failed. Our correspondent Charlotte Gallagher in Ukraine has the latest.
A Russian strike on Irpin. Violence, destruction, panic. This city, close to the capital, is enduring heavy fighting, with more and more people attempting to escape. Many are heading to Lviv, a city close to the Polish border. The train station here is overwhelmed by the crowds. These children from an orphanage are some of the latest to leave. For one of their carers, it's just too much. My heart is being torn apart, she says. It's so tough. A few miles from the train station, weapons are being handed out, not to soldiers and police, but ordinary citizens who want to defend their city, families and Ukraine. It's a scene repeated across the country.
We have already gained our future, but we are still fighting for our present. It is very important. We are still fighting for where the border will be, between life and slavery. This is the time when it is still possible to defeat evil without irreparable losses.
The abandoned streets of Mariupol, a city under siege, encircled by Russian troops, around 200,000 people have been running out of food, water and power, living in darkness in cellars. Yesterday, the hope of escape was dashed after Russian shelling broke a ceasefire agreed to allow people to leave, though Moscow blamed Ukraine. Today, there will be another attempt to evacuate civilians. The city's mayor says they are under constant threat.
In the first days of the war, we counted the victims in tens. Today, we count them in hundreds. Soon, we'll count them in thousands. They won't even give us a chance to count the wounded and the dead, because the shelling has not stopped for 6 days.
This is what people here fear, strikes from the sky. Despite Moscow's promises, the Russian Air Force have hit houses, schools and hospitals, not only military targets. Putin's prize target is the capital, Kyiv, though, the scars of war already visible. On the outskirts, troops and volunteers are in position and defences are being rapidly erected, like these anti-tank hedgehogs. The resistance remains defiant. Charlotte Gallagher, BBC News, Lviv.
Now, in the last half hour, we've been hearing from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, as he talks about some of the destruction caused by Russian troops in Ukraine. Let's listen in to some of what he had to say.
I've just been told about the rocket strike at Vinnytsia. 8 rockets against our town, against our peaceful, good Vinnytsia that never threatened Russia by any way. A rocket strike, tough, cynical, completely flattened the airport. They carry on destroying our infrastructure, our lives, built by us, by our fathers, by our grandfathers and grandmothers, by generations of Ukrainians. Every day we keep saying, close the sky over Ukraine to all Russian rockets, to Russian military aviation, to all those terrorists, and made a humanitarian air zone without rockets, without planes. We are people. Your humanitarian responsibility is to protect us, to protect people. You can do that. If you don't do that, if you won't at least give us planes for us to be able to protect ourselves, that only one conclusion could be drawn. You also want us to be very slowly killed. And that is the responsibility of global politicians and Western leaders from today and forever.
That is Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky with an appeal and also speaking about the damage that has been inflicted on Ukrainian cities by Russian troops. Now, some of the other lines that we're just getting in now, we've heard that a plan to evacuate civilians from the besieged southern city of Mariupol appears to have collapsed. Ukrainian and Russian forces have blamed each other for failing to observe a ceasefire that would allow local people to escape. And you might remember that a similar agreement fell apart on Saturday. So that's the latest news coming in from the southeastern port city of Mariupol, that for a second day the attempt there to evacuate trapped civilians have fallen apart. Now, Boris Johnson is urging world leaders to match words with deeds on Ukraine as he prepares to host talks with the Canadian and Dutch Prime Ministers in Downing Street tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer has called for a parliamentary committee to investigate claims that Boris Johnson personally intervened in the process of granting a peerage to the Russian newspaper owner Lord Lebedev after British intelligence warned that it would pose a risk to national security. The government said the rules had been applied rigorously. Here's our political correspondent Helen Catt.
This is just one very visible way economic pressure is being applied to Vladimir Putin's regime. A multi-million-pound yacht belonging to a Russian oligarch seized in Italy. The UK government has been criticised for lagging behind. It's now changing the law to speed up sanctions on individuals. Labour will back it in a vote tomorrow, but wants ministers to reduce how long overseas owners have to register their assets.
The government initially said, well, we'll give people 18 months to register. The government's retreated because of our argument and said, well, 6 months. But 6 months is still more than enough time to sell property here in the United Kingdom. So tomorrow we want to push them further to say reduce that down to 28 days, make it a really effective sanction so that we can put maximum pressure on Russia.
Boris Johnson will host the Prime Ministers of Canada and the Netherlands in Downing Street tomorrow to discuss further international action to support Ukraine and isolate Russia. But this morning there are questions about his role in the admittance of a Russian-born newspaper owner to the House of Lords. The Sunday Times claims that in 2020 British intelligence assessed that giving a peerage to Yevgeny Lebedev posed a national security risk. The paper says that assessment was withdrawn after Mr Johnson personally intervened. Sir Keir Starmer has called for a parliamentary committee to investigate. But the Deputy Prime Minister said there was no evidence to do so.
There is a very strict and stringent process when anyone is granted a peerage. I don't know the facts of the case, I wasn't involved in it, but I do know that it was applied very rigorously in this case.
Downing Street said all individuals nominated for a peerage were done so in recognition of their contribution to society, and all peerages were vetted by the House of Lords Appointments Commission. Earlier this week, Lord Lebedev added his voice to the condemnation of the attack on Ukraine. In his paper, The Evening Standard, he issued a personal appeal to Vladimir Putin to stop the war. Helen Catt, BBC News.
Let's go back now to the situation inside Ukraine. I'm joined by our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, who's live from Kiev. Good to see you, Lise. Russian troops continue to close in on the capital. What's the latest from there?
The latest is that there's been a barrage of shelling just less than 15 miles northwest of Kiev at what was a humanitarian corridor to allow people to flee from the besieged town of Irpin. We saw heartrending scenes there yesterday of people just fleeing in droves, elderly women holding their shopping bags, people with dogs in their arms carrying their children, people in tears as they watch their houses in flames from Russian shelling, their lives being shattered. And now today, shelling of that area by Russian forces. The eyewitness accounts from that area, including a BBC team who was there at the time, they're safe. The bridge, a makeshift bridge, which was allowing people to leave from Irpin to go to the train station, head towards here and then to a safer place, was struck and has been broken. Yesterday there was a photograph of people sheltering under that bridge, thousands of people taking shelter, and now that has been blasted away. We're also hearing reports from Mariupol to the south. Today was to be the second attempt to try to allow people to flee from that besieged city where residential areas have been under attack. People have been running out of food, water. There's no electricity. Now, again, they came under Russian shelling. So we've heard from local officials that yet again people have gone back to a besieged city, wondering, fearing, when will they ever see that promise made good, that there will be a corridor without being attacked by Russian forces, that they can somehow make it to safety.
Now, as you have pointed out, Lise, this is a very difficult situation for people who are stuck in the middle of this conflict. It's too safe to stay where they are. It's too unsafe to stay where they are. It's too dangerous to leave. What options do they have left?
And in some places, there's no place to hide. If you're in Irpin, you can't stay. Your house has been burnt down to a crisp. Your houses have been shelled for the past few days. You fear for yourself, you fear for your family, so you try to leave. But even the escape routes are being blocked today. In a place like Kyiv, where we are now, where the streets remain eerily quiet, at least in the center of the city. More and more defensive barriers are being put up across the city. We drove through yesterday to see the sandbag positions, the spiked barriers, all in preparation for a possible advance of that long armoured convoy stretching some 40 miles on the outskirts of this city. If and when it does indeed enter this capital, they're preparing to try to fight back both soldiers and civilians bearing arms, and what we have seen in one city after another over the past 11 days in the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Well, these diplomatic efforts to ease this crisis continue. We had a meeting between Turkey's president and Vladimir Putin. President Macron of France is also set to meet with President Putin to try and find a resolution to this. But just how much hope is there of a ceasefire if, as we are seeing, even the establishment of a humanitarian corridor is proving difficult?
So much talking, no impact on the ground. President Putin keeps saying that Russia and Ukraine are one, that this is a country which doesn't have the right to exist. The only thing, as you say, which has come out of the negotiations, and it was seen as a really important development, the agreement a few nights ago to establish these humanitarian corridors, even that has been shattered by the shelling on the ground. And yet everyone is trying. Turkey offered to mediate. Hungary, which is a very close ally, Viktor Orban, the prime minister there, very close ally of President Putin, he's offered to mediate. Saudi Arabia's offered to mediate. And world leaders, France's President Macron, the German Chancellor Scholz, they've been on the telephone with President Putin. And our viewers may remember the last telephone call between President Putin and President Macron. President Macron came out and said that after an hour and a half of speaking to him, his conclusion was, it's going to get worse. And so it has.
And how is that affecting the mood in Kiev at the moment?
There is this mood of defiance, but also of dread. Because the armored convoy, which was first sighted about a week ago, has not moved into the city, it has meant that people don't scramble so in a panic every time they hear the air raid sirens. They're daring to hope that perhaps the plight of this city, the city will be saved, or at least the attacks on this, the heart of the city will be delayed, although people seem to be in no doubt it may happen at some point. But the pressure has been eased somewhat, but we saw in the early days of the invasion the streets gridlocked with people trying to flee. Yesterday we drove along that road heading west. There weren't the kind of traffic jams that we'd seen early on, but we did actually see a traffic jam of people trying to get in. So those who have to flee, who feel they must flee, have fled long ago, or they're making preparations. Others are bedding in down below ground, and others are digging in above ground. The thousands and thousands of civilians, from bookkeepers to accountants to lawyers to doctors to IT consultants, thousands and thousands of Ukrainians across this country who lived such different lives have now become soldiers, civilians, prepared to fight for their future and for their country's future.
All right, we'll leave it there for now. Lise Doucet, thank you very much for that update from the capital of Ukraine, Kiev. Well, as Lise mentioned, more than 1.5 million people have now been forced to flee their homes by Russia's war on Ukraine, with most of them going to neighbouring Poland. There are 5 countries on Ukraine's western and southern borders, and all of them are witnessing things that the region hasn't seen since the Second World War. From Slovakia, Rob Cameron has this report.
10,000 people a day crossing into Slovakia from Ukraine. 10,000 journeys, 10,000 stories, each similar, each unique, each terrifying in their own way. Svetlana is an English teacher from the town of Korosten, who fled with her 7-year-old son Ilya and their cat.
Staying without your house, without your clothes, because we went out just with nothing. Like, we were hoping that we can come back at least someday, but I don't know, as far as watching those news, I'm losing my hope, actually.
For now, she's heading to the Polish city of Wrocław to stay with friends. Central and Eastern Europe is home to a huge Ukrainian diaspora. In homes across the region this evening, people will be making up spare beds for their kin. And those who have no one in Warsaw, Bratislava or Prague will be put up by an army of willing volunteers.
But not all of these people fleeing the conflict are Ukrainians. Russia's war has scattered thousands of migrant workers and students. Most of them are trying to get home as quickly as possible, but not everyone.
Foreigners from all over the world were studying in Ukraine when the war started, some just months away from completing their degrees.
It's 6 years already. I've been doing my thing. I've been studying late night for exams. I had plans in my life, like I'll do this, I'll write my exam, I'll go to another country. I've become something in my life. But now it's like, I don't know what to do, really.
Degrees can be finished, of course, but lives lost can't be relived. The Red Army once liberated this part of Europe, and Slovaks haven't forgotten. But now their neighbours are fleeing Russian tanks, not welcoming them. And countries like Slovakia are the ones providing the shelter. Rob Cameron, BBC News, on the Slovak-Ukrainian border.
Let's bring you some live pictures now. These are pictures of Ukrainian orphans being welcomed by the Israeli Prime Minister as they arrive there seeking refuge, as we have mentioned. There are now more than 1.5 million people who have been forced to flee Ukraine. These are just some of the people who have been able to get out. These are Ukrainian orphans being received by the Israeli Prime Minister. Some live pictures for you there. And let's continue to talk about that refugee situation, because many millions of people, more than 1.5 million, have now been forced to flee their homes by Russia's war in Ukraine, with most of them going to neighboring Poland. We can now speak to Baba Baluch. He is global spokesperson for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, joining me now from Geneva. Thank you very much for talking to us. How much help are you able to provide, seeing the scale of this situation?
Thank you. Indeed, I mean, it's very clear that the devastation of this war is affecting so many people. 1.5 million is not just a figure. These are all people that had to seek safety in Ukraine's neighboring countries. And let's not forget, this has happened just in a matter of 10 days. UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, we are working closely with authorities in Ukraine's neighboring countries. And it's quite encouraging to see the best of humanity in terms of outpour of the compassion and support that we have seen on the ground. So we need to see more solidarity to help. And the fear is, as this the hostilities escalate, as there is more conflict, there will be more people who will need to flee.
And as you say, that flow of refugees is expected to continue. What's your assessment of the capacity that is available to care for them?
Countries have, the neighboring countries have come together in terms of responding to this, and UNHCR is there helping in that effort. There is capacity, but more is needed. When you have 100,000 people fleeing a situation of conflict, there need to be more that is need to be put in over there. The head of UNHCR, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, is currently in the neighboring countries, visiting Poland, Romania, Moldova, trying to see how best we can assist. Our services are with those governments, and this is just the focus on inside Ukraine. Let's not outside Ukraine. Let's not forget, it's an unclear inside Ukraine where UNHCR is also present and working to help people as we can.
When you say more is needed, can you tell us specifically what is the greatest need at the moment?
Everything. I mean, what we have seen is, as 1.5 million have arrived in the neighboring countries and beyond, people have been offering them help in terms of opening their own homes for that. Governments have been arranging accommodation for them. There are reception centers, but there is a time that more needs to be done in terms of where these people can go. Now we see more people earlier who were arriving, they knew where to go. They had their relatives. Now there are more at the reception centers that need to be notified in terms of finding a place for them. And also, let's not forget, at the borders, it's very cold. Most of them who have left Ukraine are women and children, and they have been queuing up for hours, for days as well. So they need support as they enter the neighboring countries of Ukraine. So the call of solidarity is not only in the region, in the neighboring countries, but goes beyond as well. And as we have seen in many refugee situations, that the neighbors step forward in terms of providing that safety and support, but they need help.
And speaking of neighbours, Poland has taken in a huge number of refugees, but aid organisations working at the border have said their resources are now stretched to the limit. Do other countries need to be stepping in more now?
Exactly. This is an effort where everyone has to be involved. And we have been really encouraged in terms of all the support that we have seen in terms of, and we launched an appeal of funding for not only inside Ukraine displacement situation, but also for refugees in the neighborhood. There have been many who have come, businesses, individuals, and governments. But this is a movement where not only Europe has to come in solidarity, helping all those that are receiving refugees, but also others who are beyond Europe and other parts of the world as well.
All right, Babar Baloch, thank you very much for joining us with your insights. Babar is the global spokesperson for the UN Refugee Agency. Our correspondent Kasia Madeira is on the Poland-Ukraine border for us.
Amongst so much uncertainty and so much destruction that has happened in Ukraine just across the border from me, one thing is constant: the flow of people coming through. These people have just crossed over the border from Ukraine. Their journeys to get here have been long. They've been uncertain. We've been seeing the scenes back in Lviv of what has been happening as the people have been crossing into trains, crossing through with their cars, leaving their cars running out of fuel, crossing by foot, like all of these people that have just literally crossed the border here into Poland. Their first time to have an opportunity to just get something warm to drink, their first time to get something to eat. This whole community, this whole centre has popped up and is very transient. We've been here all week. Things change, tents pop up, tents go. But what is constant also, along with the flow of people coming across the border, is the support that Poland is offering to those people who have fled. Volunteers in their hundreds, dropping off things that all the children may need, the piles of nappies, the milk formula, the food for the children who are exhausted and they're overwhelmed. And what is really, really touching is just the little moments of generosity, how people just bring people that have fled the border into their homes, opening their homes. But this is the absolute first moment these people have crossed into this country, and there is a sense of calmness and there is a sense of just exhaustion given what they have been through. There is organisation. We see all the time people coming up explaining, we've got a person who is travelling to Krakow, we can take 4 or 5 people. We've got a person who is driving on to another town who can take a family of, and then gives the amount. And this is continuous. This is absolutely continuous. We've got people who have bought bits of paper explaining, we'll take such and such, we'll take you on, we'll provide you transport, things for free. And this is happening all the time, every day, day in, day out on this border as the people come across. And yes, it is cold here. It is snowing every now and again. Bear in mind the people that have just come across, they have spent days getting to the border, but this is the next leg of their journey. So here we have this queue of people waiting to get on a bus. A bus will then take them to the next part of their stage of their journey, to temporary reception areas. It's where Antony Blinken came to see one of these reception areas, how it was organised, how people got to rest, and then they move on. Across the whole of Poland, people are opening up their doors, websites offering advice of what to do if you want to take a refugee family in. Large Ukrainian community in Poland, they're all coming together, bringing these people to their homes. Again, another bus coming up. Every few minutes, a bus will come up, will load these people on, will move them further away, because ultimately we know that more and more people continue to cross this border. Already over 900,000 people have come into Poland. That is higher than the population of Poland's second largest city, Krakow, coming into this country in such a short space of time. They all need help, they all need attention, they all need rest.
Kasia Madeira reporting from the Poland-Ukraine border. The American Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has said the United States is considering a deal which would involve Poland supplying Ukraine with fighter jets. Yesterday, President Zelensky appealed to the US Senate for Russian-made planes because his military knows how to fly them. Our diplomatic correspondent James Landale reports.
What Ukraine wants is more air cover, more planes like these keeping the skies free from Russian attacks. And so now there's a plan for the West to give more jets to Ukraine for its own pilots to fly. America's top diplomat was visiting Moldova today, where he confirmed Poland might give some of its warplanes to Ukraine and get some American fighter jets in return.
We're looking actively now at the question of airplanes that Poland may provide to Ukraine, and looking at how we might be able to backfill should Poland decide to produce those, supply those planes.
What Ukraine says it really wants is a no-fly zone enforced by NATO in an attempt to slow the Russian onslaught on its cities. But NATO said no, fearing it would trigger a wider European war.
Most of the destruction is coming from artillery. It's not coming from Russian aircraft. And then if we were to police a no-fly zone, it means that we'd probably have to take out Russian defence systems, and we would have NATO aircraft in the air alongside Russian aircraft, and then the potential of shooting them down, and then that leads to an escalation.
And amid the fighting, the diplomacy continues. This morning, Israel's Prime Minister briefed his cabinet on his talks yesterday with Vladimir Putin.
Even if the chance is not great, and as soon as there's even a small opening, I see this as our moral obligation to make every effort.
And all the while, the flow of refugees out of Ukraine continues to grow. Today, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, said they number more than 1.5 million people, what he described as the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II.
I think help of other countries is very important for us, really. It's really good.
As Western economic sanctions begin to have an impact in Moscow, Visa and MasterCard announced that they would cease their operations in Russia. Banks in Russia insisted that cards issued by them would continue to work. James Landell, BBC News.
Pope Francis has said that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is producing rivers of blood and tears. Addressing crowds in St. Peter's Square in Rome, he countered Russia's assertions that it is a military operation, saying it is a war leading to death, destruction and misery. He's also asked Russia to allow the humanitarian corridors to evacuate civilians. And Russian Orthodox priests from around the world are speaking out against the invasion of Ukraine. Hundreds of priests have signed an open letter calling for peace. One priest in Moscow told the BBC that the war was a crime and urged Russian President Vladimir Putin to stop before it's too late. It comes on Forgiveness Sunday, which marks the start of Lent. Our religious affairs reporter Harry Farley has more.
Their countries at war. But here in Durham, Ukrainians and Russians sit side by side. Today is Forgiveness Sunday in the Orthodox Church calendar. As part of their ritual, they bow, asking each other for forgiveness.
I think it's the job of the Church to speak up against power. My message would be withdraw the troops, stop killing people.
And it's not just here that Orthodox Christians oppose the invasion. In Russia, it's forbidden to call the conflict a war. But I spoke to one priest in Moscow who we're not identifying, who is clear about the reality.
What matters is that people die. Many people lose their lives. And this is a crime.
What would your message be to President Putin?
To stop the war. To stop before it is too late. Although I'm afraid, unfortunately, I think it is too late.
Are you scared about speaking out?
No, I'm afraid because there are some priorities in life. There are situations where it is not possible not to speak the truth, no matter how scary it is.
Religion matters to Vladimir Putin. Before he invaded, he said Ukraine shared a spiritual space with Russia. In Putin's mind, Moscow is not just a great political power, it's a great religious one too. He enjoys support from the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill. But here in Durham and in Moscow, Orthodox priests are speaking out against Putin's war. Harry Farley, BBC News in Durham.
Visa and MasterCard have suspended their services in Russia. They say any transactions made with cards issued in Russia will no longer work outside the country. Cards issued outside Russia can no longer be used at the country's banks or cash points. Russia's major banks suggest that the effects will be limited. Let's talk now to our business correspondent Simon Browning about this. So just tell us exactly what is being limited here.
Well, this is a major move by some of the biggest names in global finance, Visa and MasterCard, as you just mentioned, and they join a growing cohort of businesses who are voicing their objection to what's happening in Ukraine and continue to put tough measures in place to fight against Russia's economy. Now, we've found out today that Visa and MasterCard decided last night that they would withdraw services and suspend services in Russia. Now, if you have a Visa or a MasterCard in Russia and it's issued by a Russian bank, it will continue to work if you are a Russian citizen, because the Russian government mandated and created an internal payment system. So if you have a Visa or MasterCard in Russia, it will continue to work. But as you said, if you are a Russian who has left the country and you have a Russian bank account with a Visa or MasterCard symbol, it will not work if you have now left Russia. That means that lots of people who've left Russia in the last couple of weeks, I've been seeing on Twitter today, independent journalists who've left Russia in the last couple of weeks now can't access their funds in their bank accounts, their savings, because their accounts have been frozen. So if you're inside Russia with a Russian Visa card or MasterCard, it will continue to work because of the Russian internal payment system taking charge of those payments. But if you've left Russia and you have a Russian account, it will no longer work and you won't be able to get access to your funds.
Well, because of that, the major banks in Russia are suggesting that the impact of this in Russia might be limited. But these are not the only companies that are taking a stand.
Yes, as I mentioned, Visa and MasterCard join a growing cohort of companies who are mounting and voicing their objections to what's happening in Ukraine. Yesterday, we saw Samsung, the biggest provider in smartphones in Russia, stop sending new shipments of phones into Russia itself. That was after a direct appeal from the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister, who literally tweeted a letter to the head of Samsung saying, please stop selling these phones within Russia. They've stopped sending shipments, so if you're a young person in Russia, you'll no longer be able to get an upgrade or a new phone. Zara, one of the biggest fashion retailers in the world, and their group closed all 502 stores in Russia from today, so there'll be no more access to up-to-date and on-trend fashions. And PayPal, another very popular payment service, very popular with young people, also suspended operations, and that joins Apple and numerous others who are all now voicing their objection to what is happening between Russia and Ukraine. So yes, the list of businesses that are continuing to voice their objection continues to grow.
That list is growing, but what about the impact? How is this actually being felt in Russia, and is it leading to anything meaningful?
It's the big question, and that's what we're trying to find out from young people who are working at these Zara stores. What are they being told by their employers, Zara, for instance, or other brands, when all of a sudden their shops are closed? Other companies, we know advertising agencies are pulling out of Russia. What are their employers telling the employees about their reasons for leaving and closing down businesses? So there's lots of questions as to how these discussions are being had with employees at the moment, as to how and why these reasons are being taken.
I'm sure we'll see more of the impact with time. Simon Browning, thank you very much. Well, Vadim Ivchenko is a Ukrainian MP who's been collecting evidence of alleged Russian war crimes. He's been speaking with my colleague Yalda Hakim, who is in Lviv.
I'm now near the Kiev. Today we were convoying a food supply to Kiev, the metal construction, anti-tank construction which we put on the road. So we were trying to convoy medicine as well, and back we are convoying the children from Akhmediyat and children from the families to the west and to the other countries. Right now the situation is quite stable. You know, some bombs, some missiles is targeting the civilian neighborhood. Yesterday, for example, the bomb was targeting to my friend's house in Bila Tserkva. It is 60 kilometers from Kyiv. it's just everything destroyed. I mean, the civilian house and the 20 houses around, and of course a lot of missiles, a lot of bombs near the Kiev. You know, the very hot places. It's Irpin, Bucha, Gostomel, and right now we are working. We are negotiating just to organize the humanitarian corridor for the people who'd like to leave.
But we're also hearing we're also hearing that shelling is continuing in Irpin, which is just outside of Kiev. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yesterday and at night, the cities near the Kiev is bombed. It's Vasilkiv, it's Abukhov, it's Fastov, and other cities is bombed. When the people sleeping, the bomb just shooting on the civilian neighborhoods, and of course as well as the military places. So right now, its situation is quite stable. We heard only the machine guns from all over the city, and you know, a lot of people just leave the Kiev, and a lot of people right now are on the road. It's a lot of traffic on the road, just leaving the Kiev and the Kiev region.
Yeah, so you're saying that in those places that were bombed yesterday, it's stable today, so people are trying to get out now and evacuate. Are they heading west towards places like Lviv and then towards the borders to get out?
You know, the situation is quite difficult to explain, because in the east it is just totally destroyed. Some cities like Kharkiv, Chernigov, and the people try to move to the west. And in the west, its situation is quite difficult as well. It's no places where to live. It's no enough food for them. So a lot of people staying on the queue just to cross the border. That's a real situation. No, it's like if you imagine yourself like a computer game when the people just escape from a lot of cities, and the Kiev is empty from civilian, probably from civilian. I mean, not probably. I mean, not everyone, but a lot of civilians just drive out from Kiev far to the west.
Yeah, we're
and
hearing
a lot of militaries, a lot of troops. Yeah.
The UN. Yeah, the UN is saying that over 1.5 million people have now evacuated and fled the country. But you're also taking photographs of the destruction of civilian deaths. Just tell us what you plan on doing with these photographs, the information that you're collecting.
First, what we are doing. First, we collecting all the photos, all the videos for the future investigation in Gaga. We collecting the information about the use the prohibited missile. We are speaking with the Russian troops. I mean, who are just who are arrested by Ukrainians. We got a lot of information just to start this criminal investigation. That's the first. The second one, you know, the Putin united all the nation, from the student till the pensioner. People take the guns, the machine guns. People ready to defend in the territorial defense. A lot of block posts, a lot of young people, a lot of aged people in Ukraine is ready to defend the independence and the democratic value in Ukraine. That's what the Putin did. It's unite all the Ukrainians.
And just briefly, sir, do you think that? Do you think that NATO members should reconsider this potential no-fly zone? They've obviously ruled it out. President Zelensky has said that they should reconsider. Do you think that should be the case?
Yesterday I have talked with the congressman, one of the congressmen, and I told him that the America and the other NATO countries should realize the Third World War is already happened. So this will give us the opportunity just to close this non-fly zone, to make this non-fly zone over the Ukraine.
I just want to ask you about humanitarian corridors, because, of course, there was this call yesterday by the Russian Defense Ministry that they would have a humanitarian corridor in Mariupol, in Volnovakha. That didn't actually happen. Can you tell us about those humanitarian corridors today? Because the Ukrainian authorities did say they were going to try again.
As I've heard, today they're going to try organize this humanitarian corridor from some cities. You have said the Volnovakha and Mariupol, and we'll see how it works. It is, of course, we need the humanitarian corridor and other cities as well. Near the Kiev, it's 3 big cities. Probably 1 million people live there. It is a population of the cities, but right now it's quite less. But we need as well people that would like to leave their cities where the Russian troops. We need to organize the humanitarian corridor. It seems to me it should be done, but right now it's quite on the beginning.
Russian police have again moved to break up anti-war protests in many cities. According to one independent monitoring group, by 3 p.m. Moscow time, nearly 1,800 demonstrators had been arrested in 44 cities. More than 300 people were detained in Moscow. Maria Kuznetsova, spokesperson for the OVD Info Monitoring Group, said that the screws are being fully tightened and we are essentially witnessing military censorship. Well, she also said that they were seeing big protests today, even in many cities across there. The UK Chief of the Defence Staff say the UK and allies have to be very cautious about Russia's threats. Admiral Sir Tony Radakin stressed that the UK is part of the world's largest military alliance, NATO, and has a nuclear deterrent. Speaking to the BBC's Sophie Rayworth, he explained why he thought the Russian military convoy headed towards Ukraine's capital, Kiev, had stalled.
So we don't have a complete picture, but we do know about a series of factors. So one is Russia hasn't operated at this scale since the Second World War. And to do what's called combined arms manoeuvre is incredibly complex and incredibly difficult. And we're seeing Russia failing to do that in a competent fashion. So they were held up north of Kyiv and their forces started to become dislocated. Then you've seen the failure of Russia with just some basics in terms of the maintenance of its kit, and their kit has been failing. And then at the same time, Russia has been attacked by Ukrainian armed forces. And then their rear echelon, some of their logistics have been attacked. And now you're seeing that whole convoy stuck. It continues to be attacked, and that is impacting on morale. There are stories of the troops in those vehicles. They don't want to stay in those vehicles, so they're camping out in the forest. They're stuck there, and Russia has got itself into a mess, not just with that convoy, but in the whole of Ukraine, and we need to keep applying the pressure on Russia.
But there's stories of morale. You call them stories. Do we know that that is true or not?
We absolutely do. So we know that there are some of the battalion tactical groups, those that have been leading the fight for Russia, have suffered terrible losses. We know that Russia acknowledges it's lost nearly 500 people. To put that into context, that's nearly 500 soldiers in 1 week, and that is more than the UK lost in Afghanistan over 20 years. Ukraine claims nearly 10,000 casualties. We don't know if that is true, but we do know that some of the lead elements of Russian forces have been decimated by the Ukrainian response.
How worried are you that President Putin could use nuclear weapons?
So I think we've got to be very cautious about President Putin's threats We are part of the world's largest military alliance. We have our own nuclear deterrent. We've got to maintain a calmness and responsibility so that we don't just react rashly to whatever is the latest, frankly at times, bizarre or ridiculous comment from President Putin. So we are prepared, we are professional armed forces, we will approach this conflict with that level of professionalism and responsibility that you would expect. And we will also be incredibly confident in our ability to face down President Putin.
Would we know if the Russians were preparing to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine? Could they do it without us knowing beforehand?
So I don't want to go into the detail, but if you look at this conflict, we've had a remarkable level of intelligence, and we were saying for months that this is what President Putin was intending to do. And there are some more discrete elements in terms of warning signs if this was going to start to chart a path towards nuclear escalation.
And what about these nuclear plants? We've already seen one, the biggest in Europe, being shelled this week. What is the risk of the others? There are 3 more in Ukraine. What is the risk of those being attacked?
So I think there is a real risk because Russia is struggling with its objectives on the ground in Ukraine. And we've seen from Russia's previous actions in Syria and in Chechnya, where it will turn up the violence, it will lead to more indiscriminate killing and more indiscriminate destruction. And we have to keep applying the pressure to Russia that this is outrageous, and that the sense that because your invasion isn't going very well, that you just become more and more reckless in applying violence is totally unacceptable. And it's especially unacceptable when you start attacking nuclear plants.
The Ukrainians keep calling for a no-fly zone. The West has made it very clear that that is not going to happen. The Ukrainians want fighter planes to be provided. Why do we not provide fighter planes when we do provide anti-tank missiles?
So I think there is a difference with the anti-tank weapons are obviously very defensive. The weapons that we provided have got a range of about 500 metres. So you've got to drive your tank several hundred kilometres before you're within the range of that anti-tank weapon. I think the no-fly zone, we have to be very careful, and the advice that we as senior military professionals are giving our politicians.
Banks are rushing to switch to Chinese card systems. In a rare move, Singapore also sanctioned 4 big Russian banks.
Actually, every day, every morning brings some news, some bad news for all Russians and for all Ukrainian people, because the economic pressure from the West continues to Russia. And for example, today all Russians woke up to the announcement by Visa and MasterCard that their cards won't be legal in Russia very soon, and that Visa and MasterCard would withdraw from Russian market, and that our cards won't work outside of Russia. So everybody is like in panic.
Putin's alleged cronies, the Russian super rich, are fearing the loss of their yacht and private jets, as well as the freezing of their asset, as Western democracies try and exert pressure, hitting out at oligarchs to make Putin pay for his misadventure in Ukraine. India today has now gained access to the seized Lady M, the super yacht of Russian oligarch Alexei Mordashov. The super luxury yacht is now moored in Imperia.
We are in the harbor, and this behind me is the $65 million yacht of Alexei Mordashov, one of the richest oligarchs of Russia. It's a 52 meters boat, and its name is Lady M, in honor of his wife. This is one of the yachts that has been taken by European authorities following the sanctions imposed to Russian millionaires.
Russia's state-affiliated media also reported rising hate against Russian installations abroad. Vandals allegedly threw blue and yellow paint at this Russian community center in Vancouver, Canada. Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today's coverage continues from Ground Zero. Remember, Shweta Singh, Geeta Mohan, Rajesh Pawar and I, along with Pawan Kumar and Mohsin will continue to report from ground zero as this battle intensifies. You can continue to hear the roar of these rockets overhead. We will be reporting from ground zero, but that is all I have for you on this special broadcast from Kiev, Ukraine. Many thanks for watching. For all the latest news and updates, stay with India Today.
At the crossroads of connections.
Have you heard this?
When old songs touch hearts, where memories connect, and distance no longer parts. Tragedy is human. Its stories have to be gathered and told, shared, felt, and the world informed.
At Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air. And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Operation Ganga, a massive evacuation operation launched by the government of India. In an unfortunate incident, one Indian national lost his life in Ukraine, which has been under siege since February 24th. Russia's assault on Ukraine has led to one of the biggest crises that the Modi administration has been dealing with: evacuation of Indian nationals, particularly students from the war-torn country. Thousands of students studying medicine in different parts of Ukraine have been stuck in the country since Russia launched its special military operations. With curfews imposed across the country, public transport system came to a screeching halt, with train services running intermittently, leading to many Indians stranded in the eastern parts of Ukraine. Now on evacuation, Operation Ganga. Modi government launched a massive evacuation program to bring back Indians stranded in Ukraine. As of 1st of March, according to Indian officials, around 9,000 Indian nationals have been evacuated. A 24/7 control center has been set up to assist the evacuation of Indians through the border crossing points with Hungary, Poland, Romania and the Slovak Republic. A dedicated Twitter handle, OpGanga Helpline, has also been created to disseminate all information related to the evacuation. The first batch of evacuees, comprising 219 Indian nationals, returned to India on the 26th of February. A flight from Bucharest took those nationals to Mumbai.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Rahul Kanwal, 23 years of experience, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched time in war zone.
The first embedded operation in the history of Indian television journalism.
Gaurav Sawant, 28 years of reporting, 8 conflicts covered, unmatched hours in conflict areas.
Actual firing is taking place, the grads are firing.
Shivarur, 19 years of reporting, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched view of international crossfires.
And the attack guns are firing away.
Geeta Mohan, 18 years of reporting, 3 conflicts covered. When the world is at war, there is no compromise on India Today.
A supermarket in Ukrainian capital Kiev. Well, some items are there in these stalls, like you want to buy soap, you can buy any amount of soap, but some are not available. For example, there is a shortage of essential commodities and food items. What does that mean? Well, you can buy any amount of juices, canned juices, all of that are available, no shortage of that. But when you want to buy fresh fruit and fresh food, there is a shortage in terms of some empty counters, like you see the one in front. Counter after counter, there is no fresh food available because there is no transportation. There are major restrictions on movement of people. So fresh meat, for example, while you can get canned meat, this counter that sells meat and chicken and fresh items, that is. Let's walk around this supermarket. Let me show you what else is available and what else isn't available at this. For example, look around here. Breads, bakeries are shut. There is no dough. So that again is a problem. What is also extremely interesting at this point of time is that you see in front of you. In this example, if you want to buy alcohol, there is no shortage of alcohol, but you cannot buy alcohol. No alcohol. Alcohol is shut. Not allowed because of Russian attack. Why can't you buy alcohol? So, can I ask you, why can't you buy alcohol at this point of time? No. So, there is no shortage of alcohol, but the counter is closed. Empty counters, a cause for grave concern. What is also significant is all counters that sell alcohol have been sealed. Look around. Alcohol is there. It's there in good number, but you cannot buy alcohol at this point of time. There is a barrier that has been put. You speak to people at the counter and they say as long as Ukraine is fighting to defend itself, nobody should be drinking. Everyone has to be alert. People are rushing to buy essentials with their assault rifles. Little children and even senior citizens with their assault rifles as they go to buy essentials here in Ukraine. But a major cause for concern, empty counters. That is a big problem. Frozen food is there, but fresh food, because there is no movement that is happening at this point of time. So because fresh essentials and fresh food is not coming in, people are being forced to rely on tinned food and canned food, at least for now.
This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are what?
In our continuous coverage from Ukraine, our senior executive editor Gaurav Sawant had an exclusive conversation with Ukraine Army's commander on the ground in the capital city Kyiv. Now, the commander is saying that the Ukrainians have vowed to fight against Russia's aggression till their last breath. Listen in to this conversation.
We are currently in an underground bunker with soldiers of the Ukrainian army preparing for the defense of Kiev. And look at the weapons. This, of course, is the symbol of Ukraine. The soldier, the officer, is armed with an AK series assault rifle, has his grenade, also has an RPG. They have their rocket-propelled grenades with them, RPG with them. They're also getting the ATGMs or the anti-tank guided missiles and additional surface-to-air missiles. For security reasons, the officer does not want to be named or the battalion to be named. But let me begin by asking him, how confident are you about the defense of Kiev? Are you strong to be able to resist the advance of the Russian army?
У вас есть такая сила, что вы можете останавливать русскую армию. Вы себя верите на этом?
Да, ми віримо в себе. Ми будемо захищатися всіми можливими силами. Русські до нас прийшли на нашу землю, руйнують наші будинки, знищують наші сім'ї, дітки маленькі в школах, жінки ховаються в підвалах. Те, що вони так собі подумали, що вони таке можуть робити, та не буде воно так. Ми всі взяли зброю, всі чоловіки, усі жінки, і будемо захищати свою землю, свою територію, свою школу, свій будинок. І так, як вони це думають, хвора їхня уява, воно так не буде, бо ми українці. Всі люди об'єдналися, несуть хто їсти, хто пити, хто машини дає безкоштовно, щоб хлопці тільки виграли цю війну і назад загнали росіян і стали на своїх кордонах. І все це скоріше закінчилося, бо несправедливість така зараз, що їхні ракети, їхні танки, їхні самольоти бомблять мирних людей. Вони падають на будинки, і там згинуть наші українські матері, діти, чоловіки. І всі об'єдналися, взяли зброю, видали зброю. І всі будемо захищати свою землю.
ये बोल रहे हैं कि देखिए रशिया ने समझा था कि हम यहाँ पर आएंगे, उन्होंने हमारी जमीन पर पांव रखा है, हम अपने देश की रक्षा कर सकते हैं। उन्होंने हमारे घरों पर बम फेंके हैं, रॉकेट फेंके हैं, औरतों को बच्चों को मारा है। उन्होंने सोचा था वो जीत जाएंगे। हम लोग एकजुट हो चुके हैं सब। हमें जीतना आसान नहीं है, हमें कोई नहीं जीत सकता। हम अपने बच्चों की, अपनी फैमिली की, अपने घरों की, हम सबकी रक्षा करेंगे। और ऐसा नहीं हो सकेगा कि वो हमसे चले जाएं, हमसे हमारा देश ले जाएं। बोले हमारे इस समय हम सब लोग एकजुट हो चुके हैं। कोई खाने को दे रहा है, कोई गाड़ी दे रहा है, कोई कुछ दे रहा है, एक दूसरे की मदद कर रहे हैं बिना पैसों की। ये सब फ्री है, तो हमें नहीं लगता कि हमसे कोई जीत पाएगा। हम उनका मुकाबला अपनी पूरी हैसियत के साथ, जितनी हम में हिम्मत है, हम करेंगे।
So this is how Kiev is being defended. The defenders of Kiev. Now we are currently in an underground bunker. You can look around the kind of weapons and systems that are flowing in terms of some of the equipment that is inside. But what all equipment? So you have your small arms, you have your grenades, you have your RPGs. But what more do you require?
Что еще надо? Какие оружия еще вам нужны?
Нам потрібно, щоб закрили повітря, щоб сюди не могли летіти їхні самольоти. От. А зброя нам не потрібна, нам потрібен мир і щоб нам дали спокійно жити. І я думаю, що ваше керівництво все зробить, щоб дійсно скоріше це все закінчилося, і ми повернулися до нормального життя, повернули свій Крим, повернули свій Донбас, Луганськ, Донецьк, повернули Молдова свою територію Придністров'я, Грузію свою територію. От. І ми хочемо спокійно жити. І загнати їх назад в ту Росію, і хай вони там сидять в своєму п'ятачку. А ми хочемо спокійно жити, будувати і ростити своїх діток і сім'ї.
कहता जी हम पहले तो चाहते हैं कि ये एयर स्पेस बंद कर दे रशिया के लिए, ताकि जो उनके विमान उड़कर आ रहे हैं और हमारे को नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हैं वो ना पहुंचाए। दूसरी बात ये बोले हमें वेपन्स नहीं, हमें प्यार और पीस चाहिए है। हम चाहते हैं कि हम अपने घरों में वापस जाएं। जो दनबास के रहने वाले हैं, लुगांस के रहने वाले हैं, वो अपने घरों में वापस जाएं। हमें लड़ाई नहीं चाहिए और हम आपके हिंदुस्तान से भी रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि आप कोशिश कीजिए कि ये वार जो है युद्ध पे विराम लगे। जो लोग जॉर्जिया का जो हिस्सा चला गया है, जो मोल्दाविया का हिस्सा चला गया, हम वो भी चाहते हैं कि उन सब लोगों को अपनी जो जगह है वापस मिले और रशिया की जो जगह है, जो उनका स्पेस है, वो अपनी जगह पर रहे, ना किसी के ऊपर अटैक करे, ना किसी की जमीन वो खोसने की, छीनने की कोशिश करे। हम यही चाहते हैं।
This battle is becoming extremely intense at this stage, a war that people on ground say has been inflicted on them. Now, with the restricted amount of arms and ammunition that they have at this point of time, they are fighting. They're fighting with all that they have. How long can they survive with this relentless assault that is taking place? The wave after wave of attacks that's coming in remains the big challenge. India Today, of course, is the only channel to be reporting from ground zero, from the heart of the battle. We're currently in an underground bunker with some of the soldiers who are here defending Kiev, and we will continue to get you the latest from ground zero, battleground Kiev. With cameraman Pawan Kumar in Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
And India Today has been relentlessly getting you all haunting images from day one of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Remember, today is the 11th day. One by one, let's take a look at the sort of images and visuals that are coming in from ground zero. Now, the Russia-Ukraine war has intensified on day 11. The northern city of Ukraine, Chernihiv, has witnessed a massive fire with several houses destroyed completely after an airstrike. These images on your screen prove the gush of black smoke coming out of burnt houses. Now, another turbulent night, meanwhile, in Kharkiv. Fresh airstrikes were carried out in the city, resulting in several buildings that have caught fire. One image on your screen. Now, there is another city, Belgorod. It is a Russian...
We're hearing reports that food, water, electricity running out, medical supplies also running out. A really desperate situation, and the need for this relief for people to get out couldn't be greater. Obviously yesterday there was this hope that there would be a humanitarian corridor following talks between the Ukrainian and the Russian side a couple of days earlier. That didn't happen. They thought again it would happen today, but again we're hearing that the attempt to get people out of Mariupol has failed. And the UK Defence Ministry said yesterday that they thought that actually Russia had used this idea of this proposal of a ceasefire, of a limited ceasefire and a humanitarian corridor, as a way to deflect criticism about the way that the invasion was going in terms of the toll on civilians, and also as a way to buy a bit of time to reset its own forces for future offensive operations, and then to blame Ukraine for failing to hold the ceasefire, and so then shift the blame of civilian casualties on the Ukrainian side. Now, if that is correct, then it would be incredibly cynical. But whatever the reason for the failure this time, and both sides seem to blame the other when these, what they did yesterday, and we wait to see what the reason for today's failure for the ceasefire to hold. The people trapped in these two cities in particular are the ones that continue to suffer, and it does really again underline that concern of Western officials that Russia, as it meets resistance from the Ukrainian side, surprisingly strong resistance in terms of Russia's battle plans, they're ramping up their artillery fire on these populations, and it's civilians who are suffering.
And then meanwhile, Deborah, the Ukrainian president condemning an attack that he says happened on an airport in the south, well, just south of Kiev.
Yes, it's in the southwest of the country. 8 cruise missiles, the president said, were fired at this airport. One of the airports in the country, one of the sort of the strategic facilities that the the Russians have been targeting. And again, this attack, I think we can see images of it, against this airfield has once again raised up these calls from the Ukrainian side to the West to impose a no-fly zone over their country, to stop in particular cruise missiles being launched by the Russian side. We don't have much evidence of many Russian combat fast jets launching strikes. It does seem to be that the majority of the firepower actually isn't from missile strikes, it's from ground artillery, and a no-fly zone wouldn't be very effective against them. But the West is saying they will not be imposing a no-fly zone over Ukraine because it would require NATO jets to be taking out Russian air defense systems and Russian warplanes, which would put the West in direct military confrontation with Russia, which could then trigger a much wider war.
Deborah, thank you very much. Deborah Haynes there in Lviv. Well, let's have a closer look now at the situation on the ground in Ukraine. Ali Fortescue is here with us, and Professor Michael Clark as well, our security and defence analyst.
Thank you, Belle. Yes, day 11 of this conflict, and Russians continuing to make advances in both the north and the south. As you say, we're joined again by our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Let's talk first about what is going on around this area near Luhansk, where we're seeing almost as two sort of perimeters joining together, with the Russians being able to control most of that perimeter if they can join that section together.
Yes, we are. We expected, and the Russians expected, to move out of Luhansk pretty quickly because it was a Russian-speaking area that they thought would be very welcoming to them, but it wasn't. So they're now able to move out of Luhansk, and they're just about to link up with troops pushing southeast from Kharkiv, which is still not taken. They're still fighting around Kharkiv. That link, we assume, will be made at some point in the probably near future. That's the sort of perimeter link they might have expected in the first few days. And when they've got it, they'll feel better because it links the north and the south. But they've still got the major military task to perform of moving up the Dnieper River from the south of the country right through to the north in order to cut the country and, they hope, Ukrainian armed forces in half. But as they move up the Dnieper River, they've got to take the city of Dnipro. And the city of Dnipro, it's a million people, it's a heavy industrial city. In the old Soviet days, it was part of the arms industry. It was a closed city for many years. The regional leader of Dnipro has said, I've got 1 million people under arms. I will turn this into a new Stalingrad, which was the most terrible and longest siege of the Second World War. For one, I believe him.
It's really interesting. And if we look at a map now of the north of the country, it's worth saying the Ukrainians are fighting back. We know that north of Kharkiv there's been a successful counterattack, and at Hostomel airport, which is north of Kiev. We were talking about that on the first day. It was taken by the Russians, then taken back by the Ukrainians, and there is still fierce fighting going on there.
Correct. I mean, we know the Ukrainians don't have enough forces against this sort of opposition to mount a counter-offensive, a big strategic offensive, to push them out of the country. But they can certainly offer counterattacks, which they seem to be doing pretty effectively. And so we know of some counterattacks around Kharkiv and up around Sumy, because the Russians have had to screen Sumy and Chernihiv marked up there, Sumy in the circle way that you mentioned, and they're trying to push out having not taken those cities. And we know that the forces to the north in the central and the eastern and airborne districts that they've designated have not done terribly well. In the western military district, as they call it, their forces are moving much more quickly now towards Kiev. And so their western military district forces look as if they are probably 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the way to Kiev. So the encirclement of Kiev is taking place as we speak. And Hostomel airfield, which is a key strategic objective. It's a scene of fierce fighting for the second time in 11 days, key strategic objective. But Kiev, we assume, will be surrounded sometime in the coming days.
So we could see Kiev surrounded in the coming days, and that obviously is the ultimate prize for the Russians.
I would guess 4 or 5 days. That's a pure guess on my part. But it can't long be delayed, because that's clearly what the Russians are trying to do, because they have to strangle Kiev, in a sense, and then give the government in Kiev the choice. Do you want a Mariupol, or are you going to give up now?
OK, and let's look at a map now of the south of the country. And we were talking about this yesterday, these ceasefire zones, Mariupol, which is home ordinarily to about 500,000 people. What is happening with that? Because once again, it looks like that ceasefire has been broken.
Yes, the ceasefire didn't come into force yesterday, so there were no humanitarian aid corridors. It was supposed to happen today. It looked as if it would. It was only a 9-hour corridor, a 9-hour window of ceasefire. The latest information is it hasn't happened, so nobody's got out. and humanitarian supplies from Zaporizhia have not gone in. So we're back where we were, 2 days, 2 failures. We'll see what the following days bring.
And if we look further west, we know that Russians are pushing north out of Kherson, and Odessa could really be the next key battleground.
Logically, Odessa has to be, because it's a big city, big port. It's a very cosmopolitan port. It's like Marseille or Hong Kong, the way it used to be. It's the port that Catherine the Great established. It's very symbolically important. And if President Putin has in his mind, he's going for broke, if he has in his mind the idea of a Novorossiya, a new Russia, Tsarist Russia, then Odessa would be quite an important part of it. And if he does, they would push towards Odessa, and just to the west of Odessa is Moldova, the next country. And Transnistria, that little strip down the edge of Moldova, is a mirror image of the Donbass. There's a Russian-speaking minority there who claim unity with Russia. The temptation, if he takes Odessa, which I suspect may happen, is to keep on pushing and unite with Transnistria, again, part of the Novorossiya, and then he'll have invaded the country next door as well.
OK, thank you. So Odessa still held by the Ukrainians, but that may well be the next key battleground.
And it's held very strongly by the Ukrainians. They're not going to give it up easily.
Thank you so much, Professor Michael Clark.
Thank you very much to Ali and to Professor Michael Clark. You are watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll have more on the people facing that Russian invasion in one of the most affected areas just talked about, Donbass.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. We take you to the heart of the story that shapes our world.
The Ukrainian government is confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the centre of... There's one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
Hello again. Now, the recognition of the breakaway Donbass region was the signal of the start of the Russian war in Ukraine. I'm joined now live by Alisa Kovalenko, who's a filmmaker. She's currently in the Donbass. Thank you so much for being with us, Alisa. We really appreciate you taking the time. You went to the Donbass when the fighting broke out there. I think, if I understand correctly, you were hoping to evacuate several people that you'd been working with. Have you managed to do that?
Yes, finally, it's only because we could evacuate 2 girls from Kharkiv. We went to Kharkiv day before yesterday, and 2 girls, they were staying in a basement of students' dorms, and they couldn't go out. And one of these girls, she's a character of my film, because she's from Donbass, and she's from town Stanitsa, which now is occupied by Russians. So she even has like no way go back to home. So we are trying to evacuate them to Polish border, and we are in touch with some people from Belgium who will help them to cross the border.
Okay, and Just tell me where you are now. The territory where you are now, is it in Russian hands or Ukrainian hands? And what are you seeing around you?
No. Now I'm on the way. Today in the morning we start to drive from Donetsk region, and now we in the middle, like we in Poltava. So yeah, we just stop for a while here next to gas station.
Yeah, and as you said, on your way trying to get to Poland. Now, you could not get back to Kiev, which is where your young child and your husband, as I understand, are. Are you speaking to them a lot? How are they?
My son is very anxious. He has lots of bad dreams during the night. It's my mother is she told me yesterday, but at least he's safe and yeah.
What are they planning to do?
No, my mother and my son they're in Uzhgorod, in Western Ukraine, and my husband is nearby Kiev.
Okay, and are you all thinking that you'll try to get to the Polish border and meet there?
Yeah, we want to evacuate people, but I'm not going to cross the border. I want to go back to Eastern Ukraine. There is still lots of people who need help, and I'm not planning to go to leave my country.
Okay. What has made you make that decision? It's an extraordinary decision, and as we've talked about, you have a young son as well. What is at stake here for you that you've decided to put yourself at such risk?
I gave myself promise last time when war just started in 2014 that next time if something like this will happen, I will not be just away. I have to do something, and I want to act. I don't want to leave my country. I don't want to stay in a safe place. I want to help. I want to do something, and I will feel myself very bad if I will just leave my country.
And we've seen that again and again from Ukrainians all over the country. It's impossible almost for us not in Ukraine to imagine things that you might have seen, things that you might have been through over the last 10 days as you've tried, to evacuate these two girls from Donetsk, from the Donbass region. Just give us a sense of the type of danger that you've encountered in that journey.
Yesterday, for example, we went to a small town, Zolote 4. It was bombing all the time with Grad. It's very heavy bombing. We saw lots of destroyed houses. We saw Uragan. It's a type of bomb, very heavy bomb. And it was not safe to go there, but we were trying to persuade some of my friends, also characters of my film, but what they said, they won't go anywhere, even if they will not survive. They prefer to die altogether. They don't want to be splitted, and they decided to stay in Donbass, in very dangerous area. And it took yesterday for us 5 hours to go there, to persuade them to go with us, to go to safe place. But they say that it's our land. We don't want to run. This time we will stay.
And for you, you are a filmmaker. How important do you feel it is for you to keep documenting what is happening around you?
Actually, it's very complicated to document something. It's because at the same time I'm doing lots of things and I cannot film myself. So I'm just more I think 80% of the time I'm just trying to help people. To negotiate, and it's also it's very complicated to find out the best way to go to some places because some territory became occupied very fast. And day before yesterday, when we went to Kharkiv, lots of roads were closed completely. We stopped next to one road, and the Ukrainian army told us that it's a Russian column 22 kilometers away. So it's even very dangerous to drive because situation changing all the time. Front line is moving, so it's you have to know very good where you go, how you go, and not to meet Russian tanks.
And just very, very quickly, because we are out of time, have you encountered Russian tanks? What's happened when you have?
If we will meet Russian tanks?
Yes, have you encountered any?
No, we didn't see. Hopefully, and I don't know what will happen, especially to me.
Yeah, OK, I can't imagine. And Elisa Kovalenko, we have to leave it there, but I appreciate so much you taking the time right now to talk to us here at Sky News. I wish you and your family a speedy reunion, and I'm thinking of you over these next few days and weeks.
Thank you.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, it's a special edition of FYI, our weekly show for young people. We'll be explaining why the war in Ukraine is happening.
Russia has invaded Ukraine and the world is watching.
But why has Russia done this? Can the war be stopped?
Who will help the many thousands of people fleeing the fighting?
And what can we do to help?
In a special edition of your weekly news show, we've been investigating the Ukraine invasion. Over the years, we've reported on many wars on FYI. It's a sad fact that conflict has been part of the human world for as long as we've been around. But seeing a European country like Ukraine being invaded is a first for many of us, isn't it?
Yeah, and we get just as upset as you when we see violence and suffering, no matter where it is in the world. So we're on a mission to explain everything and look at what is being done to find a peaceful solution.
Yeah, so I guess one of the biggest questions about any war really is why, and it can be complicated.
It can be super complicated. So we've been investigating why Russia would do this. To truly understand why Ukraine has been invaded by Russia, We need to hit the history books and go back in time. From 1917, when the royal Russian family were overthrown, until 1991, we saw the rise and the fall of the Soviet Union, or the USSR. Ukraine was one of the 15 states that made up this giant country. All of them became independent countries when the Soviet Union's political system and economy collapsed in 1991, and its people demanded change. Russia was the country with the biggest power, surrounded by smaller states, as you can see here. Russia's current president, Vladimir Putin, came to power in 2000. He has always made it clear that the end of the Soviet Union angers him, and some world leaders believe he would like Russia to become a huge empire, similar to how the Soviet Union used to be back in the day. And he wants to claim back some of the former Soviet states. In 2008, Russia invaded neighbouring Georgia and took control of a large part of the country. It's very much like what he's doing with Ukraine now, trying to take back a former state that largely wants to be independent of Russian control. 2014 is a good year to look at the relationship between Ukraine and Russia. The then president of Ukraine, with a close relationship to Russia, faced huge protests demanding he quit. And when he did, Russia's Vladimir Putin thought that Ukraine was about to become more friendly with Western countries like the UK and the USA. So he sent in Russian soldiers to take control of Crimea, which is an area in the south of Ukraine. Let's travel in time right up to the present day. The Ukraine invasion is now a very complicated situation. Rebels are people who go against the government in power. In February, Russia sent in its troops to support a rebel army from two other regions who also wanted to be independent from Ukraine, Luhansk and Donetsk. So rebels with Russians began fighting against the Ukrainian army. But the most important thing to know is that this was just the start of a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. President Putin appeared on Russian TV to warn other countries not to try and stop them. There is huge support for Ukraine here in the West.
For all his bombs and tanks and missiles, I don't believe that the Russian dictator will ever subdue the national feeling of the Ukrainians and their passionate belief that their country should be free.
Just like other former Soviet Union states, the Ukraine as an independent country wants to join the military alliance NATO and the European Union. But the Russian president is demanding Ukraine doesn't join them. There are still large Russian communities in many former Soviet states, including Ukraine. While some would like to be part of Russia, world leaders say President Putin has no right to wade in. And many say this invasion is illegal and Russia will be punished.
One thing you can be sure about is that the world has been watching events in Ukraine very closely, and those in power are doing all they can to bring about a peaceful solution. And I've been looking into how the world is reacting. For weeks, many world leaders and senior politicians tried to convince Russia's President Putin that an invasion of Ukraine was not what Ukrainians wanted, or even his own people, and that it would be viewed as illegal and Russia would be punished. But he sent his forces across the Ukrainian border and began an unprovoked attack on the country, bombing military targets in key cities, including the capital, Kiev. So what happens next? For many families taking shelter in underground stations and bunkers from the gunfire and explosions, know the world is watching and reacting. Military action by other countries has been ruled out. That could lead to a much bigger war. Instead, European countries, including the UK, are providing the Ukrainian military with supplies and weapons. No one really knows why, but the Russian advance in the early days of the invasion has been slow. The Ukrainian army is fighting back hard, led by their president, Volodymyr Zelensky. He urged Russians not to listen to their president.
We need to stop this war. We can live in peace, together, globally, as humans.
World leaders, including the UK Prime Minister, have described the invasion as a pointless war, and they're punishing the Russian president with financial penalties called sanctions, which means they can't do business outside Russia and won't be able to access money or property abroad. Russian airlines are banned from flying across or landing in Europe. This is all to try and cut Russia off from the outside world to stop its actions. The world of sport has also stepped in. The football governing bodies, UEFA and FIFA, have suspended Russia from competitions, and many other sporting events due to be held in Russia have also been cancelled. Russia has also been banned from this year's Eurovision Song Contest.
Many Ukrainians are staying put in the country instead of fleeing the invasion.
We got a video diary from Miroslava, who lives in Khmelnytsky. She is among loads of teenagers who have stayed behind to provide food and aid to refugees as they make their way through the country to the border.
Right here, people are making nets, which serve as masking equipment for our military. So right here, the food is being collected, and over there, our volunteers are working and collecting some other stuff and medicaments for our soldiers. I've never seen so many volunteers in one place.
Miroslava joins us now. Hi Miroslava, thank you for joining us.
Hi guys, thank you for making this program and for speaking to me.
Why have you not fled Ukraine? Why are you staying behind to help those who are?
Where I am now, we have several air raid sirens per day, and people have to spend some part of the day hiding in the underground shelters. The situation is relatively safer than in Kiev or in Kharkiv, but still, we are helping people who are coming to Khmelnytsky as refugees. We are also sending the humanitarian aid to the front line, and it's truly horrible to see mothers with their toddlers coming to Khmelnytsky only with one bag, with their documents, with no extra warm clothes, and we are trying to provide them with the food. And we are hosting them in our own homes, in schools, sports centers, cinemas, and even in churches. But it's scary to think that tomorrow you may become one of these refugees too.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us, and I really hope you stay safe.
I want to thank you and thank all of our foreign friends for supporting us, and I want to ask you to continue supporting us.
We've been told by refugee charities that an estimated 4 to 7 million people are expected to flee the fighting.
Already, hundreds of thousands of refugees are crossing the border into neighbouring countries. That's Moldova, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia and Poland.
Refugee charities are warning that there could be a humanitarian crisis if those countries don't get the support they need to take care of Ukraine's refugees. The good news is that the European Union has announced that all Ukrainian refugees will be allowed to stay in safe countries like Poland for up to 3 years. The first thing you notice is that it is mainly women and children crossing over the border into neighbouring countries. That is because the Ukrainian government has asked men to stay behind and fight. Katerina, who is 18, and her brother 12-year-old Vadim have just arrived in Poland. They told FYI their parents, like many others, have stayed behind to help fight the invasion.
They stay there to defend our country. They wanted for us to come there, and now we are here. It's really bad. So I must say that we have really war in our country. Children can't do nothing. So I really beg adults to protest in such way, in anything, to stop this war, to stop this really bad thing in our country.
We were so worried about Katerina and Vadim that we've kept in touch with them, and they told FYI that they've now reached friends of the family in Slovakia. Other refugees are being offered shelter by local families in their homes and temporary accommodation in halls and schools. They get there by car, train, or on foot. There are so many refugees. Some are waiting 30 hours to cross. Bana Alabed knows what it takes to travel hundreds of miles to reach safety. She's a refugee from Syria, where a civil war broke out between government and anti-government troops, forcing millions of people to flee. She became well known for her tweets as her city was bombed by her own government and its support of Russia. Bana's family escaped to neighbouring Turkey. Bana has been posting again about her concern for Ukrainian refugees, and she's joining us now. Hi, Bana.
Hi.
So it must be so tough for you to see yet another refugee crisis. Do you think that they will get the help they need?
I think they will get the help they need if the world all focuses on one goal, and that is to bring peace and to stop these wars, because every child deserves to live in peace. And leaving your whole country because of war is really tough, because you need to find a new home, you need to find a new school, you need to find a new friends, and that is really tough. And I really hope that everybody will fix this thing and war will stop, and the people will go back to their homelands and live in peace.
Thank you so much, Bana.
Countries around the world are sending money, food and water to help refugees, including the UK.
Many of us are wanting to do what we can to help, donating whatever we can to collection centres across the country. Thomas has more on this from London.
I'm here at the Polish Centre in Lewisham in London. This is one of the drop-off points that has been set up across the country to help Ukrainian refugees. As you can see, it is extremely busy, with boxes being put into trucks.
So why did you volunteer today?
Because Ukraine needs help. People may be starving. They've been walking country to country every day.
It's really hectic here. There are so many people and so many donations. Some of this being kids' clothes, food, nappies, sanitary products, and that's just a few of them.
We have been packing all the stuff that people have been donating and putting it in trucks that are going to Poland.
We have another truck coming! Keep packing, keep packing! We've been here for a few hours, everyone's been working flat out, and there's already another truck here for loading. While more trucks like these, packed full of aid, will keep heading to border countries of Ukraine, as long as we keep donating whatever we can. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Thomas. Now, I suppose it's the least we can do as we watch these events unfold in Ukraine. And watching the news can be scary sometimes, can't it? So we invited members of FYI school news clubs to send their questions and worries into FYI's counsellor, Anna.
Is it okay to feel scared about what's happening in Ukraine, even though I'm not there?
So if you are feeling any worrying feelings or feeling scared, you really aren't on your own, okay? It's because we feel empathy and sympathy for those people that are caught up in all of this conflict. So yeah, if you are feeling sad or upset, it is very, very normal. But don't sit with those feelings, okay? Make sure you talk to someone, particularly an adult that you trust. Share that emotion, don't just be sat with it.
I feel really anxious. I'm worried about the war and what it might mean for us. Could this lead to another world war?
It's natural to be worried about what will happen next. And be careful as well on what news sites you're accessing. Don't keep scrolling through unreliable sources that are perhaps scaremongering or dishing out incorrect information. Only go to reputable news sites in order to get the correct news and what is actually happening. When you do, you'll realise that world leaders are doing everything they need to do to avoid this war getting worse and affecting more countries. You can turn that concern as well into doing something for charity, do something proactive like sending donations to a collection centre for refugees, just like Thomas has just seen.
People from all countries all around the world have come together to protest against Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Including Russia itself, which is brave because protests aren't allowed there.
We leave you with pictures of a world united in shock, but also in hope for peace.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up here in the UK, warnings of dangers on gambling after an addict took his own life.
I'm Inzamam Rashid and I'm Sky's North of England correspondent, telling stories from this culturally rich region I call home.
It's going to become very similar to other places and lose its unique qualities.
It's steeped in history.
If the Taliban found your family, what would happen?
I think they're just going to straight away execute them.
There are issues of racism in all levels of cricket.
I was on the balcony a couple of times. I was nearly gone.
Football is a joy to watch, and when people are disappointed, you can feel the hate.
I just felt physically sick, so I was like, that's really in my system.
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. Even before the pandemic, GPs were pleading for help. Government expects more face-to-face contact with patients in return.
Men, they want to force you doing something which you don't want to do, just because you're homeless and you're looking for a warm place to sleep.
We give a voice to communities often unheard and unserved from a region with a distinct history and global impact.
I'm Dan Whitehead and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
Hello again. The parents of a gambling addict who took his own life have accused the government of being asleep at the wheel in their failure to regulate a gambling industry they described as predatory and parasitic. An inquest into the suicide of Jack Ritchie, who was 24 years old, found that regulation, NHS treatment and government warnings about the dangers of gambling were woefully inadequate. Sky's home editor, Jason Farrell, reports.
Jack Ritchie was 24 when he wrote an email to his parents saying he was past the point of controlling himself. He felt the only way out of his gambling addiction was to take his own life. An inquest into his death at Sheffield Town Hall concluded that whilst suicide is always complex, it was abundantly clear that gambling contributed to Jack's death.
This is the first inquest of its kind to examine the link between suicide and gambling and the way it's regulated, and it found that information, warnings and treatment was all woefully inadequate at the time of Jack's death, and more needs to be done to prevent future suicides.
Jack's parents in court every day for this two-week inquest say now is time for the government to act.
They're a parasitic industry and we've had a government that was asleep at the wheel. They have been collusive with these parasites.
The rulings really today are seismic. You know, they are a recognition of the failures of government and the dangers of gambling. It's very clearly accepted. There's a really strong link, which has been known for decades, about the relationship between gambling and suicide.
Jack's gambling started when he won big, aged 17, on a fixed odds betting machine, but his luck would run out as he turned to online gambling. Campaigner and former gambling addict Matt Zarb-Cousins says regulators haven't kept up with the industry.
On online slots, there's no limit to the stakes. On online roulette, there's no limit to the stakes. There's no proper affordability checks. So we've basically put a casino in everyone's pocket. And I think that the regulatory framework is clearly not fit for purpose. I mean, it's not taking into account that there is a risk to life for people who engage with gambling. It's promoting it as if it's, you know, like a fun fair or something. There's something much more sinister going on.
The industry says it's committing more money to help with addiction, and regulators, the Gambling Commission, told Sky News, since Jack's death in 2017, we have accelerated our drive to make gambling safer. This has included increased enforcement and compliance activity, clamped down on online slots products, increased online age and ID verification, and brought in new rules to stamp out irresponsible VIP customer practices.
This inquest is about justice.
Liz and Charles Ritchie say much more is needed. The coroner agrees and has sent a report to the government setting out how to prevent deaths like Jack's, which will inform a review into gambling laws expected to come out this spring. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
This is Sky News. Coming up, a view from the US on the war in Ukraine in Meet the Press. And today on the programme will be the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Nikki Haley and Fiona Hill. Do stay with us. Hello again. Now on Sky News with the very latest on the Ukraine situation from the United States. This is Meet the Press from our colleagues at NBC News.
This Sunday, the Russian onslaught.
Russia destroyed both.
Russia seizing territory and laying siege to Ukraine's cities. As Vladimir Putin says, Ukraine may lose its statehood.
Today, they have bombed my city, destroyed many houses.
Thousands huddle underground.
Please, we don't have enough food for my baby.
Ukrainians fill the streets with protests and continue their fierce fight on the battlefield.
That's why we are fighting for our freedom, for our self-reliance.
Western nations, though, reject President Zelensky's calls for a no-fly zone.
The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war.
Plus, the refugee crisis. Some 1.5 million have already fled the country.
My wife, mom, was crying and telling me that maybe she never see me again.
Ukrainians leaving everything behind.
My husband, my home, my dog, my cats, my life.
And amid the crowds, charges of bias against some refugees.
As long as you're black, no one likes you.
My guest this morning, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and we'll have reports from Kiev and the Polish border. Plus, the first post-invasion poll shows a big bounce for President Biden. Are we about to see a change in our domestic politics? Joining me for insight and analysis are NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson, Eddie Glaude Jr. of Princeton University, Robin Wright of The New Yorker, and Stephen Hayes, founder of The Dispatch. Welcome to Sunday and a special edition of Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is a special edition of Meet the Press with Chuck Todd.
And a good Sunday morning, we've seen the world rally around Ukraine, moved by its fierce resistance in moments like this one. This is what Ukrainian officials say is the shooting down of a Russian helicopter. But it is also true that the worst of this war is yet to come for Ukraine. Yesterday, Vladimir Putin, in a pretty menacing way, threatened Ukraine with its statehood as Russian forces bombed military targets and civilians alike, laying waste to Ukrainian cities, violating some small humanitarian corridors. There's panic in places like Kyiv, where people are jamming rail stations, desperate to get out before an expected full Russian assault on the capital. Russia does control areas in the south and east of Ukraine. They're aiming to cut Ukraine off from the sea and trap its army internally. Vladimir Putin, meanwhile, in his own country, signed a new law cracking down on free speech, making it a possible crime in Russia to call this what it actually is, which is a war. And with the Russian economy crippled by sanctions, Putin is actually now calling that a declaration of war. There are growing concerns that a cornered Putin could lash out and widen this conflict beyond Ukraine's borders. We're going to start this morning with two reports from the region. Kelly Kobayeya is in Poland, near the Ukrainian border, reporting on the roughly 1.5 million Ukrainians who have now fled their country. But we're going to kick things off with our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who's in Kyiv. And Richard, just simply, a lot's happened overnight. What is the latest from your perspective?
So, Chuck, a second attempt to evacuate civilians from the city of Mariupol by opening up a humanitarian corridor has collapsed, with both sides, both the Russians and the Ukrainians, blaming the other for the breakdown. So it means that the people are still trapped in that city, still under fire, and without food, power, water. Here in Kiev, Russian forces are advancing toward the city. They are making slow advances in the northeast, around the neighborhoods of Irpin and Bucha. And I just spoke with the mayor of Kiev a short while ago, and he told me that roughly 10,000 people have been killed so far, according to figures that he has, on both sides of the conflict. And I asked him how long he thinks Kiev can hold out, and he said, frankly, he doesn't know, but that he believes it can be a long time because the people here have a lot of fighting spirit, and they're not fighting for the will of one man.
Richard, look, a little of the Russian side of things is a bit opaque, obviously, with the crackdown that they have on a free press. But just from observational sake, it looks like this Russian army is not performing very well. What do you know?
So sources have been telling me, sources that are well connected to the Russian security services, that the offensive is not going well, that some special forces, the Russian Spetsnaz, are furious because they have been sent into battle without proper support, and many of them have been killed. They say that the National Guard forces and the regular army, the National Guard forces include those Chechen units, that the two of them are not coordinating on the field, and that the overall battle plan is somewhat disjointed in that it's partly a plan for war and partly a plan for peacekeeping and so-called denazification of this country, and it has led to a lack of cohesion. And a lot of this goes back to the man who's behind it all, Vladimir Putin, who I'm told is now increasingly isolated, is just taking advice from his inner circle, that there are only about 3 people who matter right now. And that speech, you mentioned it a short while ago, that Putin gave yesterday, a bizarre location, speaking at Aeroflot to a group of flight attendants, he sounded incredibly angry. He sounded detached. He was talking about how the Ukrainians here are machine gunning people, that they're driving around in cars packed with explosives, jihadi style, and he went very deep and repeatedly on this theme that they're fighting against the Nazis. It was the angriest I've ever seen him.
Richard Engel in Kyiv for us. Richard, a reminder that this is Putin's war more than it is Russia's war, at least right now. Joining me now to talk about the refugee crisis is Kelly Kobayea. She is in Medyka, it's the Medyka crossing on the Polish border with Ukraine. And Kelly, the enormous number of people crossing over, how's Poland be able to handle this? And are we going to see these refugees flown out to other countries because Poland can't absorb everybody that's coming over its border?
Yeah, I mean, Chuck, the numbers are just astounding. We saw it again yesterday from the Polish border guard. 129,000 people arriving in this country in one day. Most of them are women and children. They're arriving with nothing. They need a tremendous amount of support, not just in food, medicine, a place to rest, a place to live, but also emotional support. A lot of them are deeply traumatized by what they've been through. The volunteer groups who have been organizing the response over the past 9 days or so say they are now starting to get overwhelmed just when they catch their breath from a wave of refugees coming across. There's another day and another wave, and people really are determined to get here. Chuck, we spoke to a family just a few minutes ago who arrived today. They arrived from Kyiv. They said they were waiting on a train station. They saw what they thought was a missile strike, and nobody dove for cover because they were that desperate to get a spot on the train. These people are still in disbelief as to how they've ended up here. One woman I asked, what do you need most? And she said, I need the war to end so I can go home.
No, listen,
Kelly Kobayea in Poland for us. Kelly, just a reminder, 3 weeks ago, these people were living very first world lives. And joining me now from Moldova is Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Secretary Blinken, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thanks, Chuck.
I want to start with some of the asks that President Zelensky made of Congress yesterday morning here, our time, and I assume he made some similar asks in his phone call with President Biden. We've got bullet points here: the no-fly zone, more planes, drones, and lethal aid, a full ban on Russian oil imports, and to terminate Russia's preferential trading status. I want to set aside the no-fly zone situation here for a minute. Let's start with planes. It seems that we're close. This idea of essentially U.S. fighter jets to Poland. In exchange, Poland sends Russian-made jets to Ukraine. Is that going to happen? And how quickly can it happen?
Well, first, let me say this. President Zelensky's been a remarkable leader. He's been the embodiment of the Ukrainian people and everything they're doing to resist this Russian aggression. And President Biden's in regular contact with him, as he was just yesterday. On this question of planes, yes, we're talking very actively about this, looking at what we could do to backfill Poland if it chooses to send the MiGs and the Su planes that it has to Ukraine, how we can help by backfilling what they're giving to the Ukrainians. So that's in very active discussion as we speak.
You said if Poland, that's a Polish decision, not a NATO decision.
It's a sovereign decision by Poland if they choose to do it. We want to make sure that we can help them. And again,
backfill what they're giving so that they don't have any loss in their own ability.
So we are 100%
going
to do this. If any of these NATO nations that have these Russian-made planes donate them to Ukraine, we're going to backfill if they're a NATO ally.
Well, look, we'd have to work through each case on its own merits. We've got to make sure we're able to do something if that's what a country is requesting in return for sharing the jets that they have.
Let's start with the ban on oil imports. I know as late as last week there was still the administration was saying no, we can't do the 100% ban. Has your mind changed? Has the administration's mind changed on this? Are you looking at a full embargo on Russian gas and oil?
Chuck, I spoke to the president and the cabinet, the leading members of the cabinet, about this just yesterday from Europe, and we are now in very active discussions with our European partners about banning the import of Russian oil to our countries, while, of course, at the same time maintaining a steady global supply of oil. The actions we've taken to date have already had a devastating impact on the Russian economy. We see the ruble in free fall. We see the economy heading into a deep recession. We've already had a major impact, but we are looking, again, as we speak, in coordination with allies and partners, at this prospect of banning oil imports.
So it's interesting you added the in coordination. We will not do this unilaterally. The United States is not going to do this unilaterally.
A hallmark of everything we've done to date has been this coordination with allies and partners. We are much more effective across the board when we're doing things together in as close a coordination as possible. There are instances where we each do something a little bit different, but it complements the whole. So in the first instance, we want to make sure that we're acting in coordination. I'm not going to rule out taking action one way or another, irrespective of what they do, but everything we've done, the approach starts with coordinating with allies and partners.
All right, and another way of ratcheting things up on the Russians is Zelensky suggested terminating Russia's preferential trading status, most favored nation status. Is that something we're considering?
Look, Chuck, let me say this. There are a series of things that are out there that we're looking at to continue to ratchet up the pressure on Vladimir Putin for the purposes of getting him to end this aggression against Ukraine, to stop this war, to stop the killing, to stop the suffering. And there are, as I said, extraordinary measures that we've already taken. We said many months ago when all of this started, and we warned that Putin was threatening this aggression, we said if he pursued it, there'd be massive consequences for Russia. And we've delivered on that promise. You see it again in everything that's happening to the Russian economy. But if there are things that remain to do to increase the pressure, if he's unwilling to stop the aggression, we're going to do them. So we will look at each and every one, decide together with our allies and partners what's most effective, when we should do it, and we'll proceed in that way.
All right, I want to talk about the no-fly zone. Let me quote President Zelensky on Telegram on Friday. He essentially sent this out on social media. All the people who will die starting this day will also die because of you. He's addressing the West. Because of your weakness, because of your disunity. Today, the alliance's leadership gave the green light for further bombing of Ukrainian cities by refusing to make a no-fly zone. I understand it's an emotional statement, right? And I understand you've had different conversations there. Why rule out the no-fly zone? Why not make Putin think it's possible?
First, again, my admiration for President Zelensky has no bounds. And if I were in his shoes, I'd be asking and looking for everything possible from everyone in every place around the world. And as I said, what we've already done is extraordinary. And just to remind people, over the past year alone, from the United States alone, more than $1 billion in security assistance, lethal defensive weapons that are being put to very effective service by Ukrainians now in defense of their country, and other measures that we're looking at going forward. Just in the last week alone, Chuck, we have delivered more than $200 million worth of security assistance into the hands of Ukrainians. So all of that is ongoing, all of that's continuing. The President's been very clear about one thing all along as well, which is we're not going to put the United States in direct conflict with Russia not have American planes flying against Russian planes, or our soldiers on the ground in Ukraine, because for everything we're doing for Ukraine, the president also has a responsibility to not get us into a direct conflict, a direct war with Russia, a nuclear power, and risk a war that expands even beyond Ukraine to Europe. That's clearly not our interest. What we're trying to do is end this war in Ukraine, not start a larger one.
Let me ask you this.
And by the way, keep in mind keep in mind what a no-fly zone, just so people understand too, what a no-fly zone means. It means that if you declare a space no-fly and a Russian plane flies through it, it means we have to shoot it down.
Let me ask the question this way. We're getting towards the end of the second week of this conflict. Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia?
You know, how this ends is an important question, and I wish that we could see signs that President Putin was willing to engage diplomatically to bring this aggression to a close. Right now, we're not seeing them. He was on the phone, President Putin, with President Macron of France a couple of days ago, and by all accounts, according to the French, he's digging in and doubling down. And I think we have to be ready that this could go on for some while. The sheer force that Russia can bring to bear, the manpower, the expanse of its military, has the potential to keep grinding down these incredibly brave and resilient Ukrainians. But here's the thing. Winning a battle is not winning a war. Taking a city is not taking the hearts and minds of Ukrainians. And what we've learned over the past couple of weeks is that they will fight to the end for their country. And if it takes a week, if it takes a month, if it takes a year. And he has no plan, Putin, for how this actually ends on his terms. He can't impose his will and Russia's will on 45 million Ukrainians. They've clearly demonstrated that. But it may take some considerable time to play out. We want it to end as quickly as possible, with Ukraine having its independence, its territorial integrity, its sovereignty. But I think we need to be prepared for this going on for some time.
Secretary Antony Blinken, I know you're busy. I know you got yet another plane to catch. Thanks for coming on and sharing your perspective with us, sir.
Thank you, Chuck.
You got it.
Good to be with you.
And joining me now is Democratic Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia. He, of course, chairs the Senate's Energy and Natural Resources Committee. Senator Manchin, welcome back to Meet
Good to be with you.
Meet
Good
the
to be
Press.
with you, Chuck.
Look, you were on this Zoom with President Zelensky yesterday. Before I get into the details, just, what was that like with him? What did he say to you guys?
It was so surreal, but to have a person there in the front, on the front lines, taking mortars every day and basically seeing his people being slaughtered and willing to withstand all of this and fight back, and all he asked for was basically, just help me, I'll fight my own fight, just give me the tools to do it. And for us to hesitate, or anyone to hesitate in the free world, is wrong. And he said that. He said, listen, if Ukraine falls, then Europe may fall. Where do you want to stop?
So what does that mean for you? Are you right now, would you support a no-fly zone? Would you support doing this, which could trigger a wider conflict?
I understand that, but right now you don't signal to the nemesis of Putin. This is a Putin's war. This is not the Russian people's war. This is Putin's war and his quest for whatever it may be. But to take anything off the table thinking we might not be able to use things because we've already taken them off the table is wrong. I would take nothing off the table, but I would be very clear that we're going to support the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian president, and this government every way humanly possible. Zelensky was very clear. He says, we don't need you to fight our fight. We don't need you to fly our planes or fly your planes into our war zone. We need the planes that we can fly ourselves, and we have them on the border.
All right, you heard Secretary Blinken. That deal seems to be at least in motion.
I hope it's very
quickly. The trading of jets with the Poles in particular,
Absolutely.
Correct?
We need to backfill that.
All right. On the oil and gas embargo, you heard the Secretary's answer. Basically, he's saying, yes, we're in favor of it if the entire alliance does it too, which sounds like there is an interest in doing it unilaterally. Is there a majority support in Congress for it unilateral?
I believe, and I would say this, the people in my state of West Virginia believe it's basically foolish for us to keep buying products and giving profit and giving money to Putin to be able to use against the Ukrainian people. That's exactly what he's doing. So why wouldn't we lead? Why wouldn't we show the resolve we have? I understand there's more dependency in the world, but here's the problem. We have the ability to ratchet up and be able to backfill. We have the energy, we have the resources here, and we have the technology. We're 1 million barrels short a day right now that we can just ramp up like that. We can do certain things. And we don't have to put any more pain on the American people than are already suffering with inflation now.
Right.
But I believe the American people would, if they basically pay, if they had to, seeing that they're saving freedom and saving lives of people, innocent people.
We've seen some polling that indicates that for now, okay?
That's a difficult one.
Let's see what happens when it's $5 gas.
Well, look at the gas now at $4. It wasn't because of this. Inflation's already wreaked havoc on it now. And basically, we're going to say we're going to set back now because we're afraid it might go up a little bit more. It might go up anyway, and we haven't done nothing. I'm willing to at least do something and say whatever it would take, we're going to ramp up our energy. We're going to basically produce the oil, the natural gas, build the pipelines. We've been stymied. We're not getting anything done from the standpoint of energy. We can do both, Chuck. We can do the energy that we need as far as in this fossil world that we live in, and do it cleaner than anybody else in the world, and innovation, but we can also transition to a cleaner technology.
Now, is this the price of your involvement in new talks on a reconciliation bill with Democrats and with the president? Meaning, like, look, you sort of outlined some top lines here. You said, it needs to lower the deficit, I'd like to do prescription drugs, and if there's anything else left, then maybe we can talk about other things. But you also had a big circle around energy independence there. Does that come, you want to see an increase in energy production before you'll sit down with Biden?
Let me say the most important thing, and the thing that I'm worried about every day is inflation right now. It's affecting every West Virginian, every American that I know of has basically told me the high prices they're paying, they can't sustain. And it's hurting the people that need it the most, people that are working like the Dickens, trying to make a living. They need help. So inflation's the number one thing. Basically supporting Ukraine and saving freedom and democracy around the world, because it will permeate if we don't stop it. Next of all, we can do all of this, okay? But you got to get your financial house in order. My grandfather always said, Joe, he said, unmanaged debt will make cowardly decisions out of you. You'll make a cowardly decision. We've got to get that under control.
Is this war in Europe make it harder to do this deal with the president or easier?
I think it makes us more realistic. This is the real world. We keep talking these aspirational things we want to do, whether it's the far left, far right, whatever it may be. Forget about the aspiration. We're living in a real world. Global climate is global. It's not North American. It's not United States only. It's global. And we have to look at this as global, what we can do. Our energy that we produce in America is better and cleaner than any place else in the world. So anything that we backfill is going to be better than what they produce. The gas from LNG that we can send over, expanding the ports. We've got basically requests for permits that are still standing and we haven't given. We need to do that. We got pipeline. I got a Mountain Valley pipeline in the state of West Virginia. It'll take 2 BCF, 2 billion cubic feet a day into the marketplace immediately. And you know what? It's 95% done. I can't get it done.
What do you say to those that say if we continue to expand fossil fuel infrastructure, like pipelines like that, it just makes it harder for us to get to clean?
Let me just tell you one thing. They said the pipelines. Those can't eventually transition into hydrogen pipelines. We can do so much with that. It's the clean technology that we're going for. It's almost like if you don't stop this, you won't do this. That's not right, Chuck.
All right, who are you negotiating with? The president or Senator Schumer?
There's no formal talks going on right now, I can assure you. Basically, everybody talks. I talk to everybody. You know
throw it out there, and it's up to others to come to you?
I'm just saying, get your financial house in order. The only one thing all Democrats voted, we voted against the 2017 Republican tax cuts. We thought they were weighted unfairly. If you have one thing that you're all united on, fix it.
Senator Joe Manchin, Democrat of West Virginia. Appreciate you coming in.
Thanks, Chuck. Good to be with you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
When we come back, we're going to talk with former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. She's a possible 2024 presidential candidate. She's been a bit critical of President Biden's handling of this war so far. Stay with us.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. We take you to the heart of the story that shapes our world.
The Ukrainian government is confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the center of their
this one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
Welcome back. Nikki Haley spent 6 years as governor of South Carolina and nearly 2 more as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations under former President Trump. She is often mentioned as a possible running mate in 2024 or a presidential candidate herself. Ambassador Haley, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me on.
Let me start with the last question I asked Secretary Blinken, which was simply, can this crisis be brought to an end with Putin still in power in Russia?
Well, I think, you know, Putin's going to try. I mean, this is going to be, he's going to drag this out as long as he can. He's committed. He is an evil tyrant that we see is not going to stop until he can form the Soviet Empire. He has, what we have learned in the lesson in all of this is when tyrants speak, we should listen. He said he was going to take Ukraine. He is. China said that they were going to take Hong Kong. They did. He said that he wants to take Poland and the Baltics. We should believe him. China has said they're going to take Taiwan next. We should be ready for that. Iran says they want to destroy Israel. Every time a tyrant speaks, we need to remember they've told us we need to listen.
You sound like somebody then that would be in favor of a no-fly zone over Ukraine right now. Is that how you, if Putin is what you describe him as, what guardrails should we be putting on the NATO alliance right now?
No, I'm not in favor of a no-fly zone right now. What I am in favor of is the Biden administration stepping up and doing the things that will matter. We know that the one thing that punches Putin in the gut is to hit his energy sector. There is no reason we should be taking money from an enemy. We should go ahead and sanction all of those energy companies right now. We should remove him from the international banking system. We should be coordinating intelligence in real time with the Ukrainians. We should be leading with NATO, telling them to give the planes to Ukraine. We should be making sure that we're moving forward on giving them the missiles they need. They have said that they don't have what they need. They need javelins. They need Stingers. They need anti-air and anti-tank missiles to be able to do this. We've got to give it to them. We should have done all this before Putin did his first move. We were late to the game. We're still late to the game. It's not too late now, but we've got to get on the ball.
Well, one can argue that there's been 20 years of appeasing Putin, that there was this belief that he could be part of the world order. Was that a mistake from the get-go?
No, I've always said that you cannot trust Russia. You cannot trust Putin. You can't trust Xi. You can't trust China. It's common sense. I dealt with them at the United Nations. You never negotiate. You never deal with your enemies. You can't trust them. And that's why I was mortified that Biden went so far as asking China for help with Russia. I mean, you never ask an enemy for help with another enemy. I never told China anything that I didn't want Russia to know, because you know how they coordinate. It's the same reason why it's unthinkable that Biden would be coordinating or even thinking of getting back into the Iran deal with the Russians and Chinese at the table. Why are we negotiating and trusting enemies? You don't do that. That's the first start to being strong in America, is understand who your enemies are and make sure that you let them know that you understand them.
So if you would not, there's one thing, you would treat China as an enemy, not as a rival, if you will. You wouldn't work with them diplomatically at all if you were in charge right now?
Do you know what? I mean, China right now has coordinated with Russia. When Biden went and told China what was going on and asked for help with Russia, what did China do? China ran and told Russia. I watched at the United Nations. Those two countries are getting incredibly close. They don't like each other. They don't trust each other, but they both want to destroy the West. Why are we waiting for that to happen? China, when they take Taiwan, this is going to blow up. Right now, Taiwan's manufacturing half of the semiconductor chips. What do Americans use? They use their phones, they use their computers, they drive cars. All of that will be disrupted. Why are we relying on China to give us medical supplies when we saw how they handled COVID in the world? We've got to wake up. America has to wake up, and we have to start being smart to deal with these tyrants. We can't let them continue to run all over us.
Let me play something here that Vice President Pence, former Vice President, said on Friday. I'm curious of your reaction to it. He said, there's no room in this party for apologists for Putin. There's only room for champions of freedom. As you know, there's been some flirtations on the right with Putin, although ever since he actually invaded, some of those folks have taken some of those things back. For those that have said nice things about Putin, including your former boss, President Trump, what do you say to them?
Well, first, I'll tell you, my very first speech at the United Nations was in support of Ukraine and hitting Russia. Protocol at the United Nations was to meet with the Russian ambassador first, and I purposely threw protocol out the window and met with the Ukrainian ambassador first. Putin is an evil tyrant. He has proven it, whether he tries to poison his political opponents, whether he shoots down planes, whether he assists Assad with chemical weapons in Syria. He has shown us time and time again that he is evil. What I will tell you about President Trump is, as much as everybody wants to talk about what he says, what I look at is what he did. He sanctioned Russia. He expelled diplomats. He shut off Nord Stream 2, which is all Putin ever wanted. He built up our military, and he made us energy independent. All of those things countered Putin and countered Russia. This never would have happened under Trump. What we have to look at now is, how do we make sure this doesn't go further under Biden? This has been a terrible mistake that all started with Afghanistan. And one thing after the other, we've done nothing but show weakness. We have got to show strength. So what I would say is, you can talk about past presidents all you want, but you know, the last thing you need to be doing is looking for the TV remote when your house is burning down.
No, I understand.
We've got to start dealing with the situation at hand.
But Ambassador, you sort of imply that it was Biden's weakness on Afghanistan. But I mean, the Trump administration, Trump personally tried to roll back sanctions on Russia in 2017. They tried to lobby Congress to weaken Russian sanctions in legislation in 2017. He tried to remove sanction on a Russian oligarch company in 2018. Delayed chemical weapons sanctions that were required by law against Russia. And let's not forget holding Ukrainian military aid hostage for a political stunt. You don't think any of those things sent a message to Vladimir Putin that America is divided, the West is divided, and he can get away with whatever he wants?
You said it in every one of those things. You kept saying he tried. All I know is what he did. And I was personally there at the United Nations when he got out of the Iran deal, when he sanctioned Putin, when he expelled diplomats, when he refused Nord Stream 2 pipeline. So I watched what he did. He did stronger things against Russia than Republican or Democrat presidents before him. I mean, this was something that Putin knew not to mess with the United States. Putin needs to know that again. We need to start standing up. Why are we even ho-humming around the fact that we're still taking Russian oil? Why are we doing that? Why would we take money from evil dictators? You never sleep with the devil, because then the devil owns you. The Europeans are finding that out right now. We need to be smarter than that.
Ambassador Haley, I appreciate you coming on, sharing your perspective with us, and I hope to have you on again. Very quickly, does Donald Trump's 2024 plans impact your 2024 plans?
I have said that if President Trump runs, I will not run.
Fair enough. Ambassador, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. When we come back, I'm going to talk to experts on Russia and the military about where the war may be headed and how the West can help Ukraine. Stick with us. Welcome back. Western nations have rejected Volodymyr Zelensky's call for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. In a Zoom call yesterday with some 300 U.S. lawmakers, Zelensky also said a ban on purchasing Russian oil would have greater impact than other economic sanctions. So as we did last week, we brought together a couple of experts to discuss the war and its implications. Admiral James Stavridis is the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. And Fiona Hill was President Trump's chief advisor on Russia. She's also the author of There Is Nothing for You Here, Finding Opportunity in the 21st Century. Sort of a memoir-ish of your time in the UK. Fiona Hill, I want to start very quickly. I want you to respond to Ambassador Haley in what she said about the Trump administration's record on Russian sanctions. She kept saying, well, you noted he tried. How would you describe his efforts when it comes to punishing Russia versus the administration's?
Well, certainly there was an awful lot done by the administration, also by Congress and by Ambassador Haley herself at the United Nations. But I think that just the one point that sums everything up that you yourself touched on is that President Trump, at a pretty critical period, withheld military assistance to Ukraine that was desperate for it at that particular juncture, basically to get Volodymyr Zelensky to do him a personal favour.
And what message does that send to Putin?
Well, that sends a message to Putin that Ukraine is a plaything for himself as well and for the United States, and that nobody's really serious about protecting Ukraine. And that was ultimately a sign of weakness. It's our political divisions, our partisan infighting, which was on full display there, that Putin, I think, is quite shocked now that we've got some collective action together.
Admiral, I want you to listen to Kira Ruddock. She's a Ukrainian member of parliament, and this was her plea when it came to the no-fly zone. Take a listen.
We all know that also the next step that we see is a no-fly zone over Ukraine. And I know that everybody is saying, no, 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 the Third World War will start. will be very blunt with you. It has already started.
All right, we have the map up. Logistically, how doable is this? And why are so many folks in the United States adamant about not even attempting it?
Let me start with the back end, because I think it's really the important question. It's quite obvious that if we put U.S. NATO jets in the air enforcing a no-fly zone, they'll be going nose-to-nose with Russian fighter aircraft. Down that path, the potential for miscalculation in a war between NATO and Russia and a war between Russia and the United States rises significantly. Look, I implemented a no-fly zone. I know how to do this. I did it in Libya in 2011. Can we do it? Sure. Should we? Not yet. But final point, Chuck, what we ought to do is give the Ukrainians the ability to create a no-fly zone, more Stingers, more missiles that can go higher than Stingers, and above all, consummate this fighter deal, get those MiG-29s in their hands.
Do our NATO allies that have these Russian jets have enough of them to give the Ukrainians a chance at air superiority?
Yes, and by the way, take a look at NATO combat aircraft. We have over 25,000. Russian combat aircraft, around 5,000. We outnumber them 5-1 as an alliance. Hey, we outspend them 15-1. We outnumber them in ground troops 4-1. He's not going to cross a NATO border in anger, but we ought to do all that we can to support the Ukrainians.
Fiona Hill, the tweet heard around the world was the Lindsey Graham tweet having to do with the idea that, hey, somebody's got to take him out. Frankly, it's something that plenty of people have talked about. Admiral Stavridis and I talked about the Julius Caesar solution on a podcast a couple weeks ago. Do you expect Putin to lead Russia if this war ends?
Look, I think we've got to be very careful for the same reasons that Admiral Stavridis is talking about taking extremely care with the no-fly zone about this kind of talk right now. Right. Because one of the reasons that Vladimir Putin is engaging in this appalling behaviour in Ukraine is because he's worried about his own position. Yeah. He has to be re-elected in theory and also in practice in 2024. So we're running up until his own presidential time clock here. If he fails and looks weak, that's disastrous at home, not just abroad. And any kind of loose talk about somebody taking him out, regime change, he believes that we're in that business anyway. He looks at what the United States has done, and he says it openly all the time, in Libya, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and many other places where we've intervened. And he looks at that and he thinks, I'm not going to let that happen here in Russia. He is extremely paranoid about this. And one of the reasons that he wants to destroy Ukraine is because he thinks that we would use it, because he would think about using it as a launching pad for something like this. So we have to be extraordinarily cautious about how we talk about this conflict. We need to stop the war in Ukraine, but we have to be very careful about talking about war with Russia, regime change over these other things, because then he absolutely will double down further.
And yet, Jim, how does this end with him in power?
I think it's increasingly hard to see that simply because the behavior we're seeing are war crimes. Let's call it what it is. When you fire artillery into residential areas, when you bomb civilians, when you attack a nuclear power plant, you are committing war crimes. And increasingly, that is going to have to be taken into account as this ends. How does it end? Let's look back at the Balkans. I think if we look back in history, we had similar kind of situations, differences, but similar in the 1990s.
We were never going to go in, though. And eventually we went in. I mean, I was just going to say, I've been thinking about that a lot. We said we weren't going to go in. I remember all of those pledges.
Yeah.
And we couldn't stand watching this humanitarian crisis.
And Chuck,
and we intervened.
This is precisely what's unfolding. And maybe the biggest weapon we have is truth, is showing the Russians what their leader is creating in their name.
But will the Russians see the truth?
Well, what we're going to have to do is to try to keep on basically pushing this at every possible juncture that we can. Look, there's an awful lot of Russian oligarchs, business people are out there whose assets are being seized, which can be used, in fact, to try to support the Ukrainians, for example. But we've got to really work on the broader world of public opinion in the United Nations. We've got to get the Chinese, I know we've got a lot of scepticism about that, but Indians and others who've been, you know, basically sitting on the fence to try to push this too, because this is an atrocity that the whole world can't basically stand by and watch. So that's where we're going to have to focus for right now to see what we can do to get this to stop.
Admiral Stavridis and Fiona Hill, thank you both.
Thanks.
Really,
Thank you.
Really helpful.
Thanks so much.
When we come back, the government reported robust job growth last month, but watch out for those up and down revisions. Boy, are they coming. Trust me. Stay with us.
I'm Inzamam Rashid, and I'm Sky's North of England correspondent, telling stories from this culturally rich region I call home.
It's going to become very similar to other places and lose its unique qualities.
It's steeped in history.
If the Taliban found your family, what would happen?
I think they're just going to straight away execute them.
There are issues of racism in all levels of cricket.
I was on the balcony a couple of times. I was nearly gone.
Football is a joy to watch, and when people are disappointed, you can feel the hate.
I just felt physically sick because I was like, that's really in my system.
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. Even before the pandemic, GPs were pleading for help. Government expects more face-to-face contact with patients in return.
Men, they want to force you doing something which you don't want to do, just because you're homeless and you're looking for a warm place to sleep.
We give a voice to communities often unheard and unserved from a region with a distinct history and global impact.
I'm Dan Whitehead and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
Is with us our senior Washington correspondent here at NBC, Hallie Jackson, Eddie Glaude Jr., Princeton University, Stephen Hayes, the founder of The Dispatch, and Robin Wright, contributing writer and columnist for The New Yorker. All right, I'll quickly show some Biden poll numbers here, but I actually want to focus a little bit more on the war. But we're seeing here, Hallie, very quickly, it's one poll. It's the first one fully after invasion. I don't think this is a State of the Union bout. This appears to be the first of what could be the rally around the flag.
The post-Ukraine, right.
Post-Ukraine, job approval rating almost above water. His approval on handling of Ukraine now above water. Again, could be an outlier, but we may be in the middle of a shifting politics. With it being driven by Ukraine.
Based on what we're seeing on the international realm. I think you're right. It's one data point. We need more, right, before we start to extrapolate from it. Obviously, I think this is something the White House is not unhappy to see these numbers, although it's not their primary focus. The thing that has struck me is the way that what has happened in Ukraine, and we talked about this a little bit, is penetrating to people who might not otherwise care about political issues, right? This is something, the images, it is visceral. It is, you know, front of the every single newspaper, even local papers and national newscasts every single morning and every single night. This is a different level than when we talk about some of the other internal political domestic agenda stuff that I think folks sometimes get a little bit lost in. I do think you're right. It feels to me more post-Ukraine than it does State of the Union bounce, and we'll see how the other ones come out.
State of the Union. Is anybody writing about it this morning? It is sort of, you know, amazingly lost. Robin, I was intrigued by the conversation I had with Admiral Stavridis about the Balkans, because, you know, I remember in 1994, 1995, you know, we weren't going to go in with Kosovo and Serbia. We weren't going to do certain things. And the pictures changed public opinion. To Hallie's point, I mean, the world may push us to do a no-fly zone.
For the moment, that's not going to happen.
I agree.
There are too many calculations. Russia's war has never been just about Ukraine. It was always about the competition with the West. This is the one big question, of course, is where does Putin stop? And does he push, whether covertly or overtly, beyond Ukraine? And I think that's where you might see the United States taking a stronger position, setting up the kind of defensive mechanisms, you know, challenging militarily any kind of Putin aggression. For now, they're not going to do that. But I think the real question is, can you change the balance of power in the air? And if you can do that, suddenly you change the dynamics across the board, whether it's giving the Ukrainians fighters so that it can take on those convoys we see outside of Kyiv, or whether it's providing Stingers and Javelin. That's really the critical next step.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question is the administration doing everything it can do? And this goes back to the public opinion question. I think people will be favorable to the Biden administration if there's the impression, as we watch this play out on our screens, on our phones, that the Biden administration is really doing everything it can. And I think there's a growing sense that they're not. If you look at what President Biden said on February 24th when he announced this to the world, said we are going to do something, we are going to be tough. He said Russia will be an international pariah, a pariah on the international stage. We're dealing with Russia on the Iran deal. We're dealing with Russia on climate. The State Department has given guidance that our diplomats can continue to deal with Russia. They're not a pariah. This is what happened after 2014. We said Russia will be isolated. Russia wasn't isolated. We need to do more.
Eddie, it does seem as if it's interesting. Is this Putin's war or Russia's war, right? And I do think there are some that are trying to create, hey, let's not punish the Russian people. But I don't know if I don't know if you can do that anymore.
Well, it's going to be difficult, right? War is war. I mean, we need to be very clear about it. And whenever war happens, everyday ordinary people who happen to live there will be affected, impacted. Right? So it is also important, I think, Steve, to kind of think about that President Biden is also dealing with a coalition of folks that are impacting how the kinds of decisions he makes. And we were lauding him, celebrating him. We're actually building that coalition in order to do what we've done so far. So, and that coalition also provides certain kinds of constraints, restraints. And it's one thing for us to kind of go it alone, but it's another thing to understand that this is, in fact, a war that impacts the very ways in which the West conceives of itself. So he can't just simply be out there doing these things by himself.
I think it was clever at the beginning for the Biden administration to go public as quickly as they did with the intelligence that we were gathering. It was a smart thing. I think it was effective, not because it was a deterrent, but because it made clear that Vladimir Putin was lying about what he was about to do. Right. But it also created this gap between what he was saying, what the president was saying, what the administration was saying, in terms of the significance of this war, what it would likely mean, reshaping the way the Western world operates, and what we were doing. We were late on sanctions. We didn't initially sanction Putin. We were late on SWIFT. We didn't send the arms before the war that we're now rushing into theater.
To the point that you're making, too, and because I think it's important, I was so struck by Secretary Blinken. He clearly wanted to come out and make some news on the banning of Russian oil imports, right? That is the most that the door has been open. But they didn't make the news. They didn't do it, but the door is open to it more than it's been, and it's been a shift from the White House thinking and White House perspective.
Because Congress is going to pass this, and he's not going to veto it. So he's got to look like, they got to come out in favor of it.
But the question is, are we just going to ban what the United States trades, or are we going to begin to sanction other countries and foreign companies that also do oil deals with the Russians? And if we don't take that second layer, the first layer is meaningless.
It's symbolic more than anything.
It's symbolic.
Purely.
But remember, last year, Putin made almost $120 billion off energy when the price of oil was under $70. Now it's 115. It could go to 150. And look, that there's still, even as we sanction him on oil, the rest of the world is still buying.
But to your point earlier, the question about where does he stop, we can affect where he stops. If we do this first, the Treasury put out a statement on Friday saying, yeah, we're not basically going to ban these banks. We're trying to create clarity in our own markets on energy. We're going to take these steps till the end of June. If we do this now, we can lead. We shouldn't be waiting to follow.
But should we take some solace in the effectiveness of the sanctions that Putin's calling them a declaration of war? You know, I mean, meaning like, oh, these really hit him this time. Yeah, this time it hit him. It's clear all the other sanctions never were that effective. These are effective.
And what you hear her talking about the no-fly zone, he's concerned about it enough to be able to say that if that were to happen, it would be, crossing the line essentially into what he would see as a direct confrontation. He's listening and he knows what's happening internationally, right? Mm-hmm. There's enormous, you can raise the question of the pressure on him at home, right, inside Russia, given what you started your show with today, Chuck, and the crackdown on reporting inside Russia.
But there is something going on in the Russian army that at some point we've got to figure out, Robin, how can we harness this? Can we harness this clear, there's something, they're not in on this.
Chuck, how many movies have you seen about the plots against Adolf Hitler during World War II?
They don't work.
And none of them work.
I know that. I didn't say, I wouldn't go in there all the way.
And so, sure, there's likely to be some discontent. I mean, these are a lot of conscripts. They don't know what they're doing. They're lost. I don't think anytime soon we're likely to see any kind of challenge, whether it's by the people or by the military, that changes Putin.
Eddie, I want to talk, I joked about bringing up the State of the Union. It's like nobody else is talking about it.
Right.
But if there was one thing that surprised me about the President's State of the Union was the lack of connecting the fight for democracy and freedom abroad with the fight for democracy at home. Today's Bloody Sunday.
Right.
Okay, on Selma, Vice President's there, going to march across the bridge. The second time without John Lewis. Feels odd not to have John Lewis there leading this. But were you surprised?
I was stunned. I mean, it was an easy kind of rhetorical move. Let's defend democracy abroad and secure democracy at home.
And politically helpful. I mean, I hate to be that crass about it, but right? Like, it's an easy political message.
And what would it mean to secure democracy at home? We would have to address the question of what's happening across the country in terms of the assault on voting rights. And we would also have to address the illiberal forces within our country that are driving the challenge to voting rights. So I didn't understand it. And I thought it was a mistake.
Well, and I think it's a way you gotta, if we're gonna get drawn in more, you gotta explain to the American people why this fight matters. Anyway, and that would have been one way. Thank you, guys. And before we go, quick programming note. My colleague Lester Holt had a fascinating interview with the former Attorney General Bill Barr. It airs tonight in a primetime special on NBC at 9 o'clock, 8 Central. That's all we have for today. Thank you for watching. Hang in there, Ukraine. Hang in there, President Zelensky. We'll be back next week. Because if it's Sunday, let's meet the press.
And a bit of breaking news to bring you at the end of the programme now. The UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has spoken to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky about the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. Boris Johnson saying that he will work with partners to provide more defensive equipment for Ukraine. We will be back after a short break with the very latest on that failed attempt to establish safe passage for civilians in Mariupol. Do stay with us here on Sky News. Hello, this is Sky News. The headlines. Another attempt to evacuate civilians from the Ukrainian city of Mariupol fails, with the city's council blaming Russian shelling. The Russian bombardment continues near Kiev, with civilians forced to flee for their lives. Ukrainian soldiers carried children to safety. The UN says 1.5 million refugees have now fled the country. Among them, orphans boarding trains in Lviv to head to neighbouring Poland. The UN says the number of refugees fleeing Ukraine in the last 10 days has now reached 1.5 million. With the war now in its second week, ministers warn of a protracted conflict.
Our mission with our allies is to ensure Putin fails in Ukraine, and it's going to take some time. We're talking about months, if not years.
Ukraine's president tells his people not to retreat despite the Russian bombardment.
We are fighting for our today. We are fighting for our borders. We are fighting for our freedom, not to become slaves.
Good afternoon. For a second day, attempts to free civilians from the besieged city of Mariupol have failed, with the local council there saying Russian shelling has made it impossible for people to leave the city. It comes as the number of refugees who have left Ukraine now reached 1.5 million people. That's according to the United Nations. In the last few minutes, it's emerged that Boris Johnson has spoken to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to discuss the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Ukraine. He promised that the UK would work with partners to provide further defensive equipment. Well, let's take you through today's main developments. A ceasefire has been broken in the southeastern city of Mariupol by Russian shelling, as 400,000 people remain trapped in that city. An estimated 1.5 million refugees have now left Ukraine. That is according to the UN. Nearly 900,000 people have fled to Poland. Boris Johnson has unveiled a 6-point plan he hopes world leaders will follow to ensure Russia fails in its invasion of Ukraine. Those include mobilising an international humanitarian coalition, sanctions and renewed diplomatic efforts. In another economic hit to Russia, Visa and MasterCard have suspended operations in the country. Credit and debit cards issued by Russian banks will no longer work outside of Russia. Katerina Vitozzi has the latest.
Queuing in the cold, wide-eyed victims of a bloody conflict. These children are from an orphanage in Zaporizhia, a city in Ukraine's southeast. Their home under attack, they've fled like so many others to the Polish border.
My heart is being torn apart. I'm sorry, it is tough. When families are separated, it is very hard. I'm sorry, I simply lack words, and I feel so sorry for these children. They are so young.
The United Nations says more than 1.5 million people have fled Ukraine, the majority to Poland, but also to countries like Israel, where this group of Ukrainian children were today welcomed by the country's Prime Minister. Amidst scenes like this, of families torn apart, Ukraine's president made an emotional appeal for Western help.
I've just been informed about an airstrike on Vinnytsia, 8 missiles, an attack against our peaceful Vinnytsia, a town that never threatened Russia in any way. A missile strike, brutal and cynical. The airport is completely destroyed. They continue destroying our infrastructure, our life that Ukrainians have been building up, our grandfathers and grandmothers. You need to close the airspace. You need to make a no-fly zone for Russia, for all these terrorists.
UK military intelligence says Russian forces are now focusing attacks on densely populated areas. The town of Irpin is just 5 miles from the capital, Kiev. Intense fighting continued there today. As wave after wave of families leave, babies carried to safety by soldiers. They do not know when they will ever be able to return. But as this undated mobile phone footage shows, it is simply too dangerous to stay. Russia continues to flex its military might in videos released by their Ministry of Defence. The date and location of these have not been verified, but Russia says it shows their troops in the vicinity of Kiev. But stubborn Ukrainian ground resistance continues to slow the Russian advance. We are fully equipped and will chase out any Russians, this fighter says. Victory will be ours. But at what cost? For a second day in a row, an agreed temporary ceasefire fell apart in Mariupol, a city on Ukraine's south coast. Local officials say Russia started to shell the route of an agreed humanitarian corridor, leaving tens of thousands who wanted to flee, now desperately trapped. Katerina Fotozzi, Sky News.
Well, our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, joins us now live from Lviv in western Ukraine. And Deborah, as we saw there in Katerina's report, those left in Mariupol trapped, a second day of trying to get them out of the city ends in failure because of Russian shelling. But perhaps a glimmer of hope that there is still diplomacy happening on the sidelines?
Well, the diplomacy hasn't provided any relief so far to this conflict. We're in day 11 now, and the fighting is relentless as ever. The situation, though, inside cities and also those towns outside Kyiv becoming increasingly desperate. The scenes that we saw from footage that's emerged from Mariupol, for example, over the last few days has been nothing short of apocalyptic in terms of the bombardment that's going on for people still there, and then reports that they are running out of supplies, food, medical supplies, even water. It's the sort of level of difficulty that means these sorts of humanitarian corridors, green corridors, to try to get people out are so vital, and that's why there was hope that, again, there would be some sort of way out today, and yet it seems that's not happened, which, you know, the ICRC, which was supposed to be kind of helping to ensure that this does happen, making clear that the failure is just it's just not. It's just awful that this is happening in such a way, and we've had 2 rounds now of talks by the two sides to try to reach some kind of agreement on this. The only positive that came out of the second round of talks was this idea of some sort of limited humanitarian corridor, and the fact that that can't even be held really underlines just how difficult this conflict is. And yes, you mentioned that there is diplomacy still going on. You talked about how Boris Johnson was speaking to the Ukrainian president today, and President Putin, the Russian leader, he's been on the phone as well, talking to the Turkish president, President Erdogan, and also once again to the French leader, Emmanuel Macron. You'll remember Macron and President Putin have had many conversations in the build-up to the invasion and also afterwards, but again, absolutely failing to stop the Russian leader in this invasion that he then launched on Ukraine. And in terms of his language and his determination to continue with this conflict, that hasn't changed. And it seems that as Russian forces on the ground here meet resistance, continued and strong resistance from the Ukrainian side, that's just not deterring their offensive either. They're just responding by increasing the amount of firepower they're using, and as always, it's civilians that are paying the highest price.
Deborah, thank you very much. Deborah Haynes there in Lviv. Well, let's have a closer look now at the situation on the ground across Ukraine. Ali Fortescue is here in the Sky News Centre.
Day 11 of this conflict, and we are seeing the Russians making advances in both the north and the south. We're joined once again by Professor Michael Clark, our defence and security analyst. Let's look at this area here around Luhansk, where we're seeing Russian advances almost sort of joining together that perimeter there.
Yes, we expected the Russians to push out of Luhansk. They thought they would do it relatively easily because this was they thought a sympathetic area, but it turns out not to be. But they are moving out and they're meeting up with some of their forces around Kharkiv. They still haven't taken Kharkiv, but they're moving southeast out of that. So they will form this perimeter link, which will be a relief to them to get their northern and their southern forces linked up. But it's not the main problem for them. Their main issue is that at some point, they have to go up the Dnieper River, and they've got to push south to north in order to cut the country in half, and they hope cut Ukrainian forces in half. And that will be quite a big job for them when they start to do it.
OK, it's really interesting. And if we look at a map of the north of the country, we know that there have been some successful counterattacks from the Ukrainians north of Kiev, Hostomel Airport, and north of Kharkiv too. But we're seeing those shaded areas showing Russian advances getting ever closer to Kiev, aren't we?
That's right. I mean, the Ukrainians are pretty good at counterattacking. They can't launch a counter-offensive, really, but they can certainly counterattack, and they are. The Russian forces in the north, their eastern and airborne forces, as they call them, are not doing terribly well, west of Kiev. Their central forces around Chernihiv are making heavy weather of it, but their western district forces are screening Chernihiv, screening Sumy, and they're actually moving quite quickly now towards Kiev. So they'll be there within a matter of days. So this encirclement of Kiev is almost now an inevitability. The question is, how long will it take?
And if we take a look at a map of the south of the country, we know that there has been the ceasefire zone that was meant to happen in Mariupol. It was meant to happen yesterday, but it didn't work out. Yeah. Today, it's been unsuccessful again.
Yes, a humanitarian aid corridor was meant to occur in Mariupol, from Mariupol to Zaporizhzhia. It didn't happen yesterday because the ceasefire didn't hold. Didn't happen again today. So nobody has got out and no medicines have got in. So it just gets worse and worse in Mariupol.
And if we look further west, we know they're pushing north out of Kherson and towards Odessa too, which is a key strategic point, isn't it?
Yes, Odessa is a key objective now. With this great swathe of territory across the south, Odessa is a great important port of Ukraine. If they can close Odessa, then they can effectively landlock Ukraine, and it's logical that they will keep on moving. And if they get to Odessa, the chances of getting towards Transnistria, which is in the neighbouring country of Moldova, would be very tempting.
So Odessa still under Ukrainian control, but that could be a key battleground.
Yes, and in Odessa, they are really defending quite hard.
Thank you so much, Professor Michael Clark.
Ali Fortescue there with Professor Michael Clark. Well, in the last few minutes, the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, has been speaking about the situation in Ukraine. She was visiting a Ukrainian centre in West London. Let's listen to what she had to say.
Let's start with the UK's Ukrainian family scheme. Yes. So nearly 12,000 have indicated that they'd like to come. Over 5,000 have submitted applications. As of today, only 50 have been approved. So given the desperation, how is it acceptable that only 1% of UK visa applications have been granted? Are you making it too difficult?
So actually no, on the contrary, we've had over 10,000 people applying 48 hours. The scheme opened on Friday, on Friday afternoon. I was in Poland, actually, on the border, when we launched the scheme. Let's be clear, this is the first scheme in the world that's up and running in this short period of time. 10,000 applications, and yes, grants are happening as we stand here right now and are speaking. So I'm surging staff across all application centres across the entire European Union, as well as in the border countries such as Poland, where I was the other day, and obviously where huge numbers of people are coming through. The other point to make, and this is why I'm here today at the embassy, but also with the Ukrainian community, we are absolutely working with the Ukrainian community, the people that have families and loved ones in the region that are fleeing Ukraine, to make contact with their family and loved ones so that they can apply directly, and we can speed things up, basically. That is why we're surging all our capacity.
But only 1% have been, I know 48 hours, but only 1% approved. Is that, do you think that number's acceptable?
What is a fact is that this scheme launched on Friday and over 10,000 people have applied. You've heard me say already, we are surging all capacity. We're expediting applicants and applications through our system. So as I've said, as we stand here now, people are being given the right to come to the United Kingdom for 3 years. This is an incredible scheme, and we are doing everything possible, surging capacity across every single application centre across the EU, any EU member state where we have staff, we are surging. We are flying people into the region right now, the border countries, the host countries where refugees are coming into, so we can fast track and speed up applications. And it's right that we do this. We are doing everything possible to surge applications and to help people fleeing Ukraine, fleeing the persecution that Putin is inflicting upon Ukraine, to come to our country. And we're working with the Ukrainian community, the Ukrainian diaspora community in the United Kingdom.
Now, we're saying we're cracking down on oligarchs, but that took us, what took us, so long to get the economic crime bill to the House? Why has the government taken so long to get its act together on Russia? The conclusion of the Russia report in 2020 was basically that insufficient attention has been paid to Russian infiltration in British politics and public life.
So let me just be really quite clear and quite frank about the work of the government. We have been expediting sanctions. Sanctions policy has been very clear. Foreign Secretary has been leading that work. But you've specifically asked about the economic crime bill, which is coming to Parliament tomorrow as emergency legislation. I think every political party in Westminster understands the sense of emergency around taking the action and putting the legislation on statute on a sound legal footing so that we can absolutely go after the oligarchs, reclaim their money, but also sanction these individuals. We're doing everything that we can in emergency time, and we've drafted this legislation in record time, and it's coming to Parliament tomorrow.
So just to be clear, you think the government have got their act together quickly enough over Russian oligarchs?
Well, I can tell you now, as someone that's been involved in drafting this legislation, we've been working night and day on this to bring this emergency legislation to Parliament, and you will see it go through Parliament this week.
OK, and then final question. Given the scale of the refugee crisis in Ukraine and across Europe, and the direct criticism from the French that the UK's response is, quote, unsuitable, with the Ukrainian nationals being turned back at Calais, what are you going to do?
So first of all, let me just correct what has been said by the French government. The British government is not turning anybody around or turning anybody aback at all. And I think it's really important to emphasise that, particularly this time when all nations across Europe must work together to help and support people in need and fleeing Ukraine at this awful, awful time. That is why I was in Poland on Friday. I've been in the region directly to see how we can help refugees and how we can inform them about our route and our scheme, and that is up and running, and that is absolutely working. But secondly, we have to recognise that it's working with governments in Europe, but also in the region where they are on the front line, where they want our aid and where they want our help and where they want our support, that they are receiving it directly from the British government and from the British people. So it is wrong to say that we are turning people back. We are not. I have staff in Calais. We have surged staff in Calais. The Home Office has a team of people in Calais. We are making sure, and people have been coming from France to the United Kingdom to be reunited with their family, and that is working, and we will continue to have our presence on the ground and our staff in Calais to make sure that people that want to come to the United Kingdom can come.
So just to be clear, so you disagree with the French that the UK's response is unsuitable?
I've been very clear. I have staff in Calais. I have staff in Calais to provide support to Ukrainian families that have left Ukraine to come to the United Kingdom. It is wrong and it is inaccurate to say that we are not providing support on the ground. We are.
OK, that was Priti Patel speaking a little earlier. And now we're showing you the latest pictures here from the ground in Ukraine. They're drone shots of a goods depot on fire. Now, that is in the greater Kiev region, about a kilometre west of Kiev. It is in a place called Stoyanka, very close to Irpin, where we've been reporting from. And crucially, it is right next to the main highway that takes you from Kiev to Lviv, which is, of course, a highway that people trying to escape from the capital and try and make it to the Polish border will be trying to get onto. So just showing you how dangerous that journey out of Kiev and to the west is becoming. A goods depot there on fire west of Kiev. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, I'll be speaking to one Ukrainian who managed to escape the war on the first day.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. We take you to the heart of the story that shapes our world.
The Ukrainian government is confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the center of this one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
Hello again. The United Nations now says that more than 1.5 million people have fled the war in Ukraine. Earlier today, a second attempt to evacuate civilians from Mariupol collapsed following Russian shelling. Well, let's speak now to Natalia Popovich, co-founder of the Media Crisis Centre in Ukraine. She joins us from Denmark. Thank you very much for being with us here on Sky News, Ms. Popovich. Now, you managed to get out of Ukraine last week. How easy or how difficult was that journey at that point?
Thank you, Belle. First of all, I want to say that I feel like any Ukrainian who is by chance not at home, feeling heartbroken. My journey took only 24 hours from Kiev to my native city of Lviv on the first day of war. And then a few more days as I was able to cross the border to meet my children in Copenhagen. But it's horrendously
waiting for clarification. But at the same time, the negotiations aren't over anyway. We are still waiting also for the Americans to respond to a number of issues that need to be resolved in order for the JCPOA to be revived, because the Iranians expect a full implementation of the JCPOA, and over the last few months that we've had negotiations They've been dragging their feet in. Finally, we are getting there, but we're still not there.
In other news, North Korea says it's conducted another important test in its development of spy satellites. South Korea had reported the launch as a ballistic missile test, the second in a week. Seoul is bracing for Pyongyang's attempt to launch its reconnaissance satellite system into orbit in the near future. Well, after nearly a month at sea, more than 100 Rohingya refugees are now safe in Indonesia. The group, which included dozens of children, landed on the coast in the middle of the night. Victoria Gatenby has more.
In Indonesia's northern Aceh province, a perilous and exhausting journey has finally come to an end for these Rohingya refugees. Their boat, which had 114 people on board, had set sail from a refugee camp in Bangladesh 25 days ago. Indonesian fishermen saw it land on a beach in the early hours of Sunday morning and called the police. People here are giving them food and shelter while the authorities complete health checks, including COVID-19 tests.
We'll leave it to the government, but we're helping them because it's the humane thing to do. If we don't receive them, where can they go?
Indonesian aid workers are also helping. They say some refugees are ill after their long journey.
Some of them are not feeling well. One refugee has swellings on her arms and legs and is unable to stand or walk, while another is malnourished, probably because he's been at sea for too long.
Hundreds of Rohingya who fled a military offensive in Myanmar have reached Indonesia in recent years. But Indonesia regards itself as only a transit country where refugees cannot permanently resettle. So for these Rohingya, the danger is over for now, but the uncertainty remains as to what their future holds. Victoria Gatenby, Al Jazeera.
A prominent author from Uganda has been explaining why he fled his country last month. Kakwenza Rukirabashaija says he was tortured after being arrested in December. He's known as an outspoken critic of Uganda's government. Malcolm Webb reports.
A spokesperson said that
Kakwenza Rukirabashaija says this is the price he paid for criticising Uganda's ruling family. He says his ordeal began in December when soldiers broke into his house, beat him, tied him and blindfolded him before driving him to a military barracks.
I don't know what they were using to beat me in the back, either a hippopotamus whip or a wire, something that really gets into the skin. It was very painful. Excruciating pain.
He was detained for 4 weeks. He says he saw and heard several other prisoners being tortured too, including one man whose skin was repeatedly burned with an iron. He says the interrogations were brutal.
Getting pliers, they start plucking flesh from my thighs, all of this.
He believes he was arrested because of the 2 books he's published. The first was a satirical critique of Uganda's president, Yoweri Museveni, and he says he was detained and tortured for it 2 years ago. He described what happened in the second book. The Ugandan government denies running torture chambers.
This matter is being investigated by government within the security circles. But it's not true for him to say that people who are detained in Uganda are tortured. It is not true to say that there is no freedom of speech in Uganda.
President Museveni has ruled Uganda for 36 years. His regime has faced growing accusations of rights abuses. It's his son, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, that Kakwenza blames for his detention and torture. Muhoozi denies it and says he's never met Kakwenza. But Kakwenza says Muhoozi saw him 3 times during his detention, forced him to apologise, made threats and offered him money to take his books offline and stop writing.
And that is when I met General Muhoozi for the 3rd time, and he was like, he wanted to be sure whether if I am released, I am not going to write another book about my torture.
Kakwenza was taken to court last month and charged with insulting the ruling family. The court kept his passport, but he fled to Germany, where he says he plans to write another book documenting what happened to him.
They have the money, they have the guns, but they touch the wrong button. They joke with the power of a pen. According to the X-ray.
He says he's so traumatised he can barely sleep for more than an hour before being woken by nightmares. He says he'll seek medical treatment in Germany but plans to return to Uganda and continue writing. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera.
And this is Al Jazeera. These are the top stories. Evacuation plans are cancelled in the besieged Ukrainian city of Mariupol. An escape corridor for civilians has been abandoned for a second time after both sides accused each other of violating a temporary ceasefire. The northwestern city of Zhytomyr has also been hit by heavy shelling. More than a dozen buildings, some of them residential, have been destroyed in recent days. Several people, including children, have been killed during attacks by Russian forces. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russian forces have completely destroyed the airport of the city of Vinnytsia. Emergency services are still trying to put out fires at the airfield, which was reportedly hit by 8 rockets. And President Zelensky also says Russian forces are preparing to shell the southern city of Odessa. The Black Sea port is home to 1 million people, and it's a hub for tourism and trade.
Odessa.
They are planning to bombard Odessa. The Russians always used to come to Odessa and they felt only warmth, only sincerity in Odessa. And now bombs are coming against Odessa. Artillery, missiles. This is going to be a war crime, a historic crime.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's pledged his support to the people of Moldova as it faces a surge of people fleeing Ukraine. Its president says the country needs help from the international community to cater for the refugees. Blinken is providing reassurances and American support to one of Europe's poorest countries. 250,000 Ukrainian refugees have already streamed into Moldova, which is putting a strain on the country's social services. The US says sanctions imposed on Russia over the invasion have nothing to do with the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is demanding a guarantee the sanctions won't affect its trade with Iran. There have been fears Russia's stance could pose a challenge to efforts to restore the agreement. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken says a potential deal is close, but several issues remain. Pope Francis has called the violence in Ukraine a war, rejecting Russia's description of the conflict as a special operation. At a service in Vatican City, the leader of the Roman Catholic Church told worshippers he sent 2 cardinals to Ukraine to work towards peace. The pontiff called for a return to negotiations and more humanitarian assistance for the region. Those are the headlines. We're going to be back in about half an hour with more. Goodbye.
China is exploring the Arctic, researching climate change and pledging to build a polar Silk Road linking Asia and Europe.
说中国投资给当地人民带来美好的生活，当地人民为什么拒绝？
But Chinese investment is causing controversy.
They said, you know, I want to give the land to Chinese and this is not good. I said, it's my right to do whatever I want.
Some are suspicious of the superpower's motives.
So there's certainly lots of concern that those research stations are dual use for military and other purposes, intelligence gathering purposes.
As the polar region heats up, 101 East investigates China's plans for the Arctic. It all starts here in Shanghai, far from the Arctic. The coastal megacity in eastern China is under threat as polar ice caps continue to melt. Floods often hit the Chinese economic capital. As the climate crisis worsens, Beijing says it has a duty to invest in the Arctic, a stance echoed by Gui Chongyou, China's former ambassador to Sweden.
北极的气候变化、气候升温、冰雪融化，不仅影响到中国的气候变化，而且直接影响到中国的农业、渔业、牧业生产。所以呢，中国积极参与北极气候变化治理。
China has to tread carefully in the Arctic, a place where superpowers converge. Russia dominates half the region, the United States has Alaska, and their North American ally Canada has 3 territories. And then there's Europe, including Greenland, a Danish territory, and Norway. According to Mark Langtain of the University of Tromsø, China has adopted a cautious approach to avoid upsetting the Arctic superpowers.
China based a lot of its early Arctic policy on the need to develop scientific cooperation. So I would say scientific diplomacy was very much a first step in a lot of China's Arctic diplomatic engagement.
To establish its scientific legitimacy, China first had to explore the polar regions in the field. 30 years ago, they equipped themselves with an icebreaker. A Ukrainian cargo ship was converted into a research vessel and given a new name, Xuelong, the Snow Dragon. Sun Kai, a Chinese professor of Arctic geopolitics, recalls the ship's launch.
Before the Xuelong goes to scientific expeditions, they also have a kind of ceremony for the start.
China turned every appearance of the Xuelong into a public event.
This is maybe also part of the awareness building for the Chinese public to have some awareness, not only the Arctic, but the kind of research or the maritime awareness.
With this icebreaker, China has access to a new world. But the floating laboratory is not enough to serve China's aspirations in the Arctic. Guo Peiqing from the Institute of Polar Law and Policy explains the dilemma.
中国刚才提到，中国在北极的利益有一个是科学利益，那么中国在北极没有领土，那么中国在北极想找一个落脚点，开展北极科学考察。
But how could China access land in the Arctic, a region whose residents fiercely guard their sovereignty? This archipelago, which for many centuries was a whale hunting haven, opens the Arctic up for the Chinese, thanks to a forgotten treaty which resurfaced in 1991. Svalbard became a Norwegian territory a century ago, on the condition that signatory countries were allowed access to engage in commercial or industrial activities. When it was ratified in 1925, France was wary of American ambitions and invited other allied countries to also ratify the treaty. China was one of them.
在这个问题上，我想中国或许可以感谢法国，法国为中国在1925年提供了这个机会。
Thanks to this treaty, China was finally able to build a base in the Arctic, the Yellow River Station, which was launched in 2004. While China is taking baby steps in its Arctic scientific endeavours, it's also looking for alternative shipping trade routes.
再说，中国自己每年进口的原油的60%，中国每年对外贸易的80%都是经过南海的。如果南海没有航行自由，那中国自己对外贸易、进口石油对外贸易就没法开展了。
The route linking Asia and Europe currently goes through the South China Sea, which is a tense region, and the Suez Canal, which can potentially get blocked. The Arctic's melting ice caps could offer Beijing alternatives and shorten the journey by up to 20 days. The Northern Sea route is the most promising, tracking along the Russian coast and past Hirkenes, Asia's closest European port. It's here that Felix Tschudi, a Norwegian ship owner, is the first to prove to the Chinese that this northern route between east and west is viable.
In 4th of September 2010, the Nordic barons left with 41,500 tons of iron ore concentrate to China and arrived 22.5 days later, which showed that the Northern Sea Route was open for non-Russian vessels with non-Russian cargoes between non-Russian ports. So that was sort of a first. And that was quite important because it showed people this is possible.
It's not just Arctic entrepreneurs who are hoping to cash in on the new relationship with China. Chinese businessmen are also on a quest for Arctic territories. Like billionaire Huang Yubo. He spent 10 years working for China's Central Propaganda Department before becoming a real estate tycoon. In the early 2010s, he set his sights on 2 Nordic territories. Norwegian entrepreneur Ola Gieva was introduced to Huang after a dinner with China's ambassador in Oslo.
And he came here and he said, "Do you have a property?" I said, "I have many properties here." And he said, "Can I see it?" "Yes, we can, but then we need a boat to see it from the fjord." We jump in a boat and we go for a nice trip in the fjord, and he see the property, and then he said, "Is it possible to buy?" "Yes," I said, "Why not?" After 5 minutes, he said, "How much do you want?" I said, "I don't really know. It's a big property. It's 1 million square meter. Depends what you want to do." He said he liked to build a resort, 5-star resort. Very high class.
Gieva and 2 of his associates went to China for 2 weeks at Huang's expense.
Her har vi underskrevet en intensjonsavtale som vi lagde kveld.
Ja, det gjorde vi, ja.
Vi skrev om
The agreement draws widespread press coverage in Norway, and Gieva is reportedly called a traitor to his country on social media. Huang backs off, and the contract is put on standby.
Many people, they talk very badly to me and said, I want to give the land to Chinese and this is not good. I said, it's my right to do whatever I want. And I think in the end, it will be a nice investment and good for Lyngen, good for Norway. And I cannot see the problem.
The outcry against the Chinese billionaire in Norway was preceded by a similar controversy in Iceland.